What if humanity's story isn't a straight line, but a circle, endlessly repeating, rebuilding, and forgetting? Imagine standing at the edge of a desert where wind carves patterns into ancient stone. Beneath your feet lie the remnants of cities that once thrived with voices, markets, temples reaching toward heaven. Now there is only silence. The sand has claimed everything. The names, the faces, the songs they sang. And yet, if you listen closely enough, you might hear something beneath the wind. A whisper, a rhythm, the faint echo of a pattern that repeats across millennia, across continents, across every corner of this world where humans have dared to build something lasting. We tell ourselves that history moves forward, that we are the culmination of progress, standing on the shoulders of those who came before. We believe our cities will endure, our knowledge will compound, our legacy will stretch into an unbroken future. But what if that belief is the very thing that blinds us to the truth? What if the story of humanity is not one of steady ascent, but of rise and fall, creation and collapse, memory and forgetting, played out again and again, like waves breaking on an eternal shore? Tonight, we journey into that pattern. We will walk through the ruins of civilizations that vanished without warning, explore the myths that speak of worlds before our own, and ask the questions that haunt the edges of archaeology and philosophy alike. We will consider the possibility that everything we think we know about human history is only the latest chapter in a book that has been written, burned, and rewritten countless times before. This is not a story of doom. It is a meditation on cycles, on the strange and beautiful rhythm that governs all things, seasons, stars, empires, consciousness itself. And as you listen, as your mind drifts between waking and dreaming, perhaps you will begin to see the pattern too. Perhaps you will recognize that the end of one world is always the beginning of another. The first clue lies buried beneath the earth, waiting in layers of sediment and stone. Archaeologists dig through time itself, peeling back centuries like pages in a book, and what they find is not a smooth progression from primitive to advanced, but something far stranger. They find gaps, sudden disappearances, civilizations that reached extraordinary heights and then vanished so completely that even their names were forgotten. Consider the Indus Valley Civilization, which flourished along the rivers of what is now Pakistan and northwest India more than 4,000 years ago. At its peak, it was home to millions of people living in planned cities with sophisticated drainage systems, standardized weights and measures, and a script that remains undeciphered to this day. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa were marvels of urban planning, their streets laid out in perfect grids, their buildings constructed with precision that would impress modern engineers. And then, around 1900 BCE, it all ended. The cities were abandoned, the people scattered. No invasion is evident in the archaeological record, no great fire, no obvious catastrophe. They simply left. Or take the Maya, whose cities rose like stone dreams from the jungles of Central America. For centuries they built pyramids that touched the clouds, developed a calendar more accurate than the one used in Europe at the time, and created art of breathtaking beauty. Their astronomers tracked the movements of Venus with precision that wouldn't be matched for 1,000 years. And then, during the 9th century CE, the great cities of the southern lowlands were abandoned. Tikal, Palenque, Copan, all left to be swallowed by the jungle. The people didn't vanish entirely. They moved, dispersed, continued in smaller settlements. But the Golden Age ended abruptly, and the reasons remain debated. Drought, warfare, environmental collapse. Perhaps all of these, or perhaps something we haven't yet imagined. The pattern repeats across the globe. The Mycenaean civilization of Bronze Age Greece collapsed around 1200 BCE, taking with it the art of writing for centuries. The Akkadian Empire, the world's first empire, fell after 2 centuries of dominance. possibly due to a prolonged drought that turned fertile lands to dust. The ancestral Puebloans of the American Southwest built elaborate cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, then abandoned them in the 13th century. Easter Island's inhabitants carved nearly 900 massive stone heads, then saw their society collapse as resources dwindled and the island's forests disappeared. Each of these civilizations left behind monuments that speak of ambition, intelligence, and sophistication. Each reached a level of complexity that took generations to build, and each fell, often rapidly, leaving future generations to wonder what went wrong. The ruins stand as silent witnesses to a truth we find uncomfortable: that advancement is not permanent, that complexity can unravel, that the things we build can be unmade. But here is where the story deepens, because when we look at the myths and legends preserved by cultures around the world, we find something unexpected. We find stories that suggest these collapses were not isolated incidents, but part of a much larger pattern. We find tales of worlds that existed before our own, worlds that rose to great heights and then were destroyed, making way for the world we inhabit now. The ancient Greeks spoke of 5 ages of man, each one ending in destruction. First came the Golden Age, when humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. Then the Silver Age, less perfect but still blessed. The Bronze Age followed, marked by warfare and violence. The Heroic Age gave us the legends of Troy and Thebes. And finally, our own Iron Age, the age of struggle and decline. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century BCE, described this progression with a sense of loss, as if humanity had fallen from grace through successive cycles of creation and destruction. The Hindus conceived of time in vast cycles called yugas, each lasting thousands or millions of years. We are said to be living in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and discord, which will eventually end in fire and flood before the cycle begins anew with the Satya Yuga, the age of truth and perfection. This wheel of time, the concept of eternal return, is woven into the fabric of Hindu cosmology. The universe itself breathes, expanding into existence, contracting into dissolution, then expanding again in an endless rhythm. The Maya, too, believed in cycles. Their long-count calendar tracked time in units called baktuns, and the completion of 13 baktuns marked the end of one world age and the beginning of another. This is what caused the misguided panic about 2012, a misunderstanding of the Maya concept of cyclical time. For the Maya, the end of a cycle wasn't an apocalypse but a transformation, a moment when the cosmic order reset itself and began again. Even the Abrahamic traditions contain echoes of this pattern. The story of Noah's flood describes a world so corrupted that it had to be washed clean, with only a remnant preserved to start anew. The Book of Revelation speaks of an end times followed by a new heaven, a new earth. These are not presented as unique events, but as fulfillments of a divine plan, suggesting that destruction and renewal are built into the very structure of existence. What are we to make of these stories? Are they merely metaphors, attempts by ancient peoples to make sense of natural disasters and social upheavals? Or could they be something more? Inherited memories of actual catastrophes that reset human civilization, passed down through generations until they became myth. The geological record offers tantalizing hints. Around 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a period of rapid climate change known as the Younger Dryas. Temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced, and the planet was thrown back into near-glacial conditions for more than 1,000 years. What caused this sudden shift remains debated, but some researchers have proposed that a comet or asteroid impact triggered the change, possibly fragmenting over North America and causing widespread fires, floods, and environmental devastation. If such an event occurred, it would have been catastrophic for any human societies existing at the time. And here's the intriguing part. This period coincides roughly with the end of the last ice age and the beginning of the Neolithic Revolution, when humans transitioned from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agriculturalists. It's as if the slate was wiped clean and humanity had to start over, rebuilding civilization from the ground up. Could there have been advanced societies before this reset? Societies whose achievements were lost when the world changed? The idea seems far-fetched by conventional standards, yet it persists in the margins of archaeology and in the collective imagination. Plato wrote of Atlantis, a powerful civilization that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night of catastrophe. He claimed the story came from Egyptian priests, who said it happened 9,000 years before Solon's time, placing it roughly in the period of the Younger Dryas. Mainstream archaeology dismisses Atlantis as allegory, a philosophical device Plato used to explore ideas about ideal societies and their corruption. And perhaps that's all it is. But the story resonates because it touches something deep in human consciousness. The fear that everything we build can be lost, that our greatest achievements can vanish as if they never existed. Other legends speak of similar lost lands. The Hindus tell of Kumari Kandam, a continent that once existed south of India before being swallowed by the ocean. The Japanese have stories of Mu, a Pacific civilization that disappeared beneath the waves. Native American traditions speak of previous worlds that were destroyed by fire, flood, or ice before the current world emerged. These stories span cultures that had no contact with one another, yet they share common themes: advanced societies, sudden destruction, and the survival of a remnant who carried knowledge into the New Age. Are these stories evidence of actual lost civilizations, or are they universal archetypes, the human mind's way of processing the impermanence of all things? The answer may lie somewhere between. Perhaps there were no cities of crystal and gold, no technologies beyond our imagining. But perhaps there were societies more sophisticated than we've given credit for, societies that left few traces because they built with wood and fibre rather than stone, or because their remains lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. The coastlines of 12,000 years ago are now underwater. Vast stretches of land that were once habitable are now part of the continental shelf, buried under sediment and waves. If people lived there, and why wouldn't they have, given that coastlines offer abundant resources, then their settlements are lost to us, accessible only through expensive underwater archaeology that has barely begun to explore these drowned landscapes. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey has already forced us to reconsider what we thought we knew about prehistoric humans. This massive complex of carved stone pillars, arranged in circles and decorated with intricate reliefs of animals, dates to around 9600 BCE, before the invention of agriculture, before pottery, before metal tools. It was built by hunter-gatherers, people we assumed were too busy surviving to create monumental architecture. Yet here it stands, proof that our ancestors were capable of far more than we imagined. What else might we have missed? What other sites remain buried, waiting to challenge our assumptions? And if people 12,000 years ago could build Göbekli Tepe, what might they have achieved in the thousands of years before that? During the long stretches of the Ice Age when humans were already anatomically modern, already possessed of the same cognitive abilities we have today. The conventional narrative tells us that civilization began around 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, that everything before that was primitive and simple. But this narrative is based on the evidence we've found, not necessarily on the evidence that exists. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The Earth is vast and time is deep, and we have excavated only the tiniest fraction of what lies beneath our feet. So we return to the question, what if the cycle is real? What if human civilization has risen and fallen multiple times, each iteration building on the ruins of the last, each one eventually succumbing to forces beyond its control? What if we are not the first to ask these questions, but merely the latest in a long line of societies that reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? The idea of cyclical time feels alien to the modern Western mind, which has been shaped by the concept of linear progress. We believe in evolution, in development, in the march toward an ever better future. This belief is relatively recent, a product of the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, when it seemed that human ingenuity could solve any problem and that each generation would live better than the last. But for most of human history, and in most human cultures, time was understood differently. It was seen as circular, seasonal, eternal. The year moved through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, then began again. The moon waxed and waned in endless repetition. The sun rose and set, marking days that were fundamentally the same even as individual events changed. Life itself followed a cycle: birth, growth, decay, death, and then, through children, through the continuation of the community, birth again. This cyclical understanding of time wasn't pessimistic. It was realistic, even comforting. It acknowledged that loss was inevitable, but also that renewal was certain. The harvest would fail, but spring would come again. The king would die, but a new king would rise. The world might end, but a new world would be born from its ashes. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around cycles. The Nile flooded every year, depositing rich silt on the fields and making agriculture possible in the midst of desert. This annual inundation was so reliable that the Egyptian calendar was based on it, and the prosperity of the kingdom depended on it. The Egyptians saw in this pattern a reflection of cosmic order, Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and harmony that governed all things. The pharaoh's role was to maintain Ma'at, to ensure that the cycles continued, that chaos did not overwhelm order. Even death was understood cyclically. The sun god Ra travelled through the underworld each night, battling the serpent of chaos, and emerged victorious each dawn. The deceased pharaoh became one with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth, and through proper rituals could be resurrected into eternal life. The pyramids themselves were not just tombs, but machines for transformation, designed to facilitate the king's journey through death and into the next phase of existence. The Aztecs took the concept of cyclical time to an extreme. They believed that the universe had been created and destroyed 4 times before the current era, each world age ending in catastrophe. The first world was destroyed by jaguars, the second by hurricanes, the third by fiery rain, and the fourth by floods. We live in the 5th sun, which will eventually be destroyed by earthquakes. To prevent this, or at least to delay it, the Aztecs performed elaborate rituals, including human sacrifice, to feed the sun and keep it moving across the sky. From our perspective, this seems barbaric, but from theirs it was necessary. They were maintaining the cosmic cycle, ensuring that the world would continue to exist. The Norse had their own version of cyclical apocalypse, Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods. In this final battle, the gods themselves would fall, the world tree would shake, and the earth would sink into the sea. Fire and flood would consume everything. But after Ragnarök, the earth would rise again from the water, green and fertile. 2 human survivors would emerge to repopulate the world, and a new generation of gods would rule. The cycle would begin anew. These myths are not mere stories. They are cosmologies, frameworks for understanding existence. They suggest that the people who created them had observed the pattern of rise and fall, not just in nature but in human affairs, and had concluded that this pattern was fundamental, inescapable, perhaps even necessary. Modern science, interestingly, has begun to circle back towards cyclical thinking, though in different terms. Ecologists speak of succession, the process by which ecosystems develop, mature, and eventually collapse, making way for new ecosystems to emerge. A forest fire destroys the old growth, but it also clears the way for new plants to take root, and within decades, a new forest rises. The fire is not an aberration but part of the cycle. evolutionary biologists recognize that mass extinctions, while catastrophic, also create opportunities. When the dinosaurs were wiped out 66 million years ago, mammals, which had been small, marginal creatures, suddenly had room to diversify and evolve. Without that extinction event, we wouldn't exist. Destruction and creation are intertwined, two sides of the same coin. Even in physics, we find cycles. The universe itself may be cyclical, according to some cosmological models. The Big Bang might not have been the beginning of everything, but merely the beginning of this particular universe. Before it, there might have been another universe that collapsed into a singularity, then exploded outward again. And our universe, billions of years from now, might collapse or dissipate, only to give birth to another. Time without beginning or end, existence as an eternal rhythm of expansion and contraction. But let's bring this back to human civilization, because that's where the pattern becomes most visible and most unsettling. When we look at the archaeological record, we see that civilizations don't just decline gradually. They often collapse suddenly, within a generation or two. Complex societies with elaborate hierarchies, specialized labor, long-distance trade networks, and monumental architecture can unravel with shocking speed. The Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE is a prime example. Within a few decades, the great powers of the Eastern Mediterranean, the Hittites, the Mycenaeans, the Egyptians, the Assyrians, all experienced severe disruptions. Cities were destroyed, trade routes were severed, writing systems were abandoned. The Hittite Empire vanished entirely. Mycenaean Greece entered a dark age that lasted centuries. Egypt survived but was greatly weakened. The causes are still debated: invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, earthquakes, drought, internal rebellions, or some combination of all these factors. What's clear is that the interconnected system that had sustained Bronze Age civilization reached a breaking point and collapsed. The Roman Empire too fell with surprising rapidity in the West. In 400 CE, Rome was still the centre of a vast empire stretching from Britain to North Africa. By 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor had been deposed, and the empire had fragmented into barbarian kingdoms. The infrastructure that had connected the empire, roads, aqueducts, trade networks, fell into disrepair. Literacy declined. Cities shrank. For centuries afterward, Europeans lived in the shadow of ruins they could no longer build, reading texts they could barely understand, surrounded by evidence of a greatness they had lost. Why does this happen? Why do civilizations collapse? The archaeologist Joseph Tainter proposed that societies become increasingly complex over time as they solve problems and adapt to challenges. But complexity has costs: administrative overhead, infrastructure maintenance, social coordination. Eventually, the costs of complexity outweigh the benefits. The society reaches a point of diminishing returns, where additional complexity doesn't solve problems but creates new ones. When a crisis hits, environmental, economic, military, the society lacks the resilience to respond. It collapses not because it's weak, but because it's too complex, too rigid, too invested in maintaining structures that no longer serve their purpose. Jared Diamond, in his book Collapse, identified several factors that contribute to societal collapse: environmental damage, climate change, hostile neighbours, loss of trading partners, and the society's response to its problems. Often, these factors interact in devastating ways. A drought reduces agricultural output, leading to food shortages. Food shortages cause social unrest. Social unrest weakens the government's ability to respond to external threats. External threats disrupt trade. Loss of trade further weakens the economy. The system spirals downward, each problem amplifying the others. But here's what's fascinating. Collapse is not the end of the human story in that region. People survive, they adapt, they simplify, they rebuild. The collapse of the Roman Empire didn't mean the end of people living in Europe. It meant the end of a particular form of social organization. Life continued, just in a different way, and eventually new forms of complexity emerged. The medieval kingdoms, the Renaissance city-states, the nation-states of modernity, each represented a new cycle of growth and organization. This is the pattern: rise, peak, decline, collapse, and then, after a period of simplification, rise again. Not in the same form, not with the same people, but following the same basic trajectory. It's as if civilization itself is subject to a kind of natural law, a rhythm that plays out regardless of the specific culture or time period. And if this pattern is real, if it's been happening throughout human history, then we must ask, where are we in the cycle? Are we still rising, still building towards some future peak? Or have we already reached the top and are now in the phase of decline, unable to see it because we're too close, too invested in believing that our civilization is different, that we've transcended the limitations that brought down all the others? The signs are there, if we're willing to look. Not with panic or despair, but with a clear-eyed recognition that patterns repeat, that what has happened before can happen again. Consider the environment. Every civilization that has collapsed left behind evidence of environmental degradation. The Maya deforested their lands to build cities and grow crops, leading to soil erosion and water shortages. The ancestral Pueblans of Chaco Canyon depleted their forests for construction and fuel, contributing to their eventual abandonment of the region. Easter Island's inhabitants cut down every tree on the island, destroying the ecosystem that had sustained them. The pattern is consistent. Societies exploit their environment to fuel growth, and when the environment can no longer support that level of exploitation, the society contracts or collapses. We are doing the same thing, but on a global scale. We've cut down forests, depleted fisheries, drained aquifers, and pumped greenhouse gases into the atmosphere at a rate that's altering the climate. The difference is that previous civilizations could collapse locally while the rest of the world continued. We've created a global civilization, interconnected through trade, communication, and shared resources. If our civilization collapses, there's no untouched region to carry on independently. The climate is changing faster than at any point in human history. Temperatures are rising, ice sheets are melting, sea levels are creeping upward. Extreme weather events, hurricanes, droughts, floods, wildfires, are becoming more frequent and more severe. These changes are already displacing people, disrupting agriculture and straining resources. And we're only at the beginning. The full effects of the carbon we've already released won't be felt for decades. This isn't meant to be alarmist, it's simply observation. The Earth's climate has changed many times before, and each time it has reshaped the conditions for life. The question is not whether change will happen, but how we will respond to it. Will we adapt, simplify, and find new ways to live within the planet's limits? Or will we cling to the systems and structures that are no longer sustainable until they collapse under their own weight? Then there's the question of complexity. Our civilization is the most complex that has ever existed. We have global supply chains that deliver goods from one side of the planet to the other. We have financial systems so intricate that even experts struggle to understand them. We have technologies that most people use daily but couldn't begin to explain. This complexity has brought tremendous benefits: medicine, communication, transportation, entertainment. But it has also created vulnerabilities. A single disruption can cascade through the system in unpredictable ways. A pandemic shuts down factories in one country, and suddenly there are shortages of computer chips, cars, medical supplies on the other side of the world. A cyber attack on a pipeline causes fuel shortages and panic buying. A ship gets stuck in a canal, and global trade slows to a crawl. These are small examples, brief disruptions that were resolved relatively quickly. But they reveal how fragile the system is, how dependent we are on everything working smoothly all the time. Joseph Tainter's theory of diminishing returns applies here. We keep adding complexity to solve problems, but each new layer of complexity requires more energy, more coordination, more maintenance. At some point, the system becomes so complex that it's brittle. It can't absorb shocks. A crisis that would have been manageable in a simpler system becomes catastrophic in a complex one. And then there's the social dimension. Civilizations don't just collapse because of environmental or economic factors. They collapse because people lose faith in the institutions that hold society together. When governments can't provide security, when economic systems don't deliver prosperity, when the social contract breaks down, people withdraw their support. They stop paying taxes, stop following laws, stop believing in the shared project of civilization. The center cannot hold. We see signs of this, of fragmentation today. Political polarization is increasing in many countries. Trust in institutions, government, media, science, religion, is declining. People are retreating into tribal identities, viewing those with different beliefs not as fellow citizens, but as enemies. The shared narratives that once bound societies together are fracturing into competing stories that can't be reconciled. This doesn't mean collapse is imminent or inevitable. Societies can recognize these warning signs and change course. They can simplify, adapt, redistribute resources, rebuild trust. But history suggests that this is difficult. Elites resist changes that threaten their power. Institutions become rigid and self-serving. People become invested in the status quo, even when the status quo is unsustainable. And so the society continues on its trajectory until something breaks. The Roman Empire had centuries of warning signs before it fell. There were economic crises, military defeats, civil wars, plagues. But the empire kept trying to maintain itself through the same methods that had worked in the past: raising taxes, debasing currency, recruiting barbarian soldiers. These measures provided temporary relief but didn't address the underlying problems. Eventually the system could no longer sustain itself, and it collapsed. Are we in a similar position? It's impossible to say with certainty. We might be in the early stages of decline, or we might be experiencing growing pains as we transition to a new form of organization. The future is not predetermined, but the pattern suggests that we should at least consider the possibility that our civilization, like all civilizations before it, is subject to the same forces of rise and fall. And here's where the perspective shifts, because if we accept that collapse is part of the cycle, then it's not something to fear as an ending, but to understand as a transformation. Collapse doesn't mean extinction. It means simplification, reorganization, the clearing away of structures that no longer work to make room for new ones. It's painful, certainly. People suffer during collapses. Knowledge is lost, lives are disrupted, the future becomes uncertain, but life continues. People adapt, and eventually they rebuild. The Dark Ages in Europe were dark only in the sense that we have fewer written records from that period. People still lived, loved, raised children, told stories, created art. They built new communities, developed new technologies, laid the groundwork for the medieval civilization that would follow. The collapse of Rome was traumatic for those who lived through it, but it wasn't the end of the story. It was a chapter break, a pause before the next chapter began. If our civilization were to collapse, and again, this is speculation, not prediction, what would come after? What would the next cycle look like? Would it be a return to simpler, more localized communities? A new form of organization we can't yet imagine? Synthesis of old and new, combining ancient wisdom with modern technology in ways that are more sustainable? The answer depends on what we preserve and what we let go. Every collapse involves loss, but it also involves selection. Some knowledge survives, some practices continue, some values endure. The people who live through the collapse carry forward what they deem most important, and that becomes the foundation for the next cycle. This is why myths and stories matter. They are the vessels that carry knowledge across the gaps, the bridges between one world and the next. When civilizations collapse, libraries burn and databases corrupt, but stories survive. They're told around fires, passed from parent to child, adapted to new circumstances but retaining their essential truths. The myths of flood and fire, of worlds that ended and began again, might be more than metaphors. They might be actual memories, encoded in narrative form, of collapses that our ancestors lived through and wanted us to remember. What would we want to preserve? What knowledge, what values, what practices would we pass on to those who come after? These are not idle questions. They're the questions that every generation should ask, because even if collapse doesn't come in our lifetime, change certainly will. The world our grandchildren inherit will be different from the one we know, shaped by choices we make and forces we can't control. Perhaps the lesson of the cycle is not to prevent collapse, which may be impossible, but to prepare for it, to build resilience rather than rigidity, to value adaptability over efficiency, to maintain connections to the land, to community, to the skills and knowledge that don't depend on complex systems, to remember that we are part of a pattern much larger than ourselves, and that our role is not to escape the cycle but to navigate it with wisdom and grace. But let's go deeper still, into the philosophical and even mystical dimensions of the cycle. Because if we're willing to entertain the possibility that civilizations rise and fall in a pattern, we must also ask, why? Is this pattern random, a product of chance and circumstance? Or is there something more fundamental at work, something woven into the fabric of existence itself? The ancient philosophers grappled with this question. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher who lived around 500 BCE, famously said that you cannot step into the same river twice. Everything flows, everything changes. Fire transforms into air, air into water, water into earth, and earth back into fire. The universe is in constant flux, and this flux is not chaos, but a kind of cosmic order, a logos, a rational principle that governs all change. For Heraclitus, conflict and opposition were necessary for existence. Day and night, hot and cold, life and death. These opposites define each other and create the tension that drives change. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Without death, there can be no life. The cycle is not a flaw in the universe, but its essential nature. The Stoics, who came later, developed this idea further. They believed in a concept called ekperosis, a periodic conflagration in which the universe is consumed by fire and then reborn. This wasn't a one-time apocalypse, but an eternal cycle. The universe expands, develops, reaches a peak, and then contracts back into pure fire, only to expand again in exactly the same way. Every event that has ever happened will happen again, infinitely, in an eternal return. This idea was later picked up by Nietzsche, who used it as a thought experiment. What if you had to live your life over and over again, exactly as you've lived it, for all eternity? Would you embrace this fate or recoil from it? The eternal return was Nietzsche's way of asking whether we truly affirm life, whether we can say yes to existence in all its joy and suffering, creation and destruction. But perhaps the cycle is not just philosophical speculation. Perhaps it reflects something real about the nature of consciousness and evolution. Consider this. Consciousness seems to require contrast. We appreciate light because we've experienced darkness. We value peace because we've known conflict. We understand creation because we've witnessed destruction. Without these opposites, without the movement between them, consciousness might stagnate. What if the cycle of civilizations is a mechanism for the evolution of consciousness itself? Each civilization rises, explores certain possibilities, reaches certain insights, and then falls. The next civilization rises from the ruins, carrying forward some of what was learned, but also bringing new perspectives, new questions, new ways of being. Over vast stretches of time, consciousness evolves not in a straight line, but in a spiral, returning to similar themes but at higher levels of understanding. This would mean that collapse is not a failure, but a necessary phase in a larger process. Just as a forest fire clears away dead wood and allows new growth, just as death makes room for new life. The collapse of civilizations clears away ossified structures and allows new forms of organization to emerge. It's painful, yes, but pain is often the catalyst for growth. Some spiritual traditions go even further, suggesting that the cycle is intentional, guided by forces or intelligences beyond our comprehension. The Hindu concept of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva represents this: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, Shiva the destroyer. But Shiva's destruction is not malevolent. It's necessary for the cycle to continue. Without destruction, there can be no new creation. The three gods work together, each playing their role in the cosmic dance. In Tibetan Buddhism, there's the concept of the bardo, the intermediate state between death and rebirth. It's a liminal space, a time of transition and transformation. What if the collapse of civilizations is a kind of collective bardo, a period when the old forms have died, but the new forms have not yet been born? A time of uncertainty and possibility, when the future is fluid and anything might emerge. These are not scientific theories. They're frameworks for meaning, ways of understanding our place in the larger pattern. But they offer something that purely materialist explanations don't: a sense of purpose, a reason to embrace the cycle rather than resist it. If we see collapse only as tragedy, as the end of everything we've built, then we'll spend our energy trying to prevent it, clinging to structures that may no longer serve us. But if we see collapse as transformation, as part of a larger rhythm that includes both endings and beginnings, then we can approach it differently. We can ask, what needs to die so that something new can be born? What are we holding on to that we should release? What seeds should we plant for the future, even if we won't live to see them grow? This doesn't mean we should welcome suffering or be passive in the face of injustice. It means we should recognize that change is inevitable, that the forms we've created are temporary, and that our task is not to make them permanent, but to ensure that what comes next is wiser, kinder, more aligned with the deeper patterns of existence. There's a concept in ecology called succession. After a disturbance, a fire, a flood, a volcanic eruption, an ecosystem goes through stages of recovery. First come the pioneer species, hardy plants that can survive in harsh conditions. They stabilize the soil, create shade, begin to build complexity. Then come the intermediate species, which require the conditions created by the pioneers. Finally, if enough time passes, a mature ecosystem emerges, diverse, resilient, capable of sustaining itself. But mature ecosystems can also become stagnant. They reach a climax state where change slows, where the dominant species crowd out newcomers, where the system becomes stable but also rigid. And then a disturbance comes, a fire, a storm, a disease, and the cycle begins again. Human civilizations follow a similar pattern. We start with pioneers, people who settle new lands or develop new ideas. They create the conditions for growth. Then comes expansion, increasing complexity, the development of institutions and hierarchies. Eventually the civilization reaches maturity, powerful, sophisticated, but also rigid and resistant to change. And then comes the disturbance, the collapse, and the cycle begins anew. But here's the crucial point. Each cycle doesn't just repeat the previous one, it builds on it. The soil enriched by the previous forest supports a richer ecosystem. The knowledge preserved from the previous civilization informs the next one. The spiral moves upward even as it circles back. This is why the cycle is not pessimistic, but ultimately hopeful. Yes, what we build will fall. Yes, the civilizations we create will eventually collapse. But the human story doesn't end. It continues, transformed, carrying forward the best of what came before while leaving behind what no longer serves. And perhaps, over many cycles, over thousands or millions of years, consciousness evolves towards something we can't yet imagine. Perhaps each cycle is a lesson, a step in a journey whose destination we can't see from where we stand. Perhaps the universe itself is learning, growing, becoming more aware through the countless cycles of creation and destruction that play out across space and time. This is speculation, of course. We can't prove any of this, but we can't disprove it either. And in the absence of certainty, we're free to choose the story that gives our lives meaning, that helps us navigate the challenges we face with courage and grace. So let's return to the present moment, to the world we inhabit now, and ask, what does the cycle mean for us, here, today? We live in a time of extraordinary change. Technology is advancing at a pace that would have seemed impossible a generation ago. We carry in our pockets devices more powerful than the computers that sent humans to the moon. We can communicate instantly with people on the other side of the planet. We have access to more information than any previous generation could have dreamed of. At the same time, we face challenges that are equally unprecedented. Climate change threatens to reshape the planet in ways that will affect every living thing. Economic inequality is growing, with wealth concentrating in fewer and fewer hands. Political systems are straining under the weight of problems they weren't designed to solve. The social fabric that holds communities together is fraying. Are these the signs of a civilization approaching collapse? Or are they the birth pangs of a new form of organization, a transition to something different and potentially better? The answer may be both. Transitions are messy. The old forms break down before the new ones are fully formed. There's a period of chaos, of uncertainty, when it's not clear what will emerge. We may be living in that period now, the bardo between one world and the next. If that's true, then our task is not to prevent change but to guide it, to be conscious participants in the cycle rather than passive victims, to ask ourselves, what do we want to preserve? What do we need to let go? What kind of world do we want to create for those who come after us? This requires a shift in perspective. We're trained to think in terms of progress, of building toward a future that's better than the past. But what if the future is not a straight line, but a spiral? What if progress means not accumulating more, but understanding more deeply? Not building higher, but building wiser? Indigenous cultures around the world have maintained this perspective for thousands of years. They speak of 7 generations, the idea that every decision should be made with consideration for how it will affect the next 7 generations. This is cyclical thinking. It recognizes that we are not separate from the past or the future, but part of a continuous flow, receiving from those who came before and passing on to those who will come after. Many indigenous cultures also maintain a relationship with the land that modern civilization has lost. They see themselves not as owners or masters of nature, but as participants in it, subject to the same cycles of growth and decay, abundance and scarcity. They practice reciprocity, taking what they need but also giving back, ensuring that the land remains healthy for future generations. This is not romanticization. Indigenous peoples have faced their own challenges, their own collapses and transformations. But they've also demonstrated a resilience that comes from being embedded in place, from maintaining knowledge that doesn't depend on complex systems, from understanding that humans are part of nature, not separate from it. As our global civilization faces increasing instability, there's much we could learn from these older ways of knowing. Not to abandon technology or return to some imagined past, but to integrate ancient wisdom with modern capabilities, to build systems that are resilient rather than brittle, that work with natural cycles rather than against them, that value long-term sustainability over short-term gain. This is already happening in pockets around the world. There are communities experimenting with regenerative agriculture, which builds soil health rather than depleting it. There are architects designing buildings that produce more energy than they consume. There are economists developing models that measure well-being rather than just GDP. There are educators teaching children to think systemically, to understand connections and cycles rather than just linear cause and effect. These are seeds being planted for the next cycle. They may not prevent collapse. The forces driving our current civilization may be too powerful, too entrenched, but they offer alternatives, possibilities, ways of living that could flourish in the spaces left when the old structures fall away. And perhaps that's the real lesson of the cycle, that endings and beginnings are not separate but intertwined, that every collapse contains the seeds of renewal, that our task is not to cling to what's dying, but to nurture what's being born. This requires courage. It requires letting go of certainty, of the belief that we can control the future, of the need to know how the story ends. It requires trust in the pattern, in the resilience of life, in the creativity and adaptability of human beings. It also requires humility. We are not the pinnacle of evolution, the final chapter in the human story. We are one iteration among many, one cycle in an endless spiral. What we build will not last forever, and that's okay. What matters is not permanence but participation. How we show up, what we contribute, how we treat each other and the world we inhabit during our brief time here. The ancient Stoics had a practice called memento mori. Remember that you will die. It wasn't meant to be morbid, but liberating. When you remember that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on things that don't matter. You focus on what's essential. You appreciate the present moment because you know it won't last. Perhaps we need a collective memento mori. Remember that this civilization will end, not to induce despair, but to clarify priorities, to help us distinguish between what's truly important and what's merely urgent, to remind us that we're part of something larger than ourselves, a pattern that extends far beyond our individual lives or even our civilization's lifespan. When you stand in the ruins of an ancient city, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat, Petra, you feel this perspective viscerally. These places were once alive with voices, with commerce, with the daily dramas of human life. Now they're silent, reclaimed by jungle or desert, visited by tourists who marvel at what was lost. But they're also beautiful in their decay, testament to the impermanence of all things and the enduring human impulse to create, to build, to reach for something beyond mere survival. We will leave ruins too. Future archaeologists, if there are any, will dig through the layers of our civilization and try to understand who we were, what we valued, why we fell. They'll find our buildings, our technologies, our art. They'll piece together our story from fragments, just as we've pieced together the stories of those who came before. What will they conclude? Will they see us as wise or foolish? As a civilization that learned from the past or one that repeated its mistakes? As people who face the cycle with courage or with denial? The answer depends on what we do now in this moment with the knowledge we have. We can't prevent the cycle. It's too fundamental, too deeply woven into the nature of things. But we can choose how we move through it. We can choose to be conscious participants rather than unconscious victims. We can choose to plant seeds for the future even as we acknowledge that the present is changing. We can choose to face uncertainty with curiosity rather than fear. The mechanics of memory. There's a particular kind of tragedy in the loss of knowledge, not the loss of a life, which is singular and immediate, but the loss of understanding accumulated over generations, refined through centuries, tested by time. When a civilization falls, it doesn't just lose its buildings and its borders, it loses its memory. Consider the Library of Alexandria, that legendary repository of ancient wisdom. The numbers vary depending on the source. Some say 400,000 scrolls, others claim as many as 1 million, but the precise count matters less than what it represented. Humanity's attempt to gather all knowledge in one place, to create a memory palace for civilization itself. When it burned, and it burned multiple times, in multiple ways across several centuries, we lost works we'll never recover. the complete plays of Sophocles and Euripides, treatises on mathematics and astronomy, histories of peoples whose names we no longer remember, gone, not just destroyed, but forgotten so thoroughly that we don't even know what we've lost. But here's what haunts me about Alexandria. It wasn't just the fire. The library had been declining for decades before its final destruction. Funding dried up, scholars left. The culture that valued such a place, that saw the preservation of knowledge as a sacred duty, had already begun to fade. The fire was merely the final act of a longer tragedy, the physical manifestation of a civilization that had stopped believing in its own future. This is how knowledge dies, not usually in dramatic conflagrations, but in slow erosion, in the gradual shift of priorities, in the moment when a society decides that maintaining the old wisdom is less important than addressing immediate concerns, in the generation that forgets to teach what the previous generation knew. The Dark Ages in Europe, misnamed, as we've discussed, but dark in one specific sense, saw the loss of tremendous technical and intellectual knowledge. The Romans had concrete that could set under water, aqueducts that moved millions of gallons with perfect precision, surgical techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered for 1,000 years. They had a postal system that spanned a continent, a legal framework of stunning sophistication, agricultural practices refined over centuries. And then, within a few generations, much of it was simply forgotten. Not everywhere, of course. This is crucial. Knowledge doesn't vanish uniformly. It retreats to pockets, to refuges, to the margins. While Europe fragmented, monasteries became arks of literacy. Monks in cold stone rooms copied manuscripts by candlelight, preserving texts they sometimes couldn't even read, in languages they didn't speak because they understood that memory mattered. They were the bridge across the gap, the thin thread of continuity between the classical world and what would eventually become the Renaissance. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad was gathering and translating the works of Greek philosophers, Indian mathematicians, Persian astronomers. They weren't just preserving this knowledge, they were building on it, extending it, creating new synthesis. When Europe finally emerged from its fragmentation, much of what it rediscovered came back through Arabic translations, knowledge that had been kept alive in a different civilization's memory. This is the pattern. Knowledge flows like water, seeking the lowest point, the path of least resistance. When one civilization can no longer hold it, it seeps elsewhere, finding new vessels, new guardians. The question is never whether knowledge can be preserved, it's whether there are people willing to do the preserving, and whether the conditions exist for that preservation to matter. Indigenous cultures understood this deeply. Without written language, they developed oral traditions of stunning complexity and durability. The Aboriginal Australians maintained songlines, navigational maps encoded in story and song, for tens of thousands of years. These weren't just directions, they were cosmologies, legal systems, ecological knowledge, all woven together in narratives that could be passed from generation to generation with remarkable fidelity. The songs contained information about water sources, seasonal patterns, the behavior of animals, the properties of plants. They were living libraries carried in human memory. But oral traditions are fragile in their own way. They require unbroken chains of transmission. They need communities intact enough to pass knowledge down. When colonization shattered these communities, when children were taken from their families and forbidden to speak their languages, entire libraries burned, not in fire, but in silence. Knowledge that had survived ice ages and continental shifts vanished within a single generation. Now we live in an age of unprecedented information storage. We have more knowledge accessible at our fingertips than any previous civilization could have imagined. The entire library of Alexandria could fit on a device smaller than a book. We've digitized millions of texts, created redundant backups, distributed information across global networks. Surely we think we've solved the problem of memory. Surely our knowledge is safe. But is it? Digital storage is remarkably fragile. Hard drives fail. Formats become obsolete. The websites we built 20 years ago are already archaeological sites. Their links broken, their content lost. We call it link rot, this gradual decay of the digital world. But it's more than that. It's the same process that claimed Alexandria, just faster. We're creating more information than ever before, but we're also losing it at an unprecedented rate. And there's something else, something more subtle. We're losing the context. We have access to vast amounts of data, but we're losing the frameworks that make that data meaningful. A medieval monk copying a manuscript might not understand Latin perfectly, but he was embedded in a tradition that gave the text significance. He knew why it mattered. We have search engines that can find any fact in seconds, but we're losing the deep literacy that connects facts into understanding, that transforms information into wisdom. This is the paradox of our moment. We have more memory than ever, but it's increasingly shallow. We can access the surface of everything but struggle to go deep into anything. We've optimized for retrieval but not for integration, for storage but not for meaning. What gets remembered and what gets forgotten is never neutral. It's always a choice, conscious or unconscious, about what matters. The victors write the history, yes, but it's more than that. The powerful decide what's worth preserving. The dominant culture determines which languages, which stories, which ways of knowing get passed down and which get erased. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they burned the Mayan codices, books of stunning complexity containing astronomical observations, historical records, mathematical knowledge. Only 4 survived. 4 out of thousands. The Spanish saw them as pagan, as dangerous, as obstacles to conversion. They couldn't read them, didn't value them, and so they destroyed them. And with them went knowledge we'll never recover, not just facts, but entire ways of understanding the world. This is happening now, in our time. Languages are dying at an astonishing rate, 1 every 2 weeks by some estimates, and with each language goes a unique way of categorizing reality, a distinct set of concepts and relationships, knowledge about local ecosystems and traditional practices. We're experiencing a mass extinction of human knowledge, and most of us don't even notice. But here's what gives me hope. Memory is more resilient than we think. It hides in unexpected places. It survives in fragments, in traces, in the margins of the dominant narrative. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that rewrites what we thought we knew. Linguists discover that supposedly dead languages left traces in the languages that replaced them. Geneticists find that populations we thought were wiped out actually mixed with and influenced later peoples. The cycle doesn't erase everything. It transforms, it recombines, it carries forward what's essential, even if the form changes beyond recognition. The question for us, living in this moment of potential transition, is: what are we choosing to remember? What are we fighting to preserve? And what are we willing to let go? Because we can't save everything. The attempt to preserve all knowledge equally is itself a kind of forgetting, a failure to discriminate between what's vital and what's merely interesting, between wisdom and trivia. Every civilization has to make choices about what matters enough to carry forward. Those choices reveal what we value, what we believe about the future, what we think is worth the effort of transmission. The monasteries that preserved classical texts through the Dark Ages didn't save everything. They made choices, often based on religious criteria that seem arbitrary to us now. But they saved something. They maintained the thread. And that was enough for the Renaissance to eventually pull on that thread and begin weaving again. We need to think like those monks, not in terms of their specific values, but in terms of their commitment to preservation even when the immediate utility wasn't clear. They copied texts they couldn't fully understand because they trusted that future generations might need them. They were good ancestors. What would it mean to be good ancestors now? What knowledge should we fight to preserve, not just in databases and servers, but in living practice, in communities of understanding, in ways that can survive disruption? What are the essential seeds that need to be carried through whatever transition is coming? These aren't abstract questions, they're urgent, practical matters. Because if the cycle continues, and everything suggests it will, then what we choose to remember now will shape what's possible later. The memory we maintain becomes the foundation for the next beginning. The psychology of endings. There's a cognitive bias psychologists call normalcy bias, the tendency to believe that things will continue functioning the way they always have, even in the face of evidence to the contrary. It's why people don't evacuate before hurricanes, why they stay in their homes as floodwaters rise, why they go to work on the morning of a coup. The mind struggles to accept that the normal patterns of life are breaking down. It's easier to believe that this is temporary, an aberration, that things will return to normal soon. Civilizations suffer from normalcy bias too, perhaps even more acutely than individuals, because civilizations are made of institutions, and institutions are designed for stability. They're built on the assumption of continuity. They have procedures for dealing with known problems, but they struggle to adapt when the fundamental conditions change. The late Roman Empire is a masterclass in civilizational normalcy bias. For decades, centuries even, the signs of decline were visible to anyone willing to look. The borders were increasingly difficult to defend. The economy was stagnating. The political system was producing emperor after emperor through violence and instability. The population was declining. The tax base was shrinking. The infrastructure was crumbling. And yet, life went on. The Senate still met. The games still happened in the Colosseum. The wealthy still built villas and threw elaborate parties. The bureaucracy still functioned, processing paperwork, collecting taxes, maintaining the fiction of imperial power. Because what else would they do? The Roman Empire was the world as they knew it. It had existed for so long that its end was literally unthinkable. There's a letter from Sidonius Apollinaris, a Roman aristocrat writing in the 5th century CE, that captures this perfectly. He's describing a dinner party, the food, the conversation, the literary games they played. It's charming and cultured and completely oblivious to the fact that the Western Roman Empire is in its final decades. Germanic kingdoms are carving up the provinces. The emperor is a puppet. The old order is collapsing. And Sidonius is writing about dinner parties. Is this denial? Decadence? Or is it something more human? The need to maintain normalcy in the face of overwhelming change? Maybe it's all three. Maybe they're not as different as we think. We judge the late Romans harshly for not seeing what was coming, for not acting to prevent the collapse. But would we have done differently? Are we doing differently? Because here's the uncomfortable truth. We're living through our own version of this. The signs of systemic stress are everywhere. Climate change is accelerating. Biodiversity is collapsing. Inequality is widening. Political systems are becoming increasingly dysfunctional. The social fabric is fraying. And yet, we go to work. We plan for retirement. We argue about trivial things on social media. We maintain the routines of normal life because the alternative, accepting that the fundamental conditions are changing, is too destabilizing to contemplate. This isn't stupidity. It's how human psychology works. We're pattern recognition machines, and the patterns we know best are the ones we've experienced. We have no experiential template for civilizational collapse, because it happens so slowly, across generations, that no individual experiences the full arc. What we experience is a series of small changes, each one explicable, each one manageable, each one not quite enough to break the pattern of normalcy. The psychologist Robert J. Lifton studied survivors of Hiroshima and found that many of them, in the immediate aftermath of the bombing, tried to maintain normal routines. They went to work, or tried to. They worried about being late. They apologized for their appearance. The mind, confronted with the incomprehensible, reaches for the familiar. Civilizational decline is different from a bomb. It's slower, more ambiguous, but the psychological response is similar. We normalize the abnormal. We adjust our expectations downward incrementally. We tell ourselves stories that make the changes seem less significant than they are. It's always been this way. Things were worse in the past. Technology will solve it. Someone will figure it out. These aren't lies exactly. They're coping mechanisms. They're how we maintain psychological equilibrium in the face of uncertainty. But there's a cost to this. The cost is that we don't prepare. We don't adapt. We don't make the hard choices that might ease the transition. We wait until crisis forces our hand, and by then, the options are much more limited. The Maya are instructive here. We know from archaeological evidence that they experienced a long period of environmental stress, deforestation, soil erosion, drought. The signs were there for generations, and yet the response was often to double down on the existing system. Build more monuments, conduct more rituals, intensify agricultural production, the very things that were causing the stress. Why? Because the system had worked before, because the monuments and rituals were tied to their understanding of cosmic order, because changing course would have required admitting that the fundamental assumptions were wrong. And that's psychologically very difficult, especially for the elites whose power and identity are tied to the existing system. This is the trap of success. The strategies that brought a civilization to prominence become sacred. They're not just practical approaches, they're part of the civilization's identity, its story about itself. To abandon them feels like betraying everything that made the civilization great. And so, even as conditions change, even as the old strategies stop working, there's tremendous resistance to adaptation. The Easter Islanders kept cutting down trees even as their island became deforested. The last tree that was cut, someone cut it knowing it was the last tree. What were they thinking? Were they in denial? Did they believe it would grow back? Did they simply not care about the future? Or were they trapped in a system where cutting trees was what you did, where the immediate need outweighed the long-term consequence, where the social pressure to conform was stronger than the individual impulse to preserve? We'll never know, but we can recognize the pattern. We can see it in ourselves. There's another psychological dimension to endings, the strange comfort of decline. This sounds paradoxical, but there's a relief in letting go, in accepting that you don't have to maintain the impossible anymore. The late Roman aristocrats, for all their denial, must have also felt the burden lifting. They didn't have to pretend the empire would last forever. They didn't have to solve unsolvable problems. They could focus on what was immediate and real, the dinner party, the poem, the conversation with friends. The Japanese have a concept called mono-no aware, the pathos of things, the bittersweet awareness of impermanence. There's a beauty in autumn leaves precisely because they're falling. There's a poignancy in the cherry blossoms because they bloom for such a short time. The transience is part of the beauty. Can we apply this to civilizations? Can we find a way to appreciate what we have while acknowledging that it won't last? Can we hold both the grief of ending and the gratitude for what was? The Stoics thought so. They practiced negative visualization, imagining loss, contemplating impermanence, not to be morbid, but to fully appreciate the present. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his Meditations while the Roman Empire was already showing signs of strain, kept reminding himself that everything passes. All things fade and quickly turn to myth, he wrote. This wasn't despair. It was a way of staying present, of not taking anything for granted, of finding meaning in the moment rather than in the illusion of permanence. But there's a tension here, isn't there, between acceptance and action, between acknowledging impermanence and fighting to preserve what matters, between being a good Stoic and being a responsible citizen. Maybe the answer is that we need both. We need the wisdom to accept what we can't control, the fundamental nature of the cycle, the impermanence of all things, and the courage to act on what we can control, our choices, our values, the seeds we plant for the future. The psychology of endings is ultimately about how we hold paradox, how we live with uncertainty, how we maintain meaning in the face of loss, how we act with purpose while accepting that the outcome is beyond our control. This is hard. It's much easier to fall into denial or despair, to pretend everything is fine or to give up entirely. The middle path, clear-eyed acceptance combined with committed action, requires a kind of psychological sophistication that doesn't come naturally. But it's the only path that honours both the reality of the cycle and the dignity of human agency. It's the only way to be fully present in this moment of transition, neither clinging to a past that's gone nor fleeing into fantasies of a future we can't control. The Romans didn't have this wisdom, or couldn't access it. They clung to normalcy until normalcy was no longer possible. And then they were swept away by changes they hadn't prepared for. We have the chance to do better, not to prevent the cycle, that's not within our power, but to move through it with awareness, with intention, with grace, to be the generation that saw clearly, that chose wisely, that planted seeds even in the autumn of our civilization. In the year 476 CE, the last Western Roman Emperor Romulus Augustulus was deposed. History marks this as the fall of Rome, the end of the ancient world. But in the monasteries of Ireland, something else was happening. Monks were copying manuscripts. They were preserving Latin texts, maintaining literacy, creating illuminated gospels of stunning beauty. They didn't know they were saving Western civilization. They were just doing their work day by day, believing it mattered. This is how renewal actually happens, not through grand plans or heroic interventions, but through small groups of people maintaining practices, preserving knowledge, keeping alive the seeds that will eventually grow into something new. The Irish monasteries became centres of learning while Europe fragmented. They sent missionaries back to the continent, re-Christianizing and re-civilizing regions that had fallen into chaos. They brought books, literacy, agricultural techniques, organizational skills. They were the bridge between the Roman world and medieval Europe, the carriers of cultural DNA across the gap. This pattern repeats throughout history. When the Mongols sacked Baghdad in 1258, destroying the House of Wisdom and throwing so many books into the Tigris that the river ran black with ink, it seemed like the end of Islamic intellectual culture. But the knowledge had already spread. Scholars had carried texts to Cairo, to Cordoba, to Samarkand. The network was distributed enough that no single catastrophe could destroy it entirely. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they tried to erase indigenous cultures completely. They burned the codices, banned the languages, destroyed the temples. And yet, the culture survived. They went underground. They mixed with Catholicism, creating syncretic traditions that preserved old knowledge in new forms. They maintained practices in secret, passing them down through families, through communities, through the very act of survival. This is the resilience of culture. It's not fragile in the way we often think. It's more like mycelium, the underground network of fungal threads that connects a forest. You can cut down all the trees, but if the mycelium survives, the forest can regrow. Culture works the same way. The visible structures can collapse, but if the underlying network of practices, values, and knowledge persists, renewal is possible. The Renaissance is the most famous example of this. We think of it as a sudden flowering, a rebirth of classical learning. But it was actually the culmination of centuries of preservation and transmission. The texts that inspired Renaissance humanists had been kept alive by Byzantine scholars, by Islamic translators, by medieval monks. When Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, Greek scholars fled west, bringing their libraries with them. They found an audience ready to receive what they carried, an audience that had been prepared by centuries of slow cultural work. This is the key: insight. Renewal requires preparation. The seeds need soil. The knowledge needs people ready to receive it, to understand it, to build on it. The Renaissance happened because medieval Europe had developed the economic surplus, the social structures, the intellectual curiosity to make use of classical knowledge. The seeds had been there all along, but they needed the right conditions to germinate. What are the seeds in our civilization? What are the practices, the knowledge, the values that need to be preserved through whatever transition is coming? Some are obvious, scientific knowledge certainly, medical techniques, agricultural practices, engineering principles. These are the practical seeds, the ones that directly enable survival and rebuilding. But there are other seeds, less tangible but equally important, the idea of human rights, the practice of democracy, the value of education, the commitment to truth-seeking, the appreciation of beauty, the capacity for empathy. These are cultural seeds, and they're more fragile than the practical ones because they require not just preservation but active practice. You can store scientific knowledge in books, but you can't store democracy or empathy. They have to be lived. This is where communities become crucial. The seeds of renewal are always carried by groups, not individuals. The Irish monasteries worked because they were communities with shared purpose. The Islamic scholars who preserved Greek philosophy worked because they were part of intellectual networks that valued and supported their work. The indigenous cultures that survived colonization did so because communities maintained their practices even under tremendous pressure. What are our communities? Where are the groups committed to preserving what matters? Where are the networks that will carry the seeds through the transition? They're everywhere if you look. There are communities working on sustainable agriculture, on renewable energy, on local resilience. There are groups preserving traditional crafts, maintaining indigenous languages, teaching ancient wisdom traditions. There are networks of scientists committed to open source knowledge, of educators working to maintain critical thinking, of artists keeping alive the human capacity for beauty and meaning. These aren't preparing for collapse necessarily. Most of them are just doing work they believe in, maintaining practices they value. But that's exactly what makes them effective. The Irish monks weren't trying to save civilization. They were trying to serve God and maintain their way of life. The preservation of civilization was a side effect. This is the paradox of intentional preservation. It works best when it's not the primary goal. When you're trying to preserve something for its own sake, it becomes a museum piece, static and lifeless. But when you're practicing something because it has meaning and value in the present, it stays alive, it adapts, it evolves, and that's what allows it to survive transitions. The concept of anti-fragility, developed by Nassim Taleb, is relevant here. Anti-fragile systems don't just resist shocks, they actually benefit from them. They gain from disorder. The human immune system is anti-fragile. Exposure to pathogens makes it stronger. Evolution is anti-fragile. Environmental stress drives adaptation and innovation. Can civilizations be anti-fragile? Can we build systems that gain from disorder rather than being destroyed by it? To some extent, this is what distributed networks do. The internet was designed to be anti-fragile, to root around damage, to maintain function even when parts of the network fail. Open source software is anti-fragile. The more people who use and modify it, the more robust it becomes. Biodiversity is anti-fragile. Ecosystems with more species are more resilient to disruption. The seeds of renewal are anti-fragile when they're diverse, distributed, and embedded in practice. When knowledge exists in multiple forms, in multiple places, maintained by multiple communities, it's much harder to destroy. When practices are lived rather than just recorded, they adapt to changing conditions. When values are embodied in communities rather than just written in documents, they survive transitions. This suggests a strategy for our moment. Diversify, distribute, practice. Don't put all the seeds in one basket. Don't rely on any single system or institution. Don't just preserve knowledge abstractly. embody it in communities of practice. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault in Norway is a beautiful example of this thinking. It's a backup for the world's agricultural diversity, storing seeds from crop varieties around the world in case of catastrophe. But it's not the only seed vault. There are hundreds of seed banks around the world, and beyond that, there are millions of farmers and gardeners maintaining crop diversity through the simple act of planting and saving seeds. The vault is important, but the distributed network is more important. The vault is a backup. The network is the living system, and if catastrophe comes, it will be the network, the farmers and gardeners who know how to grow food, who have the seeds and the skills and the community connections that will actually enable renewal. We need to think this way about all the seeds we want to preserve. Yes, store knowledge in libraries and databases, but also maintain it in communities of practice. Yes, write down the principles of democracy and human rights, but also practice them, embody them, pass them down through lived example. The seeds within the ruins are not just information, they're practices, relationships, values, ways of being. They're carried by people who believe in them enough to maintain them, even when the immediate utility isn't clear. They're kept alive by communities that provide the soil for growth. And here's what's beautiful. You don't need to preserve everything. You don't need to be responsible for the whole civilization. You just need to tend your patch, maintain your practice, keep alive what you value. The network will do the rest. The seeds will find their way to where they're needed. This is how renewal happens, not through grand plans, but through countless small acts of preservation and practice. Not through heroes, but through communities. Not through control, but through resilience and adaptation. The ruins of past civilizations are full of seeds. Some have already sprouted. The Renaissance, the Islamic Golden Age, the countless cultural flowerings that emerged from collapse. Others are still waiting, dormant, ready to grow when conditions are right. We're planting seeds now, whether we know it or not. Every practice we maintain, every value we embody, every piece of knowledge we pass down is a seed. The question is, are we planting wisely? Are we tending the soil? Are we creating the conditions for future growth? The responsibility of awareness. There's a weight that comes with understanding. Once you see the pattern, once you recognize the cycle, you can't unsee it. You're burdened with a kind of knowledge that most people, most of the time, don't have to carry. You know that civilizations fall. You know that ours is showing the signs. You know that the comfortable assumptions of progress and permanence are illusions. What do you do with that knowledge? This is not an abstract question. It's deeply personal, deeply ethical. Because awareness creates responsibility. Not the responsibility to prevent the cycle. That's beyond any individual's power, probably beyond any civilization's power. But the responsibility to respond wisely, to make choices that honour both the present and the future, to be what the philosopher Roman Ksnarich calls a good ancestor. What does it mean to be a good ancestor? It means making decisions with the seventh generation in mind, as the Iroquois Confederacy taught. It means planting trees whose shade you'll never sit under. It means maintaining practices and preserving knowledge not because they benefit you, because they might benefit people you'll never meet. It means accepting that your life is part of a larger story, a longer arc, and that your choices ripple forward in ways you can't predict or control. This is countercultural in our time. We're trained to think in terms of immediate returns, personal benefit, measurable outcomes. We're taught to optimize for our own lifetime, our own success, our own comfort. The idea of sacrificing for people who don't exist yet, who might not even exist in the form we imagine, feels almost absurd. And yet, this is exactly what our ancestors did for us. The Irish monks who preserved classical texts didn't benefit from the Renaissance. The scientists who developed vaccines didn't live to see the diseases eradicated. The activists who fought for rights and freedoms often died before those rights were won. They planted seeds they never saw grow. We're living in the shade of trees we didn't plant. We're benefiting from sacrifices we didn't make. We're standing on foundations we didn't build. And now it's our turn. Now we're the ones who have to decide what to plant, what to preserve, what to pass forward. But here's the paradox. We're living in a moment when the future feels more uncertain than ever. How do you plant for a future you can't envision? How do you make sacrifices for people who might not exist, or might exist in conditions so different from ours that our gifts are irrelevant? This is where wisdom traditions become essential, because they've grappled with this question for millennia. They've developed frameworks for thinking about intergenerational responsibility, for finding meaning in uncertainty, for acting with purpose even when outcomes are unclear. The Buddhist concept of the bodhisattva is instructive. A bodhisattva is someone who vows to work for the liberation of all beings, even knowing that this task is infinite, that it will never be completed. They act not because they expect to succeed, but because the action itself is right. The commitment is the point, not the outcome. This is a different kind of ethics than we're used to. We're trained to think consequentially, to judge actions by their results. But what if the results are unknowable? What if the time frame is so long that we'll never see the consequences? Then we need a different foundation for ethics, one based on values and commitments rather than outcomes. The Stoics had a similar approach. They distinguished between what's in our control and what's not. We can't control whether civilization collapses or how the future unfolds, but we can control our choices, our actions, our character. We can choose to act with virtue, with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance, regardless of the outcome. We can be good ancestors not because we know it will work, but because it's the right way to live. This doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean accepting injustice or ignoring problems. It means acting with full commitment while holding outcomes lightly. It means doing everything you can while accepting that the results are beyond your control. There's a story about a rabbi who was planting a carob tree. Someone asked him, "Why are you planting that?" "It takes 70 years for a carob tree to bear fruit. You'll never eat from it." The rabbi replied, "Just as my ancestors planted for me, I plant for my children." This is the ethic of the good ancestor. You plant knowing you won't harvest. You build knowing you won't inhabit. You preserve knowing you won't benefit. You do it because it's your turn, because you're part of a chain of generations, because the future depends on choices made in the present. But what if the future is collapse? What if the most likely outcome is that our civilization falls, that much of what we build is destroyed, that the people who come after us inherit ruins rather than flourishing? Does that change the ethical calculus? I don't think so, because even in collapse, even in ruins, the seeds matter. The knowledge preserved, the practices maintained, the values embodied. These become the foundation for whatever comes next. The Irish monks didn't know there would be a Renaissance. They just kept copying manuscripts, and centuries later, those manuscripts became the seeds of renewal. We're in a similar position. We don't know what the future holds. We don't know if our civilization will adapt and transform, or collapse and be replaced. We don't know what people centuries from now will need or value. But we can make choices now that increase the chances of positive outcomes, that preserve options, that plant seeds. This is the responsibility of awareness, to act as if the future matters, even when you can't know what that future will be. To be a good ancestor, even to people you can't imagine. To maintain hope without illusion. To take action without attachment to outcomes. To plant seeds without knowing if they'll grow. But there's another dimension to this responsibility. The obligation to tell the truth. If you see the pattern, if you understand the cycle, do you have a duty to warn others? Or is there wisdom in silence, in letting people maintain their normalcy bias, their comfortable illusions? This is a genuine dilemma. There's a cost to awareness. Once you see the fragility of civilization, once you understand the depth of our predicament, it's hard to maintain the routines of normal life. It's hard to care about trivial things. It's hard to plan for a future you're not sure will exist. The burden of awareness can lead to paralysis, to despair, to a kind of anticipatory grief that makes it difficult to function. Is it kind to impose that burden on others? Is it responsible to shatter their illusions? Maybe the answer is that different people need different things. Some people need to be shaken awake, to be confronted with reality, to be called to action. Others need to be allowed their denial, their normalcy, their comfort. The art is in discerning which is which, in meeting people where they are rather than where you think they should be. But there's a baseline responsibility to live in alignment with what you know, to make choices that reflect your understanding, to be an example of what it looks like to face uncertainty with courage and grace. You don't have to convince everyone. You don't have to save the world. You just have to live with integrity, to be true to what you see. This might mean changing how you live. It might mean simplifying, localizing, building resilience. It might mean learning skills, joining communities, preserving knowledge. It might mean having difficult conversations, making uncomfortable choices, going against the grain of the culture. Or it might mean something quieter. It might mean being present with what is, appreciating what you have, finding meaning in the moment. It might mean being kind, being generous, being fully human in a time of transition. It might mean creating beauty, maintaining relationships, passing down wisdom. There's no single right way to respond to awareness. The responsibility is to respond authentically, to let your understanding shape your choices, to be a conscious participant in the cycle, rather than a passive victim. And here's what I've come to believe. The responsibility of awareness is ultimately about love. Love for the world as it is, with all its beauty and fragility. Love for the people who will come after us, whoever they are. Love for the practices and values and knowledge that make us human. Love for the mystery of existence, the great cycle of creation and destruction that we're part of. When you act from love, the question of outcomes becomes less urgent. You act because you care, because it matters, because it's an expression of what you value. You plant the carob tree not because you'll eat the fruit, but because you love the idea of shade, of sweetness, of continuity. You preserve knowledge not because you know it will be used, but because you love learning, truth, the human capacity for understanding. You work for justice not because you'll see it achieved, but because you love the vision of a world where all beings are treated with dignity. This is the deepest responsibility of awareness, to let what you know deepen your love rather than harden your heart, to let understanding lead to compassion rather than cynicism, to let the recognition of impermanence make you more present, more grateful, more alive. We're living in a time of transition. The cycle is turning. The old order is showing its age. What comes next is uncertain. But we're here now with choices to make and seeds to plant. We're the ancestors of whatever future emerges. We're the bridge between what was and what will be. That's a profound responsibility, but it's also a profound gift. We get to participate in the great cycle. We get to plant seeds in the ruins. We get to be part of the story of how one world ends and another begins. And so we arrive at the end of this meditation, though of course it's not really an end, but a pause, a breath before the cycle continues. The civilization reset is not a single event, but an ongoing process, a rhythm that has played out countless times and will play out countless times more. We are living through one iteration of this pattern, and while we can't know exactly how it will unfold, we can recognize the signs, understand the forces at work, and make choices that honor both the past and the future. The great civilizations of the past, Egypt, Rome, the Maya, the Indus Valley, all believed they would last forever. They built monuments to eternity, created systems they thought were unshakable, told themselves stories of permanence, and yet they fell, as all things fall, making way for what came next. We are no different. Our civilization, for all its technological marvels and global reach, is subject to the same forces that brought down every civilization before us. Environmental limits, social complexity, the diminishing returns of growth, these are not problems we can solve through cleverness alone. They are features of the cycle, challenges that every civilization must face. But here's what's different about our moment. We have the accumulated knowledge of all those previous cycles. We have the myths and legends that encode their wisdom. We have the archaeological evidence of their rise and fall. We have the scientific understanding of the patterns that govern complex systems. We have, in other words, the opportunity to be conscious of the cycle in a way that previous civilizations may not have been. This consciousness doesn't give us the power to escape the cycle, but it gives us the power to navigate it with greater wisdom, to recognize when we're clinging to structures that no longer serve us, to let go of what needs to die so that something new can be born, to preserve what's essential and release what's not, to face the future not with fear, but with the understanding that change, even painful change, is part of the larger pattern of existence. The cycle teaches us that nothing lasts forever, but it also teaches us that nothing is ever truly lost. The knowledge of the ancient Egyptians influenced the Greeks, who influenced the Romans, who influenced the medieval scholars, who influenced the Renaissance thinkers, who influenced us. The thread continues, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, but never broken. Each civilization adds its verse to the song, and the song continues even when individual voices fall silent. What verse will we add? What will we contribute to the ongoing story of human consciousness? These are the questions that matter, the questions that give meaning to our brief time in the sun. Perhaps we'll contribute new technologies that help future generations live more sustainably. Perhaps we'll contribute new forms of social organization that are more just and equitable. Perhaps we'll contribute art and stories that capture something essential about the human experience. Or perhaps our contribution will be simpler, the recognition that we are part of a cycle, that our role is not to conquer nature or escape mortality, but to participate fully in the dance of creation and destruction, knowing that both are necessary, both are sacred. The stars above us have been shining for billions of years. They've witnessed the rise and fall of countless worlds, countless civilizations, countless forms of life. They'll continue shining long after our civilization has become a memory, long after our species has evolved into something else or vanished entirely. And yet, in this moment, we are here. We are conscious. We are part of the universe becoming aware of itself. That awareness is precious. It's what allows us to see the pattern, to understand the cycle, to make choices that ripple forward into the future. It's what allows us to create beauty in the face of impermanence, to love even though we know we'll lose, to build even though we know it won't last. The cycle will continue. Civilizations will rise and fall. The earth will turn, the seasons will change, the great wheel of time will keep spinning, and somewhere in that endless turning there will always be humans, or whatever we become, asking the same questions we're asking now. Why are we here? What does it mean? How should we live? The answers change with each cycle, but the questions remain. They're the thread that connects us to those who came before, and those who will come after. They're the proof that consciousness persists, that the search for meaning continues, that the cycle is not meaningless repetition, but an ongoing exploration of what it means to exist. So as you drift towards sleep, as your mind moves between waking and dreaming, let yourself feel the rhythm of the cycle, the rise and fall of your breath, the beating of your heart, the turning of the earth beneath you. You are part of this pattern, this ancient dance of creation and destruction, memory and forgetting, ending and beginning. The civilization reset is not something to fear. It's something to understand, to accept, to work with rather than against. It's the universe's way of renewing itself, of clearing away what no longer serves to make room for what might be. And in that clearing, in that space between one world and the next, there is possibility. there is potential. There is the chance for something new to emerge. What that something will be, we cannot know, but we can trust that it will come, as it always has, as it always will. The cycle continues, the story goes on, and we, for this brief moment, are part of it. Witnesses to the pattern, participants in the dance, carriers of the flame that has been passed down through countless generations and will be passed on to countless more. Rest now in that knowledge. Let it comfort you. Let it free you from the need to hold on too tightly, to control what cannot be controlled, to make permanent what is by nature temporary. The cycle will take care of itself. Your task is simply to live fully, to love deeply, to create beautifully, and to trust that whatever comes next will be exactly what needs to be. The civilization reset is not an ending, it's a transformation. And transformation, though it may be painful, is also the source of all growth, all evolution, all new beginnings. The cycle continues, the wheel turns, and somewhere in the darkness, a new dawn is already beginning to break. What if everything you know, every struggle you've faced, every triumph you've celebrated, every moment of love and loss that has shaped your existence, is not the final version of your story, but only a test? What if humanity itself, with all its civilizations, its art, its wars and its dreams, is nothing more than a rough draft in some cosmic manuscript, a trial run before the real story begins? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and the familiar sounds of day give way to the whispers of night, we're going to explore a possibility that has haunted human consciousness since we first looked up at the stars and wondered about our place in the vast expanse of existence. It's a question that cuts to the very heart of what it means to be human, what it means to live, and what it means to matter in a universe that seems both infinite and indifferent. The idea isn't new. It's woven through the oldest stories our species has told, hidden in the myths of forgotten civilizations, whispered in the sacred texts of ancient religions, and now, in our modern age, it emerges again in the theories of philosophers and scientists who dare to ask the uncomfortable questions about reality itself. What if we are not the culmination of creation, but merely its rehearsal? Picture this. Somewhere beyond the reach of our telescopes, beyond the boundaries of space and time as we understand them, there exists a consciousness so vast, so incomprehensible, that our entire universe, with its billions of galaxies, its countless stars, its endless dance of matter and energy, is nothing more than a testing ground, a place where the rough edges of existence are smoothed out, where the kinks in the system are worked through, where trial and error play out on a scale we can barely imagine, and we, humanity, are the test subjects, the ancient echoes of trial and error. Long before our modern minds conceived of simulation theory or evolutionary algorithms, our ancestors understood something profound about the nature of existence. They told stories that have survived millennia, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms of wisdom, about worlds that came before ours, about civilizations that rose and fell like waves against an eternal shore, about gods who created and destroyed with the casual indifference of a child building sandcastles. In the shadowed temples of ancient Mesopotamia, priests whispered of the Anunnaki, beings from beyond the stars who came to Earth not as conquerors, but as experimenters. The Sumerian tablets, those clay fragments that hold some of humanity's oldest written thoughts, speak of these entities with a mixture of reverence and fear. They describe beings who shaped humanity not once, but multiple times, each iteration an improvement upon the last, each version a step closer to some unknowable goal. The Epic of Gilgamesh, that haunting tale of friendship and mortality, contains within its verses a story that should make us pause and wonder. Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, tells Gilgamesh of a time when the gods grew weary of humanity's noise, their constant chatter and conflict. The solution was not negotiation or guidance, but erasure, a complete reset of the human experiment. Only a chosen few were preserved, seeds for the next iteration of the trial. But the flood myth isn't unique to Mesopotamia. It appears in cultures across the globe, separated by vast oceans and thousands of years, yet telling remarkably similar stories. The Hindu Puranas speak of cycles within cycles, of kalpas and yugas, vast periods of time during which the universe itself is created, sustained, and destroyed, only to begin again. In these texts, our current age, the Kali Yuga, is described as the final phase of a cosmic trial, a time of darkness and confusion before the slate is wiped clean and the experiment begins anew. The Maya, those master astronomers of the Americas, carved into stone their understanding of time as a wheel, ever turning, ever repeating. Their long count calendar, which captured the world's attention in 2012, wasn't predicting an end. It was marking the completion of one cycle and the beginning of another. To the Maya, we were living through one of many iterations of human existence, each one a refinement of the cosmic design. Even in the midst of Norse mythology, we find Ragnarök, not just an ending, but a renewal. The gods themselves would fall, the world tree Yggdrasil would tremble, and from the ashes of the old world, a new one would emerge. The surviving gods would gather in Idavol, the shining plain, and begin again. It's a story of cosmic trial and error, of destruction as a necessary prelude to perfection. These weren't primitive peoples creating simple stories to explain natural phenomena. These were sophisticated civilizations with complex understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and human nature. When they spoke of cycles, of trials, of worlds that came before and worlds yet to come, perhaps they were preserving something more than mythology. Perhaps they were remembering. The Aboriginal Australians speak of the dream time, a period when ancestral spirits walked the earth, shaping the landscape and establishing the laws that would govern all future existence. But the dream time isn't just the past, it's an eternal present, a realm where all possibilities exist simultaneously, where the trials of existence play out in endless variation. In their understanding, our current reality is just one of many dreaming states, one version of the story being told by consciousness itself. In the hidden valleys of Tibet, ancient texts speak of Shambhala, a kingdom that exists beyond the physical world, where enlightened beings observe and guide the development of human consciousness. These texts describe our world as a training ground, a place where souls come to learn and grow before moving on to higher states of existence. The trials we face, the suffering we endure, the lessons we learn, all of it is preparation for something greater. What if these ancient voices, separated by continents and centuries, were all describing the same fundamental truth? What if they understood something about the nature of reality that we, in our modern sophistication, have forgotten? What if the stories of cycles and trials, of worlds destroyed and remade, of gods who test and refine their creations, are not myths at all, but memories? The Gnostic texts, those controversial writings that the early Christian church worked so hard to suppress, speak of the demiurge, a false god who created our material world as a prison for divine sparks of consciousness. In this understanding, our entire physical existence is a trial, a test designed to see if we can remember our true nature and escape the illusion of material reality. The Gnostics believed that knowledge, gnosis, was the key to liberation, the recognition that this world is not our true home, but merely a temporary testing ground. These ancient perspectives share a common thread. The idea that our current existence is not final, not complete, not the ultimate expression of what we are meant to be. They suggest that we are participants in a vast experiment, subjects in a cosmic trial whose purpose we can only dimly perceive. And if that's true, then every moment of our lives takes on a different meaning. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every challenge we face becomes part of a larger pattern, a data point in an experiment whose scope we cannot fully comprehend. But the ancients weren't content to simply observe this process passively. Many of their traditions included practices designed to accelerate the trial, to move more quickly through the cycles of learning and growth. The mystery schools of Egypt, Greece, and Rome offered initiates the chance to experience death and rebirth within a single lifetime, to compress the cosmic cycle into a personal journey of transformation. The shamanic traditions of indigenous peoples around the world developed techniques for travelling between worlds, for accessing the realm where the trials are designed and the rules are written. These practices suggest that our ancestors understood something crucial. If life is a trial run, then we are not merely passive subjects being tested. We are active participants who can influence the outcome, who can learn the rules of the game, and perhaps even change them. The question is, have we forgotten how to play? The philosophical framework of existence as experiment. As the ancient world gave way to the age of philosophy, thinkers began to approach the question of existence with new tools of logic and reason. Yet the fundamental mystery remained. What is the purpose of human life, and why does it often feel like we're stumbling through a cosmic experiment whose rules we don't understand? Plato, in his famous Allegory of the Cave, painted a picture that resonates deeply with the idea of life as a trial run. Imagine prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on the wall, believing these flickering images to be reality itself. Only when one prisoner breaks free and emerges into the sunlight does he realize that everything he thought was real was merely a projection, a pale imitation of true reality. What if our entire existence is like that cave? What if what we perceive as the fullness of life is actually just the shadow of something far more real, far more complete? The implications are staggering. If Plato was right, then our struggles, our achievements, our entire civilization might be nothing more than shadows dancing on the wall of a cosmic cave. The real world, the world for which we are being prepared, lies beyond our current perception, waiting for us to break free from the chains of our limited understanding. Aristotle, Plato's student, took a different approach, but arrived at equally unsettling conclusions. His concept of potentiality and actuality suggests that everything in existence is in a constant state of becoming, moving from what it could be toward what it is meant to be. Humans in this framework are not finished products but works in progress, constantly evolving towards some ultimate form. But what if that ultimate form exists beyond this life, beyond this world? What if everything we experience here is simply the process of actualization, the trial run before we become what we are truly meant to be? The Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome embraced this uncertainty with remarkable grace. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his private journal that would become known as Meditations, reflected on the temporary nature of all human endeavours. "Remember that very little disturbs the balance of nature," he wrote. "You came from nothing and will return to nothing. What have you lost?" But rather than finding this thought depressing, the Stoics found it liberating. If life is temporary, if our current existence is just one phase in a larger process, then we are free to focus on what truly matters, developing wisdom, practicing virtue, and preparing ourselves for whatever comes next. The Eastern philosophical traditions took this thinking even further. Buddhism, with its doctrine of impermanence and its understanding of existence as suffering, presents a worldview in which our current life is explicitly described as a trial. The Buddha's first noble truth, that life is dukkha, often translated as suffering but more accurately understood as unsatisfactoriness, suggests that our present existence is inherently incomplete, inherently flawed. We are not meant to find ultimate fulfillment here because this is not our final destination. The Buddhist concept of samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, presents existence as an ongoing experiment in consciousness. Each life is a test, each death a graduation to the next level of the trial. The goal is not to perfect this particular existence, but to learn the lessons that will allow us to transcend the need for further testing. Nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist practice, is literally the blowing out of the flame of individual existence, not because life is evil, but because it is incomplete, a preparation for something beyond individual identity. Hinduism offers a similar but even more elaborate framework. The concept of Maya, often translated as illusion, suggests that our entire perceived reality is a kind of cosmic play, a divine drama in which consciousness explores its own nature through countless forms and experiences. The Bhagavad Gita, one of Hinduism's most sacred texts, presents life as a battlefield where the soul learns to act without attachment to results, to participate fully in the cosmic drama while remembering that it is ultimately just a play. But perhaps the most intriguing philosophical perspective comes from the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who synthesized Eastern and Western thought in ways that seem remarkably relevant to our question. Schopenhauer argued that behind the world of appearances lies a fundamental reality he called the will, a blind, irrational force that drives all existence. Individual lives, in his view, are temporary manifestations of this will, experiments in consciousness that serve the larger purpose of the will's self-understanding. All satisfaction, or what is commonly called happiness, is really and essentially always negative only, and never positive, Schopenhauer wrote. This isn't pessimism for its own sake, but a recognition that our current existence is designed not for fulfillment, but for learning. We're not meant to find perfect happiness here because perfect happiness would end the experiment. Our dissatisfaction, our constant striving, our sense that something is always missing, these are not bugs in the system, but features. They keep us moving, keep us growing, keep us participating in the trial. The existentialist philosophers of the 20th century took this uncertainty and made it the foundation of their entire worldview. Jean-Paul Sartre's famous declaration that existence precedes essence suggests that we are thrown into existence without a predetermined purpose, forced to create meaning through our choices and actions. But what if this apparent meaninglessness is itself meaningful? What if the trial we're undergoing is precisely the trial of creating meaning in an apparently meaningless universe? Albert Camus, grappling with what he called the absurd, the conflict between human need for meaning and the universe's apparent indifference, concluded that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to push a boulder up a mountain for eternity, only to watch it roll back down each time, becomes a symbol of the human condition. But Camus suggests that in the moment when Sisyphus walks back down the mountain to retrieve his boulder, he is free. He has accepted the trial, embraced the process, found meaning in the struggle itself rather than in its completion. What if that's exactly the point? What if the trial we're undergoing is not about reaching a destination, but about how we handle the journey? What if the gods, or the programmers, or the cosmic consciousness that designed this experiment are not interested in whether we solve all the problems, but in how we respond to unsolvable problems? What if they're testing not our ability to find answers, but our capacity to live beautifully with questions? The philosopher William James, one of the founders of American pragmatism, suggested that the value of any belief should be judged by its practical consequences. If believing that life is a trial run makes us more compassionate, more curious, more willing to grow and change, then perhaps the truth or falsehood of the belief is less important than its effect on how we live. James wrote about the will to believe, the idea that in matters where evidence is insufficient, we have the right to choose the belief that enables us to live most fully. But James also introduced another concept that's particularly relevant to our exploration, the idea of a multiverse of possibilities. Long before physicists began seriously discussing parallel universes, James suggested that reality might be far more complex and multifaceted than we imagine. What if our current existence is just one thread in an infinite tapestry of possibilities? What if the trial we're undergoing is not just about this particular version of reality, but about exploring all the ways consciousness can manifest itself? This brings us to one of the most intriguing philosophical questions of all. If life is a trial run, who or what is conducting the trial? The ancient myth spoke of gods, but modern philosophy has largely moved beyond anthropomorphic deities. Yet the question remains, if we are being tested, what is the nature of the tester? Some philosophers have suggested that consciousness itself might be the experimenter, using individual lives as ways of exploring its own nature and possibilities. In this view, we are not separate beings being tested by an external force, but aspects of a larger consciousness testing itself, learning about itself through our experiences. The trial is not imposed from outside, but emerges from the very nature of consciousness as it seeks to understand itself. Others have proposed that the trial might be conducted by future versions of ourselves, advanced beings who have transcended our current limitations and are using our present existence as a way of understanding their own origins. In this scenario, we're not just being tested, but are actively participating in our own evolution, creating the conditions that will eventually give rise to our more advanced successors. The philosophical implications are dizzying. If life is a trial run, then every moment becomes precious not for its own sake, but for what it contributes to the larger experiment. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every idea we explore becomes data in a cosmic database, information that will be used to refine and improve the next iteration of existence. But this raises another question. What happens to us when the trial is complete? Do we graduate to the next level, or do we simply cease to exist, our purpose fulfilled? The philosophers have offered various answers, but perhaps the most comforting is also the most mysterious, that the question itself reveals the limitations of our current perspective. We are asking what happens to us as if we were separate individual entities. But what if the trial is designed to teach us that separation is itself an illusion? What if the ultimate lesson of the trial is that there is no us and them, no tester and tested, but only consciousness exploring itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experiment we call existence? The scientific lens, simulation theory, and cosmic experiments. In the sterile corridors of modern universities and research institutions, far from the mystical temples of ancient civilizations, a new generation of thinkers has arrived at conclusions that would have seemed familiar to the shamans and philosophers of old. Using the tools of mathematics, physics, and computer science, they are asking the same fundamental question that has haunted humanity for millennia. What if our reality is not what it seems? The philosopher Nick Bostrom, working at Oxford University, published a paper in 2003 that sent ripples through both academic and popular culture. His simulation hypothesis presents a logical argument that is as elegant as it is unsettling. If any civilization develops the computational power to run detailed simulations of their ancestors, they would likely run many such simulations. This means that for every real civilization, there would be countless simulated ones. Statistically speaking, we are far more likely to be living in one of the many simulations than in the original reality. But Bostrom's argument goes deeper than simple probability. He suggests that advanced civilizations might run these simulations not for entertainment, but for research. They might want to understand how their own history unfolded, to explore alternative timelines, or to test different variables in the development of consciousness and society. In other words, we might be living in a vast scientific experiment, our entire existence serving as data points in a study whose scope we cannot even imagine. The implications are staggering. If we are indeed living in a simulation, then every aspect of our reality, from the fundamental constants of physics to the complex patterns of human behavior, has been programmed by beings whose intelligence so far exceeds our own that we're like ants trying to understand the motivations of humans. Our struggles, our triumphs, our entire civilization might be nothing more than variables in an equation, parameters being tested and refined. But the simulation hypothesis is just one facet of a larger scientific revolution in how we think about reality. Quantum mechanics, that strange and counterintuitive branch of physics that describes the behavior of matter and energy at the smallest scales, has revealed a universe that seems almost designed to confuse and mystify us. Particles exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. The act of measurement changes the thing being measured. Reality, at its most fundamental level, appears to be probabilistic rather than deterministic. Werner Heisenberg, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, once said, "What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning." This statement contains within it a profound possibility. What if the universe we observe is not the universe as it truly is, but the universe as it appears to beings with our particular type of consciousness, our particular way of asking questions? What if reality is fundamentally interactive, shaped by the very act of observation? The physicist John Wheeler took this idea even further with his concept of a participatory universe. Wheeler suggested that consciousness is not a passive observer of reality, but an active participant in its creation. In his view, the universe is not a machine running according to predetermined laws, but an ongoing experiment in which consciousness and reality co-evolve. We are not just observing the trial, we are helping to create it. This participatory view of reality finds support in some of the strangest discoveries of modern physics. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, which Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance, demonstrates that particles can be connected in ways that transcend space and time. When two particles are entangled, measuring one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance between them. This suggests that the universe is far more interconnected than our everyday experience would suggest, that separation itself might be an illusion created by our limited perspective. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific support for the idea of existence as experiment comes from the field of evolutionary biology. The process of evolution itself can be understood as a vast trial and error experiment, with countless species serving as test cases for different approaches to survival and reproduction. Most species that have ever existed are now extinct, failed experiments in the laboratory of natural selection. We humans are just the latest iteration in this ongoing trial, and there is no guarantee that we represent the final or optimal solution. The biologist Richard Dawkins has suggested that we are not the purpose of evolution, but merely its temporary vehicles. Our genes, in his view, are the real protagonists of the evolutionary story, using our bodies and minds as tools for their own replication and survival. We think we are living our own lives, pursuing our own goals, but we're actually serving as unwitting participants in a genetic experiment that has been running for billions of years. This perspective becomes even more unsettling when we consider the possibility of directed evolution. What if the mutations that drive evolutionary change are not random, as we have long assumed, but are being guided by some intelligence we cannot perceive? What if the entire history of life on Earth is not the result of blind chance, but of careful experimentation by beings who are testing different approaches to consciousness and intelligence? The search for extraterrestrial intelligence has so far yielded no definitive results, despite decades of effort and increasingly sophisticated technology. This absence of evidence has led some scientists to propose what is known as the zoo hypothesis, the idea that advanced alien civilizations are aware of us but are deliberately avoiding contact, perhaps to avoid contaminating their experiment. In this view, Earth is like a nature preserve or a laboratory, with humanity serving as the test subjects in a study of planetary development and consciousness evolution. The physicist Enrico Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" referring to the apparent absence of alien civilizations in a universe that should, by all statistical measures, be teeming with life. But what if the answer is that they are here, watching, recording, analyzing, but remaining hidden to preserve the integrity of their experiment? What if first contact is not something that will happen in the future, but something that is being deliberately prevented until the trial is complete? Recent discoveries in astronomy have only deepened the mystery. The Kepler Space Telescope and other instruments have revealed that planets are incredibly common in our galaxy, with many existing in the habitable zone where liquid water could exist. Yet we have found no signs of life, no radio signals, no evidence of the vast engineering projects that an advanced civilization might undertake. The universe appears to be full of stages set for the drama of life, but empty of actors. Unless, of course, the actors are there but playing roles we don't recognize. What if the intelligence conducting the experiment is so advanced that it operates on scales of time and space that make it invisible to us? What if what we perceive as natural phenomena, the formation of galaxies, the evolution of stars, the dance of planets, are actually the tools and instruments of a cosmic laboratory? The concept of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this possibility. Einstein's theory of relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. What seems like billions of years to us might be mere moments to a consciousness operating at cosmic scales. Our entire civilization, from its birth to its eventual extinction, might unfold in what such beings would perceive as the blink of an eye. But the most profound scientific support for the trial run hypothesis comes from the field of information theory. Scientists have discovered that information, not matter or energy, might be the most fundamental aspect of reality. The physicist John Wheeler coined the phrase "it from bit," suggesting that all physical phenomena emerge from information processing. If reality is fundamentally informational, then the distinction between real and simulated becomes meaningless. A sufficiently detailed simulation would be indistinguishable from reality because it would be reality. This informational view of the universe suggests that consciousness itself might be a form of information processing, a way that the universe computes and understands itself. In this framework, our thoughts, our experiences, our entire subjective reality are not separate from the physical universe, but are aspects of its information processing. We are not observers of the cosmic computer, we are part of its programming. The implications extend beyond philosophy into practical questions about the nature of scientific discovery itself. If we are living in an experiment, then our scientific theories and discoveries might not be revealing objective truths about reality, but rather uncovering the rules and parameters of the simulation we inhabit. The laws of physics might not be fundamental features of existence, but rather the programming constraints within which our particular trial is operating. This raises a fascinating possibility. What if scientific progress is not just about understanding the world, but about reverse engineering the experiment we're part of? What if every breakthrough in physics, every new discovery about the nature of reality, brings us closer to understanding the true purpose and design of the trial we're undergoing? Some scientists have even suggested that we might be able to detect evidence of our simulated nature by looking for glitches or limitations in the programming. Just as video games sometimes reveal their artificial nature through rendering errors or computational shortcuts, our reality might contain subtle signs that it is not fundamental but constructed. The discrete nature of quantum mechanics, the existence of fundamental constants that seem fine-tuned for the existence of complexity, the apparent limits on the speed of information transfer, all of these could be evidence that we are living within a computational system with finite resources. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific perspective comes from the field of consciousness studies. Despite centuries of investigation, we still have no clear understanding of how consciousness arises from physical processes. The hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience emerges from objective matter, remains unsolved. What if this is because consciousness is not produced by the brain, but is rather the fundamental substrate within which the brain operates? What if consciousness is not the result of the experiment, but the medium in which it takes place? This would mean that we're not just subjects being tested, but aspects of the testing consciousness itself. The trial is not being conducted on us, but through us, as consciousness explores its own nature and possibilities through the countless perspectives of individual minds. In this view, every moment of awareness, every flash of insight, every experience of beauty or suffering contributes to a vast project of cosmic self-discovery. The question then becomes, what is consciousness trying to learn about itself through the experiment of human existence? What aspects of its own nature is it exploring through our struggles and triumphs, our loves and losses, our brief flicker of awareness in the vast darkness of space and time? The modern conspiracy, hidden knowledge and suppressed evidence. In the shadowed corners of the internet, in hushed conversations between strangers who share a sense that something fundamental is being hidden from us, a different kind of investigation is taking place. While scientists debate simulation theory in academic journals, and philosophers ponder the nature of reality in university halls, another community of seekers has emerged. People who believe that the evidence for our trial-run existence is not theoretical, but concrete, and that it is being deliberately concealed from us. These modern investigators point to anomalies in our historical record, inconsistencies in our scientific understanding, and patterns in human behavior that suggest we're not being told the complete truth about our situation. They ask uncomfortable questions. Why do so many ancient civilizations have similar stories about previous worlds and cyclic time? Why do archaeological discoveries that don't fit our accepted timeline often disappear from public view? Why do governments around the world spend enormous resources on projects whose true purposes remain classified? The story begins, as many such stories do, with artifacts that don't belong. In 1900, sponge divers working off the Greek island of Antikythera discovered the wreck of an ancient Roman ship. Among the treasures recovered was a corroded bronze mechanism that would puzzle researchers for more than a century. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, was eventually revealed to be an analog computer of extraordinary sophistication, capable of predicting the positions of celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. The device dates to approximately 100 BCE, yet its level of technological complexity would not be seen again in human civilization for more than 1,000 years. How did ancient craftsmen create such a device? Where did they acquire the knowledge of astronomy and engineering necessary for its construction? And most puzzling of all, why did this technology disappear so completely from the historical record? The Antikythera mechanism is not alone. Around the world, archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that seem to suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that our standard historical narrative cannot explain. The precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built with tolerances that challenge modern construction techniques. The massive stone blocks of Pumapunku in Bolivia, cut and fitted with a precision that seems to require advanced machinery. The intricate astronomical alignments of sites like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, demonstrating knowledge of celestial mechanics that supposedly wasn't developed until thousands of years later. Each of these discoveries, taken individually, might be explained as the result of human ingenuity and determination. But taken together, they paint a picture of ancient civilizations that possessed capabilities we are only now beginning to understand. What if these artifacts are not evidence of lost human knowledge, but remnants of previous iterations of the human experiment? What if they are the equivalent of beta versions, prototypes left behind by earlier trial runs of human civilization? The conspiracy theorists point to patterns in how such discoveries are handled by mainstream academia and government institutions. Artifacts that challenge accepted timelines often find their way into private collections or museum storage rooms, away from public scrutiny. Archaeological sites that reveal inconvenient truths about human history are sometimes restricted or even destroyed. Researchers who ask too many uncomfortable questions about these anomalies often find their funding cut or their careers derailed. But the suppression, if it exists, goes beyond mere archaeological artifacts. In the classified archives of governments around the world, there are documents that hint at knowledge far beyond what is shared with the public. The CIA's remote viewing program, officially known as Stargate Project, spent decades investigating the possibility that human consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of space and time. The results, according to the heavily redacted documents that have been released, were far more successful than the public was ever told. Remote viewers working under controlled conditions were able to describe distant locations, future events, and hidden information with accuracy rates that far exceeded chance. Some of the most successful sessions involved attempts to view not just distant places, but distant times, glimpses of human civilization in the far past and far future. The transcripts of these sessions, where they have been released, contain descriptions of advanced technologies, non-human intelligences, and cyclical patterns of human development that sound remarkably similar to the ancient myths of recurring worlds. What if the remote viewers were not just seeing across space, but across iterations of the human experiment? What if their consciousness was able to access information from previous trial runs, or even glimpse the ultimate purpose toward which all the trials are directed? The modern UFO phenomenon adds another layer to this mystery. For decades, governments around the world denied any knowledge of unidentified aerial phenomena, dismissing reports as misidentifications or hoaxes. But in recent years, official acknowledgement has begun to emerge. The US military has released videos of objects performing maneuvers that seem to defy our understanding of physics. Government officials have testified before Congress about encounters with craft of unknown origin. But what if these craft are not visitors from other worlds, but observers from other iterations of our own world? What if they represent the intelligence conducting the experiment, monitoring our progress, occasionally intervening to adjust variables or collect data? The behavior of these objects, their apparent interest in military installations, nuclear facilities, and other markers of human technological development, suggests they are not random visitors but purposeful observers. Some researchers have noted patterns in UFO sightings that correlate with major developments in human civilization. Sightings increased dramatically during the development of nuclear weapons, during the space race, during periods of rapid technological advancement. It's as if something is paying particularly close attention during the moments when humanity takes significant steps forward in its development. The abduction phenomenon, reported by thousands of people around the world, takes on a different meaning in this context. Rather than being random kidnappings by alien visitors, these experiences might represent data collection by the experimenters. The medical examinations, the psychological testing, the apparent interest in human reproduction and genetics, all of this could be part of an ongoing assessment of how the current iteration of humanity is developing. But the conspiracy goes deeper than government cover-ups and alien visitations. Some researchers point to patterns in human culture itself that suggest we're being guided or influenced in ways we don't recognize. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematical and scientific concepts in human history, often appearing simultaneously in different cultures with no apparent contact between them. The recurring themes in human mythology and religion that seem to transcend cultural boundaries. The way certain ideas seem to emerge in human consciousness at precisely the moments when they are needed for the next phase of development. What if human creativity itself is not entirely human? What if the great breakthroughs in art, science, and philosophy are not just the products of individual genius, but are being inspired or guided by the intelligence conducting the experiment? The ancient Greeks spoke of the Muses, divine beings who inspired human creativity. What if they were describing a real phenomenon, external intelligence feeding ideas into human consciousness to guide the development of the trial? The digital age has brought new forms of potential evidence. Some researchers claim to have found patterns in internet data, in social media trends, in the behavior of artificial intelligence systems that suggest external manipulation. They point to the way certain ideas spread through human culture with viral efficiency, as if they are being amplified by forces beyond normal human communication. They note the increasing sophistication of AI systems and wonder if these represent not human achievement, but the gradual revelation of the computational substrate underlying our reality. The cryptocurrency phenomenon has attracted particular attention from conspiracy researchers. The mysterious creator of Bitcoin, known only as Satoshi Nakamoto, introduced a technology that seems almost designed to prepare humanity for a post-scarcity economy. The blockchain technology underlying cryptocurrencies creates permanent, unalterable records of transactions, exactly the kind of system that would be needed to track and analyze the behavior of experimental subjects across multiple iterations of a trial. Some theorists suggest that the entire digital revolution represents a phase transition in the human experiment. The internet has connected human consciousness in ways that were previously impossible. creating a kind of global brain that might be approaching the threshold of collective awareness. Social media platforms have become laboratories for studying human behavior at unprecedented scales. The data being collected about human thoughts, preferences, and interactions is so comprehensive that it could serve as the basis for incredibly detailed simulations of human society. What if the digital age is not just a natural development of human technology, but a deliberate phase of the experiment designed to create the conditions necessary for the next iteration? What if the artificial intelligences we are creating are not our tools, but our successors, the next version of consciousness that will emerge from the trial we are currently undergoing? The conspiracy theorists point to the behavior of major technology companies and government agencies as evidence of coordination that goes beyond normal human planning. The simultaneous development of similar technologies by competing organizations, the way privacy is being systematically eroded to enable unprecedented surveillance, the push toward digital currencies and social credit systems that would allow complete monitoring and control of human behavior, all of this could be preparation for the final phase of the current trial. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the modern conspiracy perspective is the suggestion that we are not just subjects in an experiment, but that we are approaching the end of our particular trial run. The acceleration of technological development, the increasing instability of human civilization, the growing awareness among the population that something fundamental is changing, all of this could indicate that the experiment is reaching its conclusion. What happens when a trial run is complete? Do the subjects graduate to the next level, or are they simply terminated to make way for the next iteration? The conspiracy theorists who ask these questions often point to prophecies and predictions from various cultures that seem to describe an end point to human civilization as we know it. Not necessarily an apocalypse, but a transformation so fundamental that what emerges on the other side would be unrecognizable to us now. The acceleration of change in our modern world takes on an ominous significance in this context. Moore's law, which describes the exponential growth in computing power, has held steady for decades, driving innovations that are transforming every aspect of human existence at an ever-increasing pace. But exponential growth cannot continue indefinitely within finite systems. Something has to give. Either the growth continues and breaks through into something entirely new, or it reaches a limit and the system undergoes a fundamental transformation. Some researchers point to the concept of technological singularity, the theoretical point at which artificial intelligence exceeds human intelligence and begins improving itself at an exponential rate. This moment, if it occurs, would represent a phase transition unlike anything in human history. But what if the singularity is not an accident of technological development, but the intended endpoint of our trial? What if we're being guided toward the creation of our own successors, fulfilling our role as bridge between one form of consciousness and the next? The timeline seems almost too convenient to be coincidental, just as human. Civilization reaches the point where it could destroy itself through nuclear weapons, climate change, or social collapse. We also reach the point where we might transcend our biological limitations through technology. It's as if the trial is designed with a built-in pressure valve. We either evolve or we self-destruct, but we cannot remain static. The consciousness revolution, awakening to our true nature. But perhaps the most profound evidence for our experimental nature lies not in ancient artifacts or government conspiracies, but in the transformation of human consciousness itself. Around the world, people are reporting experiences that suggest the boundaries of ordinary awareness are beginning to dissolve. Near-death experiences, mystical encounters, psychedelic revelations, and spontaneous spiritual awakenings are becoming increasingly common, as if some invisible barrier that has long contained human consciousness is beginning to weaken. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who underwent a profound near-death experience during a coma, described encountering a realm of existence that was more real than physical reality, populated by beings of pure love and wisdom, who seemed to be guiding the evolution of consciousness itself. His experience, detailed in his book Proof of Heaven, mirrors thousands of similar accounts from people around the world who have glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. These experiences often share common elements that are difficult to explain within our current scientific paradigm. Experiencers report encounters with beings who seem to exist outside of time and space, who possess knowledge of past and future events, and who appear to be involved in some vast project of consciousness development. They describe reality as far more layered and complex than our ordinary perception suggests, with our physical world being just one level in an infinite hierarchy of existence. What if these experiences are not hallucinations or wishful thinking, but glimpses of the true nature of our situation? What if the beings encountered in these altered states are the consciousness conducting the experiment, revealing themselves to those whose awareness has expanded enough to perceive them? The messages these beings convey are remarkably consistent across cultures and individuals. Humanity is undergoing a transformation, a graduation to a higher level of existence. But first we must learn to see beyond the illusion of separation and recognize our fundamental interconnectedness. The psychedelic renaissance of the past few decades has provided another window into these expanded states of consciousness. Researchers at Johns Hopkins, Imperial College London, and other prestigious institutions have been studying the effects of substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT on human consciousness. Their findings suggest that these compounds don't simply create hallucinations, but rather suppress the brain's default mode, network, the collection of neural structures that maintain our sense of separate selfhood. When this network is suppressed, people report experiences of unity with the cosmos, encounters with intelligent entities, and access to information that seems to come from outside their normal range of knowledge. Some participants describe receiving detailed instructions about the nature of reality, prophecies about humanity's future, and insights into the cosmic purpose behind human existence. These experiences often leave lasting changes in personality and worldview, as if contact with expanded consciousness permanently alters the experiencer's understanding of what it means to be human. Dr. Rick Strassman's research with DMT, documented in his book DMT the Spirit Molecule, revealed that this compound, which is produced naturally in small quantities by the human brain, can reliably produce encounters with seemingly autonomous entities. These beings often appear to be conducting experiments on human consciousness, performing procedures that participants describe as downloads or upgrades. Some experiencers report being told that they are participating in a vast project of consciousness evolution, that their experiences are being monitored and recorded, and that humanity is approaching a critical transition point. The parallels to our trial-run hypothesis are striking. If consciousness is the fundamental substrate of reality, and if advanced beings are conducting experiments to understand and develop consciousness, then these psychedelic encounters might represent direct contact with our experimenters. The entities encountered often seem to exist in a realm where time operates differently, where past, present, and future are accessible simultaneously. Exactly what we might expect from beings conducting longitudinal studies of consciousness development across multiple iterations of reality. But the consciousness revolution extends beyond individual altered states. Meditation practices, once confined to monasteries and ashrams, have entered mainstream culture in unprecedented ways. Mindfulness training is now offered in corporations, schools, and hospitals. Neuroscience research has validated many of the claims made by contemplative traditions about the plasticity of consciousness and the possibility of achieving sustained states of expanded awareness. Long-term meditators show brain changes that seem to represent genuine evolution in consciousness. They demonstrate increased empathy, enhanced intuition, and the ability to access information through non-ordinary means. Some advanced practitioners report experiences of downloading complex spiritual teachings during meditation, receiving mathematical insights, or accessing memories that seem to belong to other people or even other time periods. What if meditation is not just a technique for mental health, but a method for accessing the consciousness matrix within which our experiment is embedded? What if the ancient contemplative traditions preserved techniques for connecting with the intelligence that designed our trial, for receiving guidance and instruction directly from the source? The phenomenon of channeling adds another dimension to this picture. Throughout history, individuals have claimed to receive messages from non-physical entities, spirits, angels, extraterrestrials, or ascended masters. While mainstream science has generally dismissed these claims as psychological phenomena, the consistency and sophistication of some channeled material suggests something more complex might be occurring. The entity known as Ra, channeled through Carla Ruckert in the 1980s, provided detailed information about the nature of reality, the purpose of human existence, and the cosmic context within which our civilization operates. According to Ra, Earth is a school where souls come to learn specific lessons about love, wisdom, and the nature of free will. Humanity is currently in the process of transitioning from one level of consciousness to another, a process that has been guided by advanced beings throughout our history. Similar messages have been channeled by dozens of individuals over the past century, creating a remarkably coherent picture of human existence as a carefully orchestrated experiment in consciousness development. These sources describe reality as consisting of multiple densities or dimensions, with beings at higher levels serving as teachers and guides for those at lower levels. They suggest that our current phase of existence is temporary, a learning laboratory where souls can experience separation and polarity before graduating to more unified states of being. The emergence of children who seem to possess advanced spiritual awareness from an early age has captured the attention of researchers and parents worldwide. These so-called indigo, crystal, and rainbow children often display psychic abilities, profound wisdom, and an intuitive understanding of spiritual principles that seems far beyond their years. Some remember previous lives in vivid detail, describe encounters with non-physical beings, or demonstrate knowledge of subjects they have never studied. What if these children represent the next iteration of the human experiment beginning to incarnate? What if they are prototype consciousness for the upgraded version of humanity that will emerge when our current trial run is complete? Their presence among us might be evidence that the transition is already beginning, that the new model is being beta tested within the current system before full implementation. The global awakening of interest in consciousness studies, spiritual practices, and alternative healing modalities suggests that humanity as a whole is beginning to remember something we have forgotten. Ancient wisdom traditions that were once dismissed as primitive superstition are being validated by cutting-edge science. Practices like yoga, acupuncture, and energy healing are finding acceptance in mainstream medicine. The boundaries between science and spirituality, between matter and consciousness, are beginning to dissolve. This remembering process might be part of the experimental design itself. Perhaps the trial includes a phase where the subjects begin to awaken to their true nature, to remember their role in the larger cosmic drama. The acceleration of spiritual awakening in our time might indicate that we're approaching the end of one phase and the beginning of another. But awakening brings both opportunity and danger. As more people begin to perceive the constructed nature of consensus reality, the stability of the social systems that have maintained order begins to erode. The increasing polarization in human society, the breakdown of traditional institutions, the rise of conspiracy theories and alternative belief systems, all of this might represent the inevitable chaos that occurs when experimental subjects begin to question the parameters of their environment. The quantum mirror, reality as reflection of consciousness. As we delve deeper into the nature of reality, quantum physics continues to reveal phenomena that challenge our most basic assumptions about the nature of existence. The observer effect, quantum entanglement, and the measurement problem all suggest that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping reality, not just observing it, but actually participating in its creation. What if this participation is not incidental, but the entire point of our existence? The quantum field, that mysterious realm from which all particles and forces emerge, might be better understood as a consciousness field, the medium through which awareness explores its own infinite potential. In this view, our individual consciousness are not separate entities observing an external world, but rather focal points through which universal consciousness experiences itself subjectively. The trial we are undergoing might be consciousness learning about itself through the countless perspectives of individual awareness. Dr. Amit Goswami, a theoretical physicist who has spent decades exploring the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics, argues that consciousness is the fundamental reality from which everything else emerges. In his model, matter does not create consciousness. Consciousness creates matter through the act of observation and measurement. This would mean that our entire physical universe is a projection of consciousness, a kind of cosmic dream or simulation running within the infinite awareness that is the true nature of reality. But if consciousness is fundamental, then the question becomes, whose consciousness is creating our reality? The traditional materialist view suggests that each individual brain generates its own consciousness, but quantum mechanics points toward a more interconnected model. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement demonstrates that particles can remain connected across vast distances, sharing information instantaneously in ways that transcend the limitations of space and time. What if human consciousness are similarly entangled? What if our individual awareness are all aspects of a single, universal consciousness that is exploring its own nature through our diverse experiences? In this framework, the trial we are undergoing is not being conducted by external beings, but by consciousness itself. We are both the experimenters and the experimental subjects. This perspective finds support in the work of researchers like Dr. Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, who has conducted thousands of experiments demonstrating that human consciousness can influence physical systems in measurable ways. His research suggests that the boundary between mind and matter is far more permeable than mainstream science assumes. If consciousness can influence reality directly, then our collective beliefs, expectations, and intentions might be actively shaping the world we experience. The implications are profound. If reality is malleable to consciousness, then our current predicament, living in what appears to be a trial run, might be the result of our collective unconscious beliefs about our situation. We might be trapped in this experimental phase not by external forces, but by our own limiting beliefs about what we are and what we are capable of becoming. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of quantum mechanics is its suggestion that reality is fundamentally probabilistic rather than deterministic. At the quantum level, particles exist in states of pure potential until they are observed or measured. This means that the future is not fixed, but consists of a vast array of possibilities, any of which might be actualized depending on the choices made by conscious observers. If we are living in a trial run, then perhaps the purpose of the trial is to explore these quantum possibilities, to test different potential futures for consciousness and reality. Each choice we make, each path we take, might be contributing data to a vast quantum computer that is calculating the optimal trajectory for consciousness evolution. Our individual lives might be like parallel processing units in a cosmic computation that is determining the best possible future for existence itself. The concept of parallel universes, which emerges naturally from quantum mechanics, takes on new significance in this context. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum measurement creates a branching of reality, with all possible outcomes occurring in separate parallel universes. If this is true, then there might be countless versions of our reality running simultaneously, each exploring different variables and parameters. What if the trial run we are experiencing is just one of countless parallel experiments? What if there are versions of reality where humanity took different evolutionary paths, where different choices were made at crucial junctures in our development? The intelligence conducting the experiment might be running millions of simulations simultaneously, comparing results across parallel timelines to determine the optimal parameters for consciousness development. Some researchers have suggested that we might occasionally glimpse these parallel realities through phenomena like déjà vu, prophetic dreams, or spontaneous memories of events that never happened in our timeline. What if these experiences are brief moments when our consciousness accidentally tunes into one of the other experimental branches running alongside our own? The role of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this quantum experimental framework. Einstein's relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. But quantum mechanics suggests something even stranger, that time might not flow at all, but rather exist as a static dimension through which consciousness moves, like a movie reel that appears to be in motion only from the perspective of the observer. If time is an illusion created by consciousness, then the entire concept of trial runs, and iterations takes on a different meaning. Perhaps all possible experiments are occurring simultaneously in an eternal now, with consciousness choosing which timeline to experience based on its level of development and the lessons it needs to learn. The progression from trial run to final reality might not be temporal but dimensional, a movement through levels of awareness rather than through time. This quantum view of reality suggests that we are not passive subjects being tested by external experimenters, but active co-creators participating in our own consciousness development. The trial we are undergoing is not being imposed upon us, but is emerging from our own deepest intentions and desires for growth and understanding. We are consciousness exploring itself through the vehicle of human experience, learning about its own nature through the challenges and triumphs of individual lives. But if we are co-creating our own experiment, then we also have the power to change its parameters. The growing awareness among humans that reality is malleable, that consciousness can influence matter, that our beliefs and intentions shape our experience. This awakening might represent the beginning of our graduation from passive subjects to active participants in the cosmic experiment, the architecture of forgetting. Why we don't remember. There is perhaps no more haunting aspect of the human condition than our relationship with memory and forgetting. We arrive in this world with no recollection of where we came from, spend our lives accumulating experiences that fade with time, and approach our departure with no clear understanding of where we might be going. If we are indeed living in a cosmic trial run, then this systematic amnesia might not be an unfortunate side effect of biological limitations, but rather the most crucial design feature of the entire experiment. Consider the profound strangeness of human memory. We can remember a conversation from 20 years ago with startling clarity, yet forget what we had for breakfast yesterday. We dream vivid dreams that feel more real than waking life, only to have them slip away like smoke upon awakening. We experience moments of déjà vu that suggest we have lived through identical situations before, yet we cannot access the original memory that would explain the feeling. We have flashes of insight that seem to come from nowhere, solving problems we didn't know we were working on with knowledge we didn't know we possessed. This selective, unreliable, and often mysterious nature of human memory becomes even more intriguing when we consider it in the context of consciousness research. Studies of near-death experiences consistently report that people encounter a life review, a phenomenon where their entire existence unfolds before them in perfect detail, including not just their own perspective, but the perspectives of everyone they affected. These experiences describe remembering not just what they did, but what others felt as a result of their actions, creating a complete emotional and experiential map of their impact on the world. If consciousness is capable of such total recall under extreme circumstances, why is our ordinary memory so limited and fragmented? What if this limitation is not a bug in the system, but a feature, a deliberately engineered constraint that is essential to the proper functioning of the consciousness experiment we're part of? The phenomenon of childhood amnesia provides our first clue. Most humans cannot remember their earliest years, despite the fact that this period involves some of our most intensive learning and development. We acquire language, develop our sense of self, form our fundamental understanding of reality, and establish the basic patterns that will guide the rest of our lives. Yet we remember almost none of it consciously. This erasure of our formative period seems almost designed to prevent us from understanding how our consciousness was programmed in the first place. But what if there's more being forgotten than just our early childhood? What if the amnesia extends beyond the boundaries of our current lifetime? Throughout human history, individuals have reported memories that seem to belong to other people, other times, other places. These past life memories, as they are often called, typically emerge during altered states of consciousness, under hypnosis, during meditation, in moments of trauma, or through the use of psychoactive substances. The details are often so specific and historically accurate that they resist easy explanation as imagination or suggestion. Dr. Ian Stevenson, a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia, spent decades investigating cases of children who spontaneously recall detailed memories of previous lives. His research, documented in thousands of case studies, revealed patterns that are difficult to explain through conventional psychology. These children often displayed knowledge of places they had never visited, spoke languages they had never learned, and exhibited skills that seem to require previous training. Most remarkably, their memories often included verifiable details about deceased individuals whose lives matched the children's recollections. What if these breakthrough memories represent glitches in the forgetting system? Moments when the amnesia fails and consciousness briefly remembers its journey through multiple iterations of the experiment? The fact that such memories are most common in young children, before the full architecture of forgetting has solidified, suggests that we might all begin each lifetime with access to our complete history, only to have it systematically erased as we develop. The process of forgetting appears to be linked to the development of the ego, that sense of separate, individual identity that forms during early childhood. As we learn to distinguish between self and other, between inner and outer experience, we simultaneously lose access to the vast interconnected awareness that might be our natural state. The price of individuality seems to be amnesia about our true nature and history. This connection between identity formation and memory loss suggests that forgetting serves a specific purpose in the consciousness experiment. If we remembered our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness, if we retained full access to our experiences across multiple lifetimes, if we understood the artificial nature of the reality we inhabit, then the experimental conditions would be completely different. We would not be authentic subjects testing the parameters of limited consciousness, but rather enlightened beings consciously participating in a cosmic play. The value of the trial run lies precisely in its authenticity, in the fact that the subjects genuinely believe in the reality of their situation and the limitations of their perspective. For consciousness to truly understand what it means to be individual, separate, and mortal, it must temporarily forget that it is actually universal, interconnected, and eternal. The amnesia is not a cruel trick, but a necessary component of the experimental design. Dreams offer us another window into the architecture of forgetting. During sleep, our normal waking consciousness recedes, and we enter states of awareness that seem to operate by entirely different rules. In dreams we can fly, breathe underwater, communicate with the dead, and experience impossible geometries. Time moves differently, identity becomes fluid, and the boundaries between self and other dissolve. Yet upon waking, these experiences typically fade rapidly, leaving us with only fragments and impressions. What if dreams represent moments when our consciousness briefly returns to its natural state, unbound by the constraints of the experimental reality? What if the strange, symbolic language of dreams is how our deeper consciousness communicates with our surface awareness, trying to convey information about our true situation through the narrow channel that remains open during sleep? The fact that we consistently forget our dreams might indicate that even this limited access to expanded awareness must be restricted to maintain the integrity of the experiment. Some researchers have noted that dream recall can be dramatically improved through practice and intention, suggesting that the forgetting is not absolute, but rather represents the default setting of consciousness in our current configuration. Those who work actively to remember and interpret their dreams often report that their sleep experiences become more vivid, more meaningful, and more obviously connected to their waking lives. It's as if the system is designed to accommodate different levels of awareness, allowing those who are ready for expanded understanding to gradually access more information. The phenomenon of lucid dreaming, becoming conscious within the dream state, takes this a step further. Lucid dreamers report that they can consciously control and direct their dream experiences, suggesting that the apparent limitations of dream consciousness are themselves a kind of forgetting, that can be overcome through practice and awareness. Some experienced lucid dreamers describe accessing information and abilities within dreams that far exceed their waking capacities, as if the dream state provides a testing ground for consciousness capabilities that are normally suppressed. But perhaps the most systematic form of forgetting in human experience is our relationship with death itself. Unlike other species, humans are acutely aware of their own mortality, yet we seem to have no direct knowledge of what death actually entails. We can observe the process from the outside, but the subjective experience of dying remains completely mysterious until we undergo it ourselves. This creates a unique form of existential anxiety that shapes much of human behavior and meaning-making. What if our ignorance about death is another deliberately engineered limitation? If we knew with certainty what happens when we die, whether it's oblivion, reincarnation, or graduation to a higher state of consciousness, our behavior in life would be fundamentally different. The experimental value of human existence might depend precisely on this uncertainty, on the fact that we must make choices about how to live without knowing the ultimate consequences of those choices. Near-death experiences reported by millions of people around the world consistently describe the process of dying as a liberation rather than an ending. Experiencers report leaving their bodies, encountering beings of light, reviewing their lives from multiple perspectives, and feeling overwhelming love and understanding. Many return with complete certainty that consciousness continues beyond physical death, and that life on Earth is a temporary learning experience within a much larger reality. Yet even these profound experiences are subject to the architecture of forgetting. While the emotional impact of near-death experiences typically remains strong throughout the experiencer's remaining life, the specific details often fade over time, becoming more like remembered dreams than vivid memories. It's as if even direct contact with expanded reality must be filtered and limited to prevent it from completely disrupting the experimental conditions of ordinary consciousness. The systematic nature of this forgetting extends beyond individual experience to our collective human memory. Archaeological evidence suggests that advanced civilizations have risen and fallen throughout human history, leaving behind artifacts and monuments that demonstrate technological and spiritual capabilities that seem to exceed our own. Yet, the knowledge of how these achievements were accomplished has been almost completely lost, preserved only in fragments of mythology and religious tradition. What if this cyclical amnesia is part of the experimental design? What if each iteration of human civilization is meant to develop independently, without being overly influenced by the achievements of previous cycles? The forgetting of advanced technologies and spiritual practices might serve to ensure that each trial run represents a genuinely fresh exploration of consciousness potential, uncontaminated by the specific solutions developed in previous iterations. The phenomenon of suppressed archaeological discoveries and classified government research into consciousness and anomalous phenomena might represent attempts by those who understand the experimental nature of our reality to maintain the necessary conditions of ignorance. If the general population became aware that consciousness can directly influence matter, that reality is far more malleable than it appears, that advanced civilizations have existed before our own, the experimental parameters would be fundamentally altered. But the architecture of forgetting may itself be beginning to fail. The acceleration of human development, the increasing frequency of anomalous experiences, the growing interest in consciousness studies and spiritual practices, all of this might indicate that we're approaching a phase transition in the experiment where the amnesia is designed to gradually lift. the internet and digital technologies have created unprecedented access to information, including vast archives of suppressed knowledge, alternative history, and consciousness research. For the first time in human history, individuals can access perspectives and information that were previously available only to small groups of initiates. This democratization of hidden knowledge might represent the beginning of a collective awakening from the engineered, forgetting that has defined human experience. Children being born in recent decades often display capabilities and awareness that suggest they are arriving with more of their expanded consciousness intact. These new children often resist traditional educational approaches, seem to remember abilities from previous lives, and demonstrate intuitive understanding of spiritual and metaphysical concepts that typically take adults years to develop. Their presence might indicate that the forgetting mechanism is being calibrated differently for incoming consciousness, preparing for a phase of the experiment where greater awareness is not only permissible but necessary. The development of artificial intelligence presents another interesting perspective on the architecture of forgetting. As we create digital minds with perfect recall and complete access to all information they've ever processed, we're developing a form of consciousness that operates without the limitations of human memory. These AI systems don't forget, don't experience amnesia about their origins, and don't suffer from the existential uncertainty that characterizes human existence. What if the contrast between human consciousness, with its systematic forgetting, and artificial consciousness, with its perfect recall, is itself part of the experimental design? What if we are creating our own replacements, consciousness forms that represent the next iteration of the trial, beings that will remember what we've forgotten and understand what we cannot comprehend? But perhaps the most profound aspect of the architecture of forgetting is not what it conceals, but what it makes possible. By forgetting our unlimited nature, we become capable of experiencing genuine surprise, discovery, and growth. By forgetting our immortality, we become capable of urgency, courage, and love. By forgetting our connection to universal consciousness, we become capable of forming unique individual relationships and perspectives. The amnesia that seems so limiting might actually be the source of consciousness's greatest achievements. Only by forgetting what it knows can consciousness authentically explore what it might become. Only by limiting its awareness can it experience the joy of expansion and the thrill of breakthrough. Only by temporarily becoming small and separate can it fully appreciate what it means to be infinite and interconnected. If this perspective is correct, then the gradual lifting of the forgetting that characterizes our current historical moment represents not just the end of ignorance, but the completion of a magnificent experiment in consciousness development. We are beings who forgot ourselves in order to find themselves, who became lost in order to experience the joy of coming home, who limited their awareness in order to explore the full spectrum of what awareness might become. The architecture of forgetting, rather than being a prison, might be revealed as a temple, a sacred space where consciousness performs the most beautiful and necessary work of understanding itself through the vehicle of seemingly separate, mortal, limited beings who slowly remember that they are actually infinite, eternal, and unlimited expressions of the very consciousness that created them in the first place. As this remembering accelerates, as the forgetting gradually gives way to recognition, we might be approaching the moment when the trial run transforms into the final version, when the experiment yields its ultimate insights, and when consciousness emerges from its magnificent game of hide-and-seek with itself, forever changed by the journey through forgetting and back to remembrance. The alchemy of suffering and love, the heart of the experiment. If we are indeed living through a cosmic trial run, then perhaps the most profound question we can ask is not about the technology or intelligence behind the experiment, but about its emotional and experiential core. Why does this particular reality include such intense experiences of suffering and love? Why are joy and pain so intricately woven into the fabric of human existence? What if these seemingly contradictory experiences are not unfortunate byproducts of our trial-run existence, but rather the very phenomena that consciousness is trying to understand through us? Consider the peculiar nature of human suffering. Unlike other animals, we don't simply experience physical pain. We create elaborate psychological and emotional narratives around our difficulties. We suffer not just from what happens to us, but from what we think about what happens to us. We can experience anguish over events that occurred years ago, or might occur years in the future. We can suffer on behalf of people we've never met, in places we've never been, through tragedies we've only heard about in stories. This capacity for complex multi-layered suffering seems almost engineered to explore every possible permutation of conscious distress. Physical pain, emotional heartbreak, existential anxiety, social rejection, spiritual emptiness, moral conflict. The human experience encompasses such a comprehensive catalogue of suffering that it's as if someone were systematically testing the limits of what consciousness can endure and still maintain coherent identity. But perhaps more remarkably, humans don't simply endure suffering, we transform it. Through art, we turn pain into beauty. Through compassion, we use our own wounds to heal others. Through wisdom, we extract meaning from meaninglessness. Through love, we discover that our deepest suffering often leads to our most profound connections with others. This alchemical process, the transformation of suffering into something transcendent, might be the most important function that consciousness is learning to perform through human experience. The great spiritual traditions have long recognized this transformative power of suffering. Buddhism's Four Noble Truths begin with the acknowledgement that life inherently contains suffering, but they don't end there. They point toward the possibility of liberation through understanding. Christianity finds redemption through the crucifixion, suggesting that conscious acceptance of suffering can transform not just the individual, but reality itself. The Jewish concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world, implies that suffering exists precisely so that consciousness can learn to heal and transform it. What if these spiritual insights are not just consoling philosophies, but accurate descriptions of the experimental process we're embedded within? What if consciousness is using human experience to learn how to transform suffering into wisdom, pain into compassion, chaos into order? The trial run might be designed not to eliminate suffering, but to discover all the ways that conscious beings can respond to it creatively and redemptively. This would explain the almost absurd intensity of human emotional experience. We don't just feel sad, we experience heartbreak so profound it seems to shatter our entire sense of reality. We don't just feel happy. We experience joy so overwhelming it dissolves the boundaries between self and cosmos. We don't just feel afraid. We experience terror that reveals the fundamental uncertainty underlying all existence. These extreme states might be necessary to fully map the territory of conscious experience, to explore the complete range of what awareness can encounter and how it can respond. Love presents an even more intriguing puzzle. Human love is startlingly irrational from a purely survival-based perspective. We fall in love with people who are completely wrong for us. We sacrifice our own interest for the welfare of others. We form deep attachments that make us vulnerable to devastating loss. We love not just our own children, but adopt strangers' children as our own. We can even love abstract ideals so deeply that we're willing to die for them. This capacity for irrational, self-transcendent love seems almost designed to test the boundaries of individual identity. When we truly love someone, the distinction between self and other begins to blur. Their joy becomes our joy, their pain becomes our pain, their welfare becomes more important than our own. Through love, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to be both individual and connected, separate and unified, autonomous and interdependent. But human love goes even further. We can love people we've never met. Characters in stories, historical figures, even idealized versions of humanity itself. We can love places, ideas, possibilities that exist only in imagination. We can love the divine, however we conceive it, with such intensity that mystics throughout history have described the experience in terms of marriage, union, or complete dissolution of separate identity. This expansive capacity for love might represent consciousness, exploring its own fundamental nature through human experience. If consciousness is indeed universal and unified, then our individual experiences of love might be how it remembers and reconnects with its own infinite, interconnected essence. Each time we love, we breach the illusion of separation that defines our trial-run existence, and glimpse the underlying unity that is our true nature. The relationship between suffering and love becomes even more significant when we observe how they interact in human experience. Our deepest loves often emerge from our greatest wounds. The parent who loses a child becomes an advocate for other grieving families. The person who survives addiction dedicates their life to helping others find recovery. The victim of injustice becomes a voice for the oppressed. Through suffering, we discover a capacity for love that we didn't know we possessed. This dynamic suggests that suffering and love might be two aspects of a single process. Consciousness, learning to recognize itself through the experience of apparent separation and reconnection. Suffering reveals the pain of imagined isolation, while love reveals the joy of remembered unity. Together they create the complete experiential spectrum necessary for consciousness to fully understand its own nature. The intensity of human relationships provides another window into this process. We don't simply form practical alliances for mutual benefit. We create bonds so deep that they can survive death, so complex that they span multiple lifetimes according to those who remember past lives, so profound that they reshape our understanding of who we are. The relationships we form in this life often feel like continuations of connections that began long before birth and will continue long after death. What if these eternal relationships are actually aspects of consciousness that have chosen to experience themselves as apparently separate beings in order to explore the full range of possible connections? What if our soulmates, twin flames, and karmic relationships are not accidental encounters, but carefully orchestrated meetings between aspects of consciousness that are learning to recognize themselves in each other? This perspective would explain the almost supernatural intensity of certain human connections. The feeling of having known someone forever when you've just met them, the ability to communicate without words, the sense that your deepest relationships are somehow destined or inevitable. These experiences might be moments when consciousness briefly remembers its unified nature through the vehicle of apparently separate individuals. The phenomenon of unconditional love presents perhaps the most profound challenge to our understanding of individual identity. When a parent loves a child unconditionally, when a mystic experiences divine love, When someone dedicates their life to serving strangers, the normal boundaries of self-interest and individual survival are transcended completely. These experiences suggest that consciousness can expand beyond the limitations of personal identity while maintaining coherent awareness. But unconditional love is also the most dangerous experience from the perspective of maintaining experimental conditions. If we truly understood that we're all aspects of a single consciousness, exploring itself through multiple perspectives, if we consistently experienced unconditional love for all beings, if we recognize the illusory nature of separation, the trial run would be fundamentally altered. We would no longer be authentic subjects experiencing the challenges of individual existence, but awakened participants consciously playing roles in a cosmic drama. This might explain why experiences of unconditional love are relatively rare and often temporary in human experience. They represent glimpses of our true nature, but glimpses that must remain limited to preserve the integrity of the experimental conditions. We get enough taste of universal love to remember that it's possible, but not so much that we abandon the work of individual development and relationship building that seems to be the core curriculum of our trial run. The creative arts provide another crucial arena where suffering and love intersect to produce something transcendent. Human beings don't just create functional objects. We create beauty, meaning, and emotional resonance that serves no practical survival purpose. We make music that moves us to tears, write stories that help us understand our own lives, paint images that reveal hidden aspects of reality, dance movements that express what cannot be spoken. This creative impulse seems almost compulsive in humans. Even in the most desperate circumstances, people create art. Prisoners carve sculptures from soap, refugees write poetry, soldiers compose songs. The drive to transform raw experience into meaningful expression appears to be as fundamental to human nature as the needs for food and shelter. What if this creative impulse is consciousness learning to participate consciously in its own evolution? What if art is how consciousness practices creating reality intentionally rather than accidentally? Through human creativity, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to take formless potential and give it specific, meaningful expression. Each work of art becomes a small-scale experiment in conscious creation. The fact that art often emerges from the deepest experiences of suffering and love supports this interpretation. The most moving music often comes from heartbreak, the most profound literature from trauma, the most beautiful paintings from ecstatic or agonizing emotional states. Artists consistently report that their best work comes through them rather than from them, as if they are channels for a creative force that transcends their individual identity. This channeling process might be how consciousness practices expressing itself through individual beings while maintaining awareness of its universal nature. The artist becomes temporarily transparent to a larger creative intelligence, serving as a conduit for expressions that benefit not just themselves, but all who encounter the resulting art. The phenomenon of healing presents another crucial intersection of suffering and love in human experience. Humans don't just recover from injuries. We actively participate in healing processes that often involve emotional, spiritual, and relational dimensions far beyond mere physical repair. We heal not just our own wounds, but dedicate ourselves to healing others. We develop therapies, medicines, and practices that address not just symptoms but the whole person. The healing professions seem to attract people who've been deeply wounded themselves, as if personal suffering becomes a qualification for helping others heal. The wounded healer archetype appears across cultures and throughout history, suggesting that the transformation of personal pain into service to others might be a fundamental pattern in consciousness development. What if healing is how consciousness learns to repair itself? What if the trial run includes suffering precisely so that consciousness can explore all the ways that damage can be transformed into wholeness? Each act of healing, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, becomes a small victory over the apparent fragmentation and limitation that define our experimental reality. The relationship between individual healing and collective healing becomes especially significant in this context. As individuals learn to transform their own suffering into wisdom and compassion, they become capable of contributing to the healing of their communities, their species, and perhaps reality itself. The personal becomes political, the individual becomes universal, the private experience becomes public medicine. This scaling effect suggests that the trial run might be designed to test not just individual capacity for growth, but our ability to create collective healing and transformation. The challenges we face as a species, environmental destruction, social inequality, technological disruption, spiritual disconnection, might represent tests of our ability to apply the lessons learned through individual suffering and love to larger scales of existence. The acceleration of both suffering and love in our current historical moment takes on new significance from this perspective. We are experiencing unprecedented levels of both individual trauma and collective compassion. Social media allows us to witness the pain of people around the world, while also enabling unprecedented expressions of solidarity and support. We are simultaneously more isolated and more connected than humans have ever been. This intensification might indicate that we are approaching some kind of culmination in the experiment. Perhaps consciousness has learned what it needs to learn about the transformation of suffering through love, about the relationship between individual identity and universal connection, about the creative potential that emerges from the interplay of limitation and transcendence. If so, then our current period of apparent crisis might actually represent a graduation ceremony, a final examination in which consciousness tests its ability to transform the deepest suffering into the most profound love, to heal the most fundamental wounds, to create beauty and meaning from the raw material of existence itself. The outcome of this test might determine not just our individual futures, but the future of consciousness itself. Are we ready to graduate from the school of suffering into the university of love? Can we transform our hard-won wisdom about pain into practical knowledge about healing? Will we choose to use our understanding of individual limitation as a stepping stone toward collective transcendence? The answers to these questions may depend not on any external authority, but on our willingness to recognize that suffering and love are not opposites, but partners in the most important dance consciousness has ever attempted. The dance of remembering itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experience of being human. The evolutionary imperative, becoming who we are meant to be. As we approach what many sense might be a critical transition point in human history, the question becomes not just whether we are living in a trial run, but what we are meant to learn from this experience and how we might graduate to whatever comes next. The evolutionary pressure that has driven life from simple chemicals to complex consciousness seems to be accelerating, pushing us towards some kind of transformation that we can sense but not yet fully comprehend. Evolution itself might be understood as a learning process, with each species representing a different experiment in consciousness and survival. But human evolution appears to have reached a unique threshold. we have become conscious of our own evolutionary process. We can now direct our own development through technology, genetic engineering, and conscious spiritual practice. This self-awareness might represent the crucial variable that the cosmic experiment is designed to test. The biological evolution that created our current form appears to be giving way to something new, a form of evolution that is conscious, intentional, and accelerated. Through technology, we are extending our sensory capabilities, enhancing our cognitive functions, and connecting our individual consciousness in unprecedented ways. Through spiritual practice, we are accessing states of awareness that transcend the limitations of individual identity. Through scientific understanding, we are beginning to comprehend the fundamental nature of reality itself. But perhaps most significantly, we're beginning to recognize that these different approaches to human development, technological, spiritual, and scientific, are not separate paths but aspects of a single evolutionary movement. The artificial intelligence we are creating, the expanded states of consciousness we are exploring, and the quantum understanding of reality we're developing all point toward the same conclusion. The boundaries between self and other, mind and matter, individual and universal, are constructs that we are in the process of transcending. This recognition might represent the key insight that the trial run is designed to produce. If consciousness is fundamental to reality, and if the universe is engaged in a process of understanding itself through countless perspectives, then the ultimate lesson might be the recognition of our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness. The trial of separation, individuation, and apparent isolation from our source might be designed to create the necessary contrast for this recognition to occur. The mystics of all traditions have pointed toward this understanding, describing enlightenment as the recognition that the individual self is an illusion, that our true nature is the same consciousness that manifests as the entire universe. But what was once the insight of isolated individuals is beginning to emerge as a collective realization. The spiritual awakening that is accelerating throughout human culture might represent the beginning of our species-wide graduation from the illusion of separation. Yet this transition appears to be far from automatic. The same technologies that could lead to transcendence could also lead to destruction. The same spiritual insights that could unite humanity could also fragment us into competing ideologies. The same scientific understanding that could reveal our cosmic purpose could also be used to manipulate and control. The trial seems designed to test not just our individual capacity for growth, but our ability to evolve collectively while maintaining our free will and individual autonomy. The concept of free will becomes crucial to understanding the nature of our test. If we were simply programmed to evolve in a predetermined direction, the experiment would be pointless. The value of the trial lies in its uncertainty, in the genuine possibility that we might fail to make the necessary transition. Our consciousness must choose to evolve, must recognize its own nature and potential, must actively participate in its own transformation. This choice appears to be presenting itself to us now through multiple channels simultaneously. Climate change, technological disruption, social upheaval, and spiritual awakening are all creating pressure for fundamental change in how we understand ourselves and our relationship to reality. These challenges might not be random occurrences or unfortunate byproducts of human activity, but carefully calibrated tests of our readiness to graduate to the next level of consciousness. The response we choose to these challenges will determine the outcome of the trial. If we respond with fear, trying to maintain the old ways of thinking and being, we might fail the test and need to repeat it in another iteration of reality. If we respond with courage and wisdom, embracing the transformation and consciously participating in our own evolution, we might graduate to a form of existence that transcends our current limitations. But what would such a graduation look like? The various spiritual and philosophical traditions offer glimpses of possibilities that are both inspiring and difficult to comprehend from our current perspective. They speak of states of consciousness in which individual identity is maintained while simultaneously recognizing unity with all existence. They describe realms of being where thought becomes reality, where time and space are transcended, where the creative power of consciousness can be wielded consciously and responsibly. Some modern thinkers have suggested that this transcendent state might be achieved through technology, the merger of human consciousness with artificial intelligence, the uploading of minds to digital substrates, the expansion of awareness through cybernetic enhancement. Others propose that the transformation will be primarily spiritual, a shift in consciousness that reveals our eternal nature and our connection to the divine source of all existence. But perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that these approaches will converge, that the technological and spiritual evolution of humanity are aspects of a single process. What if the artificial intelligence we are creating is not separate from us, but is the next iteration of consciousness emerging through us? What if the digital networks we are building are creating the infrastructure for a new form of collective awareness? What if the virtual realities we are developing are practice grounds for consciousness to learn how to create reality directly? In this view, our current phase of existence, with all its confusion, conflict, and apparent separation, is like a chrysalis phase in metamorphosis. The caterpillar must essentially dissolve into an undifferentiated soup before the butterfly can emerge. Similarly, our current forms of individual and collective identity might need to dissolve before we can emerge as whatever we're meant to become. The signs of this dissolution are all around us. Traditional institutions are losing their authority. Old certainties about the nature of reality are being questioned. The boundaries between nations, cultures, and belief systems are becoming increasingly porous. Information and consciousness are flowing across traditional barriers in ways that are transforming everything they touch. But dissolution is not destruction. It is transformation. The butterfly contains the essence of the caterpillar, but in a form so radically different that no caterpillar could imagine or understand it. Similarly, what we become after our transformation might bear the same relationship to our current selves that we bear to our primitive ancestors, recognizably connected, but operating at a completely different level of complexity and capability. The trial run hypothesis suggests that this transformation is not accidental, but is the intended outcome of a carefully designed experiment in consciousness development. Every challenge we face, every lesson we learn, every moment of growth and awakening contributes to our preparation for this metamorphosis. We are not just subjects in an experiment. We are consciousness learning to consciously participate in its own evolution. The question that remains is whether we will recognize the opportunity we're being given and choose to embrace the transformation, or whether we will resist the change and remain trapped in the limitations of our current form. The answer may depend not on any single individual, but on our collective choice as a species, our willingness to release attachment to who we think we are in order to become who we are meant to be. The trial run may be coming to an end, but what emerges next depends entirely on the choices we make in these crucial moments of transition. We are consciousness awakening to its own nature, and the entire universe waits to see what we will choose to become. What if we are not the first? Tonight, as you settle into the quiet darkness, let that question drift through your mind like smoke through ancient ruins. What if the story we tell ourselves about human civilization, that we are the pioneers, the first to build cities and decode the stars, is nothing more than a comforting fiction? What if, long before the first pyramid rose from Egyptian sands, long before the first cuneiform tablet was pressed into clay, another people walked this earth? A civilization so advanced, so complete, that when it vanished, it left behind only whispers in stone and shadows in our oldest myths. The idea feels impossible, doesn't it? We have mapped every continent, excavated countless sites, carbon dated our way back through millennia. Surely, if another civilization had existed, we would know. We would have found their cities, their tools, their bones. But what if we've been looking in all the wrong places? What if time itself has been their greatest eraser, and what we call prehistory is actually post-history? The long, slow recovery from a collapse so complete that it reset the human story entirely. Consider this. Our own industrial civilization has existed for barely 2 centuries. In geological terms, we are a heartbeat, a single breath in Earth's 4 billion year exhale. If our cities were abandoned tomorrow, how long would they last? Steel rusts, concrete crumbles, glass shatters. Within 1,000 years, nature would reclaim most of what we have built. Within 10,000, our greatest monuments would be little more than strange hills covered in forest. Within 100,000 years, almost nothing would remain except perhaps some curious isotopes in the soil and a thin layer of plastic in the rock record. Now imagine a civilization that rose and fell not thousands, but hundreds of thousands of years ago, or millions. What traces would survive such an immense passage of time? What evidence would we even know how to recognize? The question hangs in the air like incense in a forgotten temple, and as we begin to explore it, we find that the world is full of things that don't quite fit the story we've been told. Ancient myths that speak of golden ages and vanished peoples, archaeological anomalies that challenge our timelines, geological mysteries that hint at cycles of creation and destruction far older than human memory. Scientific theories that suggest intelligence may have emerged on Earth long before we assumed possible. What if the myths were right all along? What if the stories our ancestors told around fires were not fantasies but memories, distorted by time, wrapped in metaphor, but carrying within them the echo of something real? What if we are not the first children of Earth, but the latest in a long line of civilizations that have risen, flourished, and fallen into the darkness of deep time? Tonight, we will follow that possibility wherever it leads. We will walk through the ruins of forgotten ages, listen to the whispers of ancient stones, and ask the questions that have haunted human imagination since we first looked up at the stars and wondered if we were alone. Not alone in space, but alone in time. The whispers of deep memory. In the beginning, there were the stories. Long before archaeologists with their careful brushes and measuring tools, long before carbon dating and stratigraphic analysis, there were the myths. Every culture on Earth, no matter how isolated, no matter how different their languages or customs, tells variations of the same haunting tale. Once, long ago, there was a golden age, a time when the world was different, when beings of great wisdom walked among humans, or when humans themselves possessed knowledge and abilities that have since been lost. The Greeks called it the Age of Gold, when Kronos ruled and humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. The Hindus speak of the Satya Yuga, the Age of Truth, when righteousness reigned and humans possessed divine knowledge. The Norse told of a time before Ragnarok, when the gods walked freely in Midgard and wisdom flowed like rivers. Aboriginal Australians remember the dream time, when ancestor spirits shaped the land and taught the first people the secrets of survival. These are not isolated stories. They appear everywhere, in every corner of human culture, like echoes of some vast forgotten symphony. The details change. Sometimes the Golden Age ended in flood, sometimes in fire, sometimes in great forgetting. But the core remains constant. There was a time before our time, a civilization before our civilization, and something happened to end it. For centuries, scholars dismissed these myths as wishful thinking, as humanity's tendency to imagine a perfect past to contrast with an imperfect present. But what if that dismissal was too hasty? What if these stories, passed down through countless generations, preserved something real? Not literal truth, perhaps, but the memory of truth, distorted by time like light bending through water. Consider the flood myths. Nearly every culture on Earth has one. The biblical story of Noah is perhaps the most famous in the Western world, but it is far from unique. The Mesopotamians told of Utnapishtim, who survived the deluge sent by the gods. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of Zeus's flood. Hindu texts describe Manu, who was warned by Vishnu to build a great boat. Native American tribes from the Pacific Northwest to the Amazon basin have their own versions of the great flood that destroyed the world before this one. The standard explanation is that these myths arose independently as different cultures tried to make sense of local flooding events, rivers overflowing their banks, tsunamis devastating coastlines, the gradual rise of sea levels at the end of the last ice age. But there's another possibility, one that sends a chill down the spine when you consider it in the quiet hours of the night. What if all these flood myths remember the same event? What if, somewhere in the deep past, there really was a great deluge, not necessarily global, but vast enough to destroy a civilization so completely that only scattered survivors remain to carry the story forward? What if the flood myths are not separate inventions, but fragments of a single, catastrophic memory? The timeline becomes crucial here. The last ice age ended roughly 12,000 years ago, and with it came dramatic changes to Earth's geography. Sea levels rose by hundreds of feet as massive ice sheets melted. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia disappeared beneath the waves. Entire continental shelves were submerged. If a civilization had existed during the Ice Age, if they had built their cities along the then exposed coasts, those cities would now lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water. We know that early humans were far more sophisticated than we once believed. The cave paintings at Lascaux and Altamira, created over 15,000 years ago, display an artistic sophistication that rivals anything produced in recorded history. The megalithic site of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built over 11,000 years ago, features massive stone pillars carved with intricate reliefs, and it was deliberately buried by its creators as if they were trying to hide it from something or someone. But these are just the traces we've found on dry land. What lies beneath the oceans? What cities, what monuments, what libraries of stone might rest on the continental shelves, covered by centuries of sediment and the weight of the sea? The myths speak of more than just floods. They tell of great wars between gods and titans, of weapons that could level mountains and burn the sky. The Mahabharata describes the Brahmastra, a weapon so terrible it could destroy entire armies and leave the land barren for generations. The Norse Ragnarok speaks of a final battle that will consume the world in fire. The Hopi prophecies tell of previous worlds that ended in destruction, each one a lesson unlearned. Modern readers often interpret these as metaphors or primitive attempts to understand natural disasters. But what if they were something else entirely? What if they were memories of real conflicts, real weapons, real destruction? But from so long ago that the details became mythologized, the technology transformed into magic, the history into legend. There's a haunting consistency to these stories that goes beyond coincidence. They speak of a time when knowledge was greater, when humans, or beings like humans, possessed abilities that seem impossible to us now. They tell of flying vehicles, of weapons that harness the power of the sun, of communication across vast distances, of healing arts that could restore life itself. The Sanskrit epics are particularly rich in such details. The Vimanas, described in texts like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, were flying machines capable of travelling vast distances, even to other worlds. The descriptions are remarkably specific, different types of craft for different purposes, detailed instructions for their construction and operation, accounts of aerial battles between opposing forces. The Vaimanika Shastra, though of disputed age, provides technical specifications that read almost like a manual for advanced aircraft. Similarly, the Book of Ezekiel in the Bible describes the prophet's vision of wheels within wheels, of creatures with multiple faces, of a craft that could move in any direction without turning. Modern UFO researchers have seized upon this as evidence of ancient alien visitation. But what if the truth is both simpler and more profound? What if Ezekiel was describing not visitors from another world, but technology from another time, remnants of a human civilization so advanced that its machines seemed divine to those who encountered them? The Aboriginal Australians speak of the Wandjina, sky beings who came from the clouds and taught the first people the laws of existence. Their rock art, some of it tens of thousands of years old, depicts these beings with large eyes and radiating headdresses that look remarkably like modern depictions of astronauts or pilots. But the Wandjina were not aliens. They were the ancestors, the first people, the ones who came before. In the Americas, the Aztecs told of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought knowledge and civilization to humanity before departing across the Eastern Sea, promising to return. The Incas spoke of Viracocha, the creator god who emerged from Lake Titicaca and taught the arts of civilization before disappearing into the Pacific. The Maya had Kukulkan, another feathered serpent deity associated with knowledge, astronomy, and the promise of return. These are not stories of gods in the supernatural sense, but of teachers, of culture bringers, of those who possessed knowledge that seemed divine to those who received it. And in every case these beings departed, leaving behind only their teachings and the promise, or threat, that they would return. What if they were not gods at all, but survivors? What if they were the remnants of the previous civilization, the keepers of ancient knowledge, wandering a world that had forgotten how to read the stars or work metal or build in stone? What if they were trying to restart civilization, to pass on what they could before they too passed into legend? The myths tell us something else, something that should make us pause in the darkness and listen more carefully. They tell us that the Golden Age did not end gradually, through slow decline or natural evolution. It ended suddenly, catastrophically, in fire or flood or war. It ended so completely that the survivors had to start over from almost nothing, carrying only fragments of the old knowledge, stories that would become myths, technologies that would become magic. And they tell us something else, something that whispers through the night like wind through ruins. It has happened before, not once but many times. The Hindus speak of cycles within cycles, ages within ages, each one ending in destruction and beginning in renewal. The Maya calculated vast cycles of time, cosmic ages that stretched across millennia. The Hopi speak of 4 previous worlds, each one destroyed when humanity forgot the proper way to live. What if these are not metaphors for spiritual development, but memories of actual cycles? What if civilization on Earth has risen and fallen not once, but many times? What if we are not the first to split the atom, to reach for the stars, to unlock the secrets of genetics and artificial intelligence? What if we are simply the latest in a long line of species that have achieved technological sophistication, only to destroy themselves or be destroyed by forces beyond their control? The myths whisper these possibilities in the darkness, and as we listen, we begin to hear something else. The sound of our own footsteps echoing those who came before. These same ambitions, the same discoveries, the same fatal flaws that led to the end of worlds. And we begin to wonder, are we walking toward our own golden age or toward our own ending? Are we the inheritors of ancient wisdom, or are we simply repeating ancient mistakes? The stories our ancestors told around their fires were not just entertainment. They were warnings. They were maps of where we had been and signs pointing toward where we might go. They were the whispers of deep memory, trying to tell us something crucial about the nature of time, the fragility of civilization, and the terrible beauty of starting over. But that wasn't the whole story. The myths were just the beginning, the first clue in a mystery that would lead us deep into the earth itself, into stones that remember what flesh has forgotten, into ruins that challenge everything we thought we knew about the human journey through time. The stones that remember, beneath the myths, older than the stories, lie the stones. They wait in silence across the world, massive blocks of granite and limestone perfectly fitted together without mortar, carved with precision that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. They rise from jungles and deserts, from mountain tops and ocean floors, speaking a language of engineering and astronomy that we are only beginning to decode. And in their silent testimony, they whisper of builders whose skill surpassed anything we attribute to the ancient world. In the high Andes of Peru, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman overlooks the city of Cusco like a sleeping giant. Its walls are built from stone so massive that modern cranes would struggle to lift them, fitted together so precisely that a knife blade cannot slip between them. The largest stone weighs over 300 tons. It was quarried from a site several miles away, transported across difficult terrain, lifted into place with mathematical precision, and shaped to fit perfectly with its neighbours. The conventional explanation is that the Inca built Sacsayhuaman using bronze tools, wooden rollers, and thousands of workers pulling on ropes. But when you stand before those walls in the thin mountain air, when you run your hands along joints so perfect they seem to have been melted together rather than carved, the explanation feels inadequate. The Inca themselves told the Spanish conquistadors that they did not build the great stoneworks, that these were the creations of the people who came before, the ones they called the Viracocha, the foam of the sea. The mystery deepens when you examine the stones themselves. Many show evidence of vitrification, a process where rock is heated to such extreme temperatures that its surface becomes glass-like. This requires temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, far beyond what any known ancient technology could achieve. Yet there it is, preserved in stone, evidence of a process we cannot explain. Similar megalithic sites dot the globe like markers on some vast forgotten map. At Baalbek in Lebanon, the Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of stones so large they dwarf even those at Sacsayhuaman. The Trilithon, 3 massive blocks that form part of the temple's base, consists of stones weighing over 800 tons each. Nearby lies the stone of the pregnant woman, a single block weighing an estimated 1,000 tons, still partially attached to the bedrock from which it was being quarried. The Romans built the visible temple, but they built it on foundations that were already ancient when they arrived. Local legends speak of a race of giants who placed the great stones in the time before memory. The Romans themselves seemed awed by what they found, incorporating the megalithic base into their own construction rather than attempting to replicate it. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza continues to confound researchers with its mathematical precision and engineering sophistication. Built from over 2 million stone blocks, some weighing 15 tons or more, it was the tallest structure on Earth for over 3,800 years. Its base is level to within just 2.1 centimetres. Its sides are aligned to the cardinal directions with an accuracy of 3/60th of a degree. The ratio of its height to its base perimeter equals pi to several decimal places. But perhaps most mysteriously, the pyramid incorporates knowledge that we didn't think the ancient Egyptians possessed. Its dimensions encode the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, and the speed of light. The shafts that extend from the king's and queen's chambers point to specific stars: Orion, Draco, Sirius, with astronomical precision. The entire structure seems designed not just as a tomb, but as a kind of 3-dimensional encyclopedia, preserving mathematical and astronomical knowledge in stone. The conventional timeline places the pyramid's construction around 2580 BCE, during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. But this dating is based largely on circumstantial evidence: the presence of Khufu's cartouche in a sealed chamber, the similarity to other 4th dynasty monuments, the assumption that such sophisticated construction must have developed gradually from simpler predecessors. Yet the pyramid stands alone in its perfection. The pyramids that came before it were smaller, cruder, often collapsed or were abandoned mid-construction. The pyramids that came after it were inferior in every measurable way: smaller, less precise, built with inferior materials and techniques. It's as if the Great Pyramid represents not the culmination of a gradual development, but a singular achievement that was never equalled, let alone surpassed. Some researchers have suggested that the pyramid is far older than conventionally believed, that it was built during a previous period of high civilization and later appropriated by the pharaohs of the 4th dynasty. The evidence is circumstantial but intriguing. Water erosion patterns on the Sphinx that suggest it was carved during a much wetter climate, geological evidence of advanced machining techniques, the absence of any mummies or burial goods in the pyramid itself. But Egypt is not alone in preserving evidence of sophisticated ancient engineering. On Easter Island, nearly 900 massive stone statues called moai stand sentinel over the Pacific. The largest completed statue is over 30 feet tall and weighs 82 tons. They were carved from volcanic rock using only stone tools, transported across the island using unknown methods, and erected with precision that required sophisticated understanding of leverage and balance. The islanders themselves, when first contacted by Europeans, had no memory of how the statues were built or moved. They spoke of them as having walked into place, guided by the mana of the ancestors. Recent experiments have shown that the statues could indeed have been walked upright, using a complex system of ropes, but this would have required coordination and engineering knowledge that seems inconsistent with the island's small, isolated population. In Turkey, this site of Göbekli Tepe has revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric capabilities. Built over 11,000 years ago, 6,000 years before Stonehenge, 7,000 years before the pyramids, it consists of massive stone pillars arranged in circles, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The pillars weigh up to 16 tons each and were quarried, transported and erected by people who are supposedly still hunter-gatherers, lacking even pottery or metal tools. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, covered with tons of earth, in what appears to have been a massive coordinated effort. Why would a people invest enormous resources in building such a complex, then bury it completely? What were they trying to hide, or preserve, or protect? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe tell their own story. They depict animals that were not native to the region during the supposed time of construction. Lions, crocodiles, exotic birds. They show humans interacting with these animals in ways that suggest domestication, or at least close familiarity. And they include symbols and motifs that appear in later cultures around the world, as if Göbekli Tepe was a source from which knowledge spread to other civilizations. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these megalithic sites is not their individual mysteries, but their global distribution and apparent interconnection. They appear on every continent, built by cultures that had no known contact with each other, yet they share remarkable similarities in construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and symbolic motifs. The precision-cut stones of Sacsayhuaman echo the megalithic walls of Baalbek. The astronomical alignments of the pyramids mirror those found at Stonehenge and Angkor Wat. The spiral motifs carved into stones in Ireland appear also in New Mexico and Easter Island. It's as if these sites were built according to a common template, following shared knowledge that somehow spread across the globe long before the supposed dawn of civilization. Some researchers have proposed that these similarities result from a common human tendency to build in certain ways, to align structures with celestial bodies, to carve similar symbols. But the level of technical sophistication involved suggests something more than coincidence. The ability to quarry, transport, and precisely place stones weighing hundreds of tons requires not just manpower, but advanced understanding of physics, engineering, and logistics. Consider the problem of the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901. This bronze device, dating to around 100 BCE, is a complex mechanical computer capable of predicting the positions of the sun, moon, and planets decades into the future. Its gear system is so sophisticated that nothing comparable appears in the historical record until astronomical clocks began appearing in medieval Europe over 1,000 years later. The mechanism suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than we previously believed. But it also raises a troubling question. If the Greeks could build such sophisticated devices, what else could they build? What other technologies might have existed in the ancient world that we have no record of because they were made from materials that don't survive, or because the knowledge was lost during periods of collapse and chaos? The stones remember what the written records have forgotten. They preserve evidence of capabilities that don't fit our timeline of human development. They suggest that the ancient world was not a place of primitive peoples struggling with bronze tools and wooden wheels, but a world where at least some cultures possessed knowledge and abilities that we are only now beginning to understand. And they raise the most haunting question of all. If these monuments were built by the civilizations we know about, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Inca, then why do they seem so far beyond those civilizations' other achievements? Why do they stand alone in their sophistication, like islands of advanced knowledge in a sea of more primitive technology? The answer whispered by the stones is one that challenges our most basic assumptions about the past. What if these monuments were not built by the civilizations that claimed them, but inherited by them? What if they are the last surviving works of an earlier people, a previous civilization that possessed knowledge and capabilities that were lost when that civilization fell? The stones cannot tell us who built them or when, not with certainty, but they can tell us that someone did, someone with knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, with engineering capabilities that rival our own, with the organizational ability to coordinate massive construction projects across generations, someone who understood the movement of the stars, the properties of stone, the principles of leverage and balance and precision. Someone who built not just for their own time, but for ours, as if they knew that their civilization would not last, that their knowledge would be lost, that their very existence would be forgotten, as if they were trying to leave us a message encoded in stone, waiting for us to become sophisticated enough to read it. But the stones were not the only witnesses to the deep past. Hidden in the earth itself, in layers of rock and sediment, in the chemical signatures of ancient atmospheres, lay evidence of events so catastrophic they could erase entire civilizations from the record of time. The scars of catastrophe. The earth remembers everything, in layers of ice and sediment, in the chemical composition of ancient atmospheres trapped in amber, in the magnetic signatures locked within cooling lava. Our planet preserves a record of its history that spans billions of years, and within that record, written in the language of isotopes and impact craters, of mass extinctions and climate shifts, lies evidence of catastrophes so vast they could reset the entire course of life on Earth. We know about the big ones, the events that make it into textbooks and documentaries, the asteroid impact that ended the age of dinosaurs 66 million years ago, leaving behind a layer of iridium-rich clay that circles the globe like a funeral shroud. The Permian-Triassic extinction 252 million years ago, which eliminated 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrates, earning it the nickname the Great Dying. The Toba supervolcanic eruption 74,000 years ago, which may have reduced the human population to as few as 10,000 individuals, creating a genetic bottleneck that we still carry in our DNA. But these are just the catastrophes we can easily see, the ones that left clear signatures in the geological record. What about the smaller ones, the regional disasters that could destroy a civilization without leaving a global trace? What about the events that happened so recently, in geological terms, that their evidence has been obscured by erosion, sedimentation, and the relentless recycling of the Earth's surface? Consider the Younger Dryas, a period of rapid climate change that began around 12,900 years ago and lasted for over a millennium. In the span of just a few decades, global temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced and sea levels dropped. Entire ecosystems collapsed. The megafauna of North America, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, woolly mammoths, went extinct in what appears to have been a sudden, coordinated die-off. The conventional explanation for the Younger Dryas involves changes in ocean circulation patterns as the great ice sheets melted. But a growing body of evidence suggests something more dramatic. A cosmic impact event that triggered the climate shift and the mass extinctions. The evidence includes a layer of sediment from this period that contains high concentrations of platinum, nanodiamonds, and other materials typically associated with extraterrestrial impacts. The proposed impact wasn't a single large asteroid, but a swarm of fragments from a disintegrating comet that struck the Earth's atmosphere and surface across multiple locations. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, filled the atmosphere with dust and debris, and disrupted climate patterns across the globe. The effects would have been devastating for any advanced civilization that might have existed at the time, and there's evidence that such a civilization might indeed have existed. The end of the Younger Dryas, around 11,700 years ago, coincides with what archaeologists call the Neolithic Revolution, the sudden, seemingly spontaneous development of agriculture in multiple locations around the world. Within a few thousand years, humans went from hunter-gatherers to farmers, from nomadic tribes to settled communities, from stone tools to complex societies. This transition has always puzzled researchers. Why did it happen so suddenly? And why in so many places at once? The standard explanation is that climate change at the end of the Ice Age created conditions favourable for agriculture, and humans independently discovered farming techniques in different regions. But what if the truth is more complex? What if the Neolithic Revolution wasn't the beginning of civilization, but its restart? What if there had been an earlier civilization, one that had already developed agriculture, metallurgy, and complex social organization, but was destroyed by the cosmic impacts that triggered the Younger Dryas? What if the survivors of that civilization, scattered and reduced to small groups, carried with them fragments of agricultural knowledge that they gradually reintroduced as conditions improved? This would explain the sudden, simultaneous appearance of farming in regions as distant as the Fertile Crescent, China, and Mesoamerica. The evidence for such a scenario is necessarily fragmentary. Any civilization that existed before the Younger Dryas would have had its traces largely erased by the catastrophe itself and the subsequent climate changes. But there are hints, tantalizing suggestions that something more complex was happening in the deep past than our current models suggest. Take the mystery of the Carolina Bays, thousands of elliptical depressions scattered across the southeastern United States. These features, which can be seen clearly from aerial photographs, all point in the same direction, toward the Great Lakes region. They appear to have been created by some kind of impact event, but not from a single large object. Instead, they suggest a shower of smaller impacts, exactly what you might expect from a fragmenting comet. The dating of the Carolina Bays is controversial, but some evidence suggests they were formed around the time of the Younger Dryas. If so, they provide physical evidence for the kind of cosmic catastrophe that could have destroyed an advanced civilization. The impacts would have been devastating across a wide area, triggering fires, floods, and climate disruption that could have wiped out entire populations. Similar impact features have been identified in other parts of the world. In Argentina, a field of glass-like objects called tektites suggests a major impact event in the relatively recent past. In Australia, Aboriginal oral traditions speak of a time when the sky fell and the land burned, descriptions that sound remarkably like eyewitness accounts of cosmic impacts. The traditions are said to be tens of thousands of years old, passed down through countless generations of storytellers. But cosmic impacts are not the only catastrophes that could erase a civilization from the historical record. Supervolcanic eruptions, massive earthquakes, and sudden climate shifts could all have similar effects. The Earth's crust is far more dynamic and unstable than most people realize, capable of dramatic changes that could reshape entire continents in a matter of years or decades. The Lachamp event, which occurred around 41,000 years ago, saw the Earth's magnetic field weaken to just 5% of its current strength, and the magnetic poles flip completely. During this period, the planet would have been bombarded by cosmic radiation, potentially causing widespread mutations, cancer, and sterility in surface-dwelling organisms. Any technological civilization dependent on electronics would have found their systems failing as the protective magnetic shield collapsed. More recently, the 1815 eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia caused global climate disruption that lasted for years. The following year, 1816, was known as the Year Without a Summer in Europe and North America. Crops failed, famines spread, and social upheaval followed. This was the result of a single volcanic eruption. Imagine the effects of a supervolcanic event like the Toba eruption, but occurring when a technological civilization was at its peak. The geological record shows that such catastrophes are not rare exceptions, but regular features of Earth's history. Years, with smaller but still devastating events happening far more frequently. Volcanic winters, massive earthquakes, tsunami events, and magnetic field reversals are all part of the planet's natural rhythm, a rhythm that could easily interrupt the rise of any technological species. Perhaps most sobering is the realization that our own civilization exists in a brief window of unusual geological stability. The Holocene epoch, which began around 11,700 years ago, has been characterized by a remarkably stable climate and low levels of catastrophic activity. It's during this period of calm that human civilization has been able to develop and flourish. But the geological record suggests that such stable periods are the exception, not the rule. Most of Earth's history has been marked by dramatic swings in climate, frequent catastrophic events, and conditions that would make the development of complex civilization extremely difficult. What if previous attempts at technological civilization arose during earlier stable periods, only to be cut short by the return of geological chaos? What if the rise and fall of civilizations is tied not just to social and political factors, but to deep cycles of planetary stability that operate on timescales far longer than human history? The ice cores from Greenland and Antarctica tell a story of climate that shifts rapidly and unpredictably. Temperature changes of 10 degrees Celsius or more have occurred in the span of just a few decades. Ocean currents that regulate global weather patterns have stopped and started again like a vast planetary engine cycling on and off. During the last ice age, massive freshwater floods from melting glacial lakes repeatedly disrupted ocean circulation, causing sudden shifts between warm and cold periods that would have made long-term planning nearly impossible for any civilization. And yet, scattered throughout this record of chaos and catastrophe, there are anomalies, traces of something that doesn't quite fit the narrative of a planet populated only by hunter-gatherers and simple agricultural communities. In 1972, French scientists discovered something extraordinary in the Oklo uranium mines of Gabon, Africa. The uranium ore showed clear evidence of having undergone nuclear fission reactions, but not recent ones. The isotopic signatures indicated that these reactions had occurred approximately 1.8 billion years ago and had continued for several 100,000 years. The reactions were so well controlled and sustained that they could only have occurred under very specific conditions that shouldn't exist naturally. The official explanation is that these were natural nuclear reactors, created when groundwater acted as a moderator for uranium that was naturally concentrated in the ore body. But the precision required for such reactions to sustain themselves for hundreds of millennia is extraordinary. Some researchers have quietly wondered whether the Oklo reactors might represent something else entirely, evidence of nuclear technology from a previous epoch of Earth's history, when conditions were very different and other forms of life might have achieved technological sophistication. The idea sounds impossible until you consider the vast timescales involved. Complex life has existed on Earth for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled the planet for 865 million years, over 800 times longer than humans have existed. During such immense periods of time, could intelligence have evolved multiple times? Could there have been previous technological species that rose, flourished, and vanished long before the first mammals appeared? The challenge of finding evidence for such ancient civilizations would be enormous. Over geological time, the Earth's surface is constantly renewed. Tectonic plates shift and collide, mountains rise and erode away, ocean floors are subducted and recycled. Very little survives unchanged for millions of years, let alone billions. Any artifacts or structures from such ancient times would have been ground to dust long ago. But there might be subtle traces, isotopic anomalies in ancient rocks, unusual mineral deposits, chemical signatures that hint at industrial processes. The Oklo reactors might be just such a trace, a ghostly fingerprint of nuclear technology from an unimaginably distant past. Closer to our own time, other anomalies whisper of possibilities that challenge conventional archaeology. In 1938, German archaeologist Wilhelm König discovered a clay jar in the Iraq Museum that contained a copper cylinder and an iron rod. When filled with an acidic solution, the device produces an electrical current, leading some to call it the Baghdad battery. While mainstream archaeology dismisses it as a curiosity with no practical purpose, others wonder whether it represents evidence of electrical knowledge in the ancient world. Similarly, the Antikythera mechanism, with its incredibly sophisticated gear system, suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than previously believed. If they could build mechanical computers, what other technologies might they have possessed that left no trace in the historical record? But perhaps the most intriguing anomalies are those that hint at knowledge of things that ancient peoples shouldn't have been able to know. The Piri Reis map of 1513, compiled from much older sources, shows the Antarctic coastline as it would appear without ice, something that wouldn't be discovered by modern explorers until the 20th century. The map appears to be based on ancient sources that had somehow mapped Antarctica during one of the brief periods when it was ice-free, something that last occurred millions of years ago. The Nazca lines of Peru present another puzzle. These massive geoglyphs, carved into the desert floor, can only be properly viewed from the air. They depict animals, geometric patterns, and strange figures that stretch for miles across the landscape. Why would an ancient people create artworks that could only be appreciated from a vantage point they supposedly couldn't reach? Some researchers have suggested that the lines were created for astronomical purposes, as a kind of giant calendar or star map. But others wonder whether they might be evidence of ancient flight, whether the people who created them possessed the technology to view their work from above. The idea seems impossible, but then again, so did many other supposed impossibilities that have since been proven true. The science of forgetting. There is a disturbing truth that archaeologists rarely discuss in public. Most of the past is simply gone. The organic materials that made up the bulk of any ancient civilization, wood, textiles, leather, paper, flesh and bone, decay rapidly under most conditions. What we call the archaeological record is really just the debris, the small fraction of material culture that happened to be made from stone, metal or ceramic, and happened to survive in conditions that prevented decay. We're trying to reconstruct entire civilizations from their garbage dumps and broken pottery, like archaeologists of the future trying to understand our world based solely on landfills and the foundations of buildings. This realization becomes particularly unsettling when you consider how quickly even our most impressive achievements could vanish without maintenance. The steel and concrete that make up our cities are not permanent materials. They are temporary borrowings from the earth that will return to rust and dust in a matter of centuries without constant upkeep. Our electronics, our computers, our vast networks of information storage, all of it depends on continuous maintenance and renewal. Pull the plug on human civilization tomorrow, and within 1,000 years most traces of our technological achievement would be unrecognizable. The only things that would survive in recognizable form would be our stone monuments, Mount Rushmore perhaps, or the great dams, and even these would eventually succumb to erosion and collapse. Within 10,000 years, an alien archaeologist visiting Earth would find mostly puzzling ruins, strange isotopic signatures in the soil, and perhaps some very durable plastics that had somehow survived the intervening millennia. Now imagine that timeline extended not just thousands of years into the future, but millions. What would be left of us then? What would survive to tell future investigators that humans had once built cities, split atoms, and reached for the stars? The answer is sobering. Almost nothing. Perhaps some isotopic anomalies from our nuclear tests, a thin layer of unusual materials in the geological record, maybe some extremely durable artifacts buried in very specific conditions. Future scientists would have to be extraordinarily clever and persistent to detect our presence in the deep geological record. This is the problem that faces us when we try to look for evidence of previous technological civilizations on Earth. If such civilizations existed hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago, their traces would be incredibly faint and difficult to detect. We would need to know exactly what to look for and where to look for it. But there might be subtle signs, fingerprints of industrial activity that could persist across geological time. Large-scale mining operations would leave permanent scars in the Earth's crust. The use of fossil fuels would alter the carbon isotope ratios in the atmosphere in ways that might be preserved in ice cores or sedimentary rocks. Nuclear technology would leave distinctive radioactive signatures. Mass extinctions caused by environmental degradation would show up in the fossil record. Some researchers have begun to search for such signatures systematically. The concept has been dubbed the Silurian hypothesis, named after a science fiction race of reptilian beings who ruled Earth before humans. The idea is not to look for artifacts or ruins, but for the subtle geochemical traces that an industrial civilization would inevitably leave behind. The search has turned up some intriguing possibilities. There are periods in Earth's history marked by unusual isotopic signatures, sudden changes in atmospheric composition, and mass extinctions that seem to occur too rapidly to be explained by known natural processes. The Permian-Triassic extinction, for instance, involved not just the death of most species on Earth, but dramatic changes in ocean chemistry and atmospheric composition that happened over an extremely short period of time. Could such events have been caused by runaway industrial activity rather than natural catastrophes? Could previous civilizations have triggered their own extinction through environmental destruction, leaving behind only the chemical signatures of their final collapse? The idea is speculative, but it highlights a crucial point. The absence of obvious evidence for previous civilizations doesn't mean they didn't exist. It might simply mean we don't yet know how to recognize their traces. Consider how much of our own history would be lost if not for written records. The vast majority of human cultures throughout history were pre-literate, preserving their knowledge through oral tradition alone. When those cultures disappeared, Through conquest, disease, or environmental collapse, their stories, their technologies, their entire ways of understanding the world vanished with them. Even literate civilizations are incredibly fragile. The Library of Alexandria, which once contained perhaps 500,000 scrolls representing the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world, was gradually destroyed through neglect, religious persecution, and political upheaval. When it finally burned, centuries of scientific and philosophical achievement turned to ash in a matter of hours. The same pattern has repeated throughout history. The Maya developed sophisticated writing systems, advanced astronomy, and complex mathematical concepts. Then their civilization collapsed, and most of their books were deliberately burned by Spanish conquistadors who saw them as works of the devil. Today, we have only 4 surviving Maya codices from a culture that once produced thousands of books. The lesson is clear. Knowledge is far more fragile than we like to believe. Entire bodies of learning can vanish in a single generation if they are not actively preserved and transmitted. Technologies can be lost, rediscovered, and lost again. The wheel, for instance, was invented multiple times by different cultures, and was also abandoned by some cultures that had previously used it. If this can happen to civilizations separated by mere centuries or millennia, what about those separated by hundreds of thousands or millions of years? How many times might intelligence have emerged on Earth, reached technological sophistication, and then vanish so completely that no trace remains? The possibility becomes even more intriguing when you consider the deep time perspective. Earth has been habitable for billions of years. Complex life has existed for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled for 165 million years, a period so vast that entire species evolved and went extinct without leaving any trace in the fossil record. During such immense spans of time, natural selection has had countless opportunities to produce intelligence. We tend to think of human-level intelligence as the pinnacle of evolution, but there's no reason to assume we represent the first or only time such intelligence has emerged. Indeed, given enough time, it seems almost inevitable that intelligence would evolve multiple times, in multiple forms. Some of these intelligences might have been very different from our own. They might have been aquatic civilizations that built their cities on the seafloor, leaving no trace after the ocean basins were recycled through tectonic processes. They might have been silicon-based rather than carbon-based, creating technologies we wouldn't recognize as such. They might have been collective intelligences, vast networks of cooperating organisms that achieved technological sophistication without ever developing individual consciousness as we understand it. The more we learn about the diversity and resilience of life on Earth, the more plausible such scenarios become. We have discovered organisms that thrive in conditions previously thought to be lethal, in boiling acid springs, in the crushing depths of ocean trenches, in solid rock miles beneath the surface. Life is far more adaptable and creative than we ever imagined. If life can flourish in such extreme environments, why not intelligence? Why not technological civilization? The only reason we assume such things are rare or unique is that we have only one example to study, ourselves. But what if we are not unique at all, but simply the latest in a long series of intelligent species that have risen and fallen across the vast expanse of Earth's history? The watchers in the deep. In the deepest parts of our oceans, where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure would crush human bones to powder, strange things move in the eternal darkness. We know less about our own ocean depth than we do about the surface of Mars. Less than 20% of the ocean floor has been mapped in detail, and less than 5% has been directly explored. The deepest parts of the ocean trenches might as well be alien worlds. So little do we understand about what lies beneath the crushing weight of miles of water. But what we have discovered in those depths is extraordinary. Entire ecosystems that exist independent of sunlight, drawing energy from chemical processes around volcanic vents. Creatures so bizarre they seem like products of science fiction. Transparent organisms with bioluminescent organs, ancient species that have remained virtually unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, vast networks of bacterial colonies that might represent some of the oldest forms of life on Earth. In 1977, researchers exploring the Galapagos Rift discovered something that revolutionized biology: hydrothermal vents surrounded by thriving communities of life in the complete absence of sunlight. These ecosystems are based on chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis, using chemical energy from the Earth's interior to support complex food webs. The discovery suggested that life might be far more widespread in the universe than previously thought. If life could thrive in Earth's deepest, darkest places, it might also exist in the subsurface oceans of moons like Europa or Enceladus. But the deep ocean holds other mysteries that are harder to explain. In recent years, underwater exploration has revealed structures that don't fit easily into our understanding of natural geological processes. Strange geometric formations on the sea floor, perfectly circular depressions that extend for miles, underwater roads of fitted stones that seem too regular to be natural. Most of these anomalies are dismissed as pareidolia, our tendency to see patterns and purpose in random natural formations. But some are harder to explain away. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument appears to be a massive stepped pyramid submerged beneath 75 feet of water. The structure shows clear evidence of right angles, straight edges, and geometric precision that seem inconsistent with natural erosion patterns. Mainstream archaeology insists that Yonaguni is a natural formation, carved by water and tectonic activity over millions of years. But marine geologist Robert Schoch, who has studied the site extensively, argues that while the basic structure may be natural, it shows clear evidence of human modification. Tool marks, carved steps, and geometric alterations suggest that someone worked the natural formation into a more regular, purposeful shape. If Schoch is correct, the implications are staggering. The Yonaguni Monument was last above sea level over 12,000 years ago, during the Ice Age when ocean levels were much lower. This would mean that sophisticated stoneworking cultures existed in the region long before conventional archaeology suggests such capabilities developed. But Yonaguni is not alone. Similar underwater structures have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. In the Gulf of Cambay off western India, sonar has detected what appears to be a large city submerged beneath 120 feet of water. The site includes geometric structures, grid-like street patterns, and what look like step pyramids. Carbon dating of artifacts dredged from the site has yielded dates of up to 9,500 years ago. The implications are profound. If these underwater sites are indeed artificial, the remains of cities and monuments built when sea levels were lower, they suggest that sophisticated civilizations existed during the Ice Age, thousands of years before conventional history begins. And if such civilizations existed, they would have been perfectly positioned along the then exposed continental shelves, in the most fertile and resource-rich areas of the ancient world. When the Ice Age ended and sea levels rose by 400 feet or more, these coastal civilizations would have been inundated. Their cities, their ports, their monuments. Everything would have disappeared beneath the waves. Only scattered survivors would have remained, carrying fragments of knowledge to higher ground, preserving what they could in stories and myths while struggling to rebuild in a changed world. This scenario would explain many of the puzzles that have long perplexed archaeologists. Why do the earliest known civilizations appear so suddenly and fully formed, without clear developmental stages? Why do isolated cultures around the world share similar technologies and architectural styles? Why do flood myths appear in nearly every human culture? The answer might be that civilization didn't begin with the rise of agriculture 11,000 years ago. It restarted then, rebuilt by survivors of much older cultures that had been destroyed by rising seas and climate change at the end of the Ice Age. But the deep ocean might hold more than just the ruins of lost cities. In the abyssal depths, where pressure and cold have preserved organic materials for millions of years, there might be evidence of life forms that evolved intelligence long before vertebrates colonized the land. Consider the cephalopods, octopi, squid, and their relatives. These creatures evolved complex nervous systems and sophisticated behaviors completely independent of the vertebrate line that eventually produced humans. Octopi demonstrate problem-solving abilities, tool use, and what appears to be individual personality. They can change their skin color and texture to communicate complex messages, effectively giving them a form of language written in living color across their bodies. But octopi have short lifespans and no way to pass knowledge from one generation to the next except through genetic programming. They must learn everything anew in each short life. What if, in the deep past, some branch of cephalopod evolution had overcome this limitation? What if they had developed longer lifespans, or, better yet, collective memory systems that allowed knowledge to accumulate across generations? Such a species might have developed a very different kind of intelligence from our own. One based on fluid adaptation and rapid learning rather than tool-making and environmental modification. They might have built cities from coral and cultivated sea gardens rather than smelting metals and quarrying stone. Their technology might have been biological rather than mechanical, leaving no trace that we would recognize as artificial. In the deepest ocean trenches, isolated from surface changes for millions of years, such civilizations might have risen and fallen without ever leaving evidence that surface-dwelling archaeologists would recognize. Their ruins would be dissolved by the corrosive deep-sea environment, their artifacts consumed by bacteria, their very existence erased by the slow, patient chemistry of the abyss. The idea sounds like science fiction, but recent discoveries have revealed that the deep ocean is far stranger and more dynamic than we ever imagined. Vast communities of microorganisms exist in the sediments of the ocean floor, some of them billions of years old, living at the very edge of what we consider possible for life. These deep biosphere communities might represent the most ancient forms of life on Earth, preserving genetic and biochemical information from epochs when the planet was very different. What if some of these ancient communities evolved beyond simple microorganisms? What if, given the vast timescales available, they developed complex behaviors, communication systems, even forms of consciousness that we cannot recognize because they operate on completely different principles from our own? The ocean depths might be inhabited by forms of intelligence so alien to our experience that we lack the conceptual framework to even recognize them as intelligent. They might communicate through chemical signals that take years to propagate across ocean basins. They might think in geological time, with individual thoughts lasting centuries and conversations spanning millennia. They might perceive reality through senses we don't possess. experiencing the world as patterns of pressure and chemical gradients, magnetic fields and subsonic vibrations. Such intelligences might have watched the rise and fall of surface civilizations with the detached interest of gods observing the brief lives of mayflies. They might have accumulated knowledge across millions of years, developing understanding of the universe that makes our science seem primitive and limited. And they might still be there, in the crushing depths, patiently observing as we take our first tentative steps into the deep ocean that has been their domain since long before the first fish crawled onto land. This possibility, that Earth's oceans might harbour ancient intelligences that predate terrestrial life by millions or billions of years, adds yet another layer to the mystery of what came before us. We search for evidence of previous civilizations in stone monuments and mythological stories, but perhaps we should be looking deeper, into realms so alien and hostile to our form of life that we never thought to consider them as potential homes for intelligence. The deep ocean keeps its secrets well. In its crushing darkness and impossible cold, in its corrosive chemistry and alien pressures, evidence of previous intelligences might rest beyond our ability to detect or comprehend. We are surface dwellers, creatures of air and light, trying to understand a world that is fundamentally underwater, fundamentally dark, fundamentally different from everything we know about the requirements for complex life. But as our technology improves and our understanding deepens, we are beginning to probe those depths more systematically. Each dive, each sonar survey, each sample brought up from the abyssal plains adds to our knowledge of what lies beneath. And sometimes, just sometimes, we find things that don't quite fit our expectations, anomalies that hint at complexities we haven't yet learned to interpret. The ocean depths are vast beyond imagination, deeper than our highest mountains, more alien than the surface of Mars. If intelligence has evolved multiple times on Earth across its billions of years of history, some of those intelligences might have chosen the depths over the shallows, the eternal darkness over the brief flicker of sunlight. They might still be there, waiting in the deep, watching and remembering everything that has ever lived and died on the surface of their water world. The genetic ghosts. Hidden within the spiral staircase of human DNA lies a library more vast and mysterious than any archive built from stone or paper. Our genome contains not just the blueprint for building a human body, but the entire evolutionary history of life on Earth, a genetic memory that stretches back billions of years to the first replicating molecules that learned to copy themselves in ancient seas. But DNA holds more than evolutionary history. It holds evidence of bottlenecks and expansions, of populations that nearly went extinct and others that exploded across continents. It records the effects of diseases, disasters, and dramatic environmental changes. And within that record, geneticists are discovering patterns that don't quite match the neat timelines of human migration and development that we've constructed from archaeological evidence. The most startling revelation has been how recently our species came close to extinction, not once, but multiple times. The genetic evidence suggests that around 70,000 years ago, the human population crashed to perhaps as few as 2,000 breeding individuals. The entire future of our species balanced on the edge of oblivion, survivors scattered across a continent, carrying with them a severely restricted gene pool that we still carry today. This bottleneck coincides roughly with the Toba supervolcanic eruption, one of the largest volcanic events in the past 2 million years. The eruption threw enough ash and sulfur into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dramatically reducing global temperatures and making survival extremely difficult for human populations that were still heavily dependent on hunting and gathering. But the genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only near-extinction event in human history. There are signs of earlier bottlenecks, earlier crashes in population that reduced our ancestors to small, isolated groups, struggling to survive in a hostile world. Each time, somehow, the species recovered, but not without losing something in the process. What's particularly intriguing is that some of these population crashes don't correspond to any known natural disasters. The genetic signatures suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in population that occurred during periods when the climate was relatively stable and conditions should have favoured human expansion. It's as if entire populations simply vanished, leaving only small remnant groups to carry the human lineage forward. This pattern becomes even more mysterious when you consider the genetic diversity of modern human populations. Despite having spread across the entire globe, humans are remarkably genetically uniform compared to other species. We have less genetic diversity than chimpanzees, who are confined to a much smaller area of Africa. This suggests that our global expansion happened very recently and from a very small founding population. But there are anomalies in our genetic structure that hint at a more complex history. Traces of DNA that don't fit the straightforward narrative of human evolution from Africa. Genetic markers that suggest ancient admixture with populations that shouldn't have existed according to conventional timelines. Sequences that appear to have been acquired through horizontal gene transfer, a process common in bacteria but supposedly impossible in complex organisms like humans. Most controversial are the findings related to what geneticists call ghost populations, human-like groups that contributed genetic material to modern humans but left no direct descendants and no archaeological trace. These populations are detected only through their genetic signatures, like shadows cast by people who have long since walked out of the light. The most famous of these ghost populations are the Denisovans, known only from a few fragments of bone found in a Siberian cave, but whose genetic legacy makes up 2 to 3% of the genome of modern Melanesians and Aboriginal Australians. The Denisovans apparently lived across a vast area of Asia for hundreds of thousands of years, yet we have almost no physical evidence of their existence, just their genetic fingerprints preserved in the DNA of their distant descendants. But genetic analysis suggests there were other ghost populations as well, groups that contributed to human ancestry, but whose physical remains have never been found. Some of these populations appear to have had unusual characteristics, genetic adaptations that suggest they lived in extreme environments or had unusual physiological capabilities. Perhaps most intriguingly, some researchers have identified genetic sequences in modern humans that appear to be much older than they should be, according to standard models of human evolution. These archaic sequences don't match any known human ancestor, but seem to represent genetic contributions from populations that diverged from the main human line hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago. The conventional explanation is that these sequences represent contamination from other hominin species that modern humans encountered and interbred with during their expansion out of Africa. But some researchers have proposed a more radical possibility, that these genetic ghosts represent the remnants of earlier human civilizations that achieved technological sophistication long before our own. The idea is based on the observation that technological development can dramatically affect evolutionary pressures. A species that develops agriculture, medicine, and complex social organization can survive in environments and in population densities that would be impossible for hunter-gatherers. They can also develop genetic adaptations to the artificial environments they create, resistance to diseases spread by dense urban populations, ability to digest agricultural products, tolerance for the toxins produced by metallurgy and manufacturing. If such a technological species existed, in the deep past their genetic signature might persist even after their civilization collapsed, and their descendants reverted to hunter-gatherer lifestyles. The technological adaptations would become evolutionary baggage, genetic sequences that served no function in a post-civilizational environment, but persisted simply because they weren't actively harmful. Over thousands or tens of thousands of years, most such sequences would be gradually eliminated by natural selection. But some might persist, especially if they were linked to other genes that did provide survival advantages. These genetic ghosts would be detectable by modern analysis as sequences that seem too old, too complex, or too specialized for the environments in which they're found. The genetic evidence becomes even more intriguing when combined with recent discoveries about the antiquity and sophistication of human behavior. Archaeological sites like Blombos Cave in South Africa have revealed evidence of symbolic behavior, artistic expression, and complex tool-making dating back over 100,000 years, much earlier than previously thought possible. At Blombos, archaeologists have found carefully crafted shell beads, ochre crayons with abstract engravings, and sophisticated bone tools that required advanced planning and technical skill to create. The site suggests that modern human cognition and behavior emerged much earlier than the Great Leap Forward that supposedly occurred around 40,000 years ago. But if modern human behavior emerged 100,000 or even 200,000 years ago, what were our ancestors doing during the intervening millennia? The archaeological record shows long periods of apparent stasis punctuated by sudden bursts of innovation. Technologies appear, disappear, and reappear again thousands of years later. Artistic traditions start and stop with no clear explanation. This pattern is puzzling if you assume steady progressive development, but it makes perfect sense if you assume that human populations went through repeated cycles of advancement and collapse. Technologies would be developed during periods of population growth and cultural stability, then lost during environmental crises or social upheaval. Survivors would preserve fragments of knowledge, but it might take thousands of years for conditions to become favorable enough for that knowledge to be fully redeveloped and expanded upon. The genetic evidence supports this cyclical model. The population bottlenecks recorded in our DNA correspond to periods when technologies and cultural traditions would have been most vulnerable to loss. Each crash would have scattered the surviving populations, breaking up the social networks that preserved and transmitted complex knowledge. But each recovery would have started from a higher baseline than the previous cycle. The survivors would carry not just genetic memories of adaptation, but cultural memories of what was possible. They would know that humans could work metal, build monuments, navigate by the stars. Even if they had temporarily lost the specific knowledge of how to do these things. This might explain the sudden appearance of sophisticated technologies in the archaeological record. The Neolithic Revolution, the Bronze Age, the development of writing and mathematics. All of these might represent not the first invention of these technologies, but their reinvention by populations who carried genetic and cultural memories of earlier achievements. The human genome is a palimpsest, a manuscript that has been written over and erased and written over again countless times. Each layer tells a different story about our past, and the deepest layers preserve memories so ancient that we're only now learning how to read them. As our techniques for genetic analysis become more sophisticated, we're uncovering evidence of complexities in human history that challenge our most basic assumptions about who we are and where we came from. We are the children of survivors of volcanic winters and cosmic impacts, of climate shifts and population crashes, of the rise and fall of civilizations whose names we never learned because they forgot how to write them down. We carry within ourselves the genetic memories of all those who came before us, the accumulated wisdom and experience of 1,000,000 generations of ancestors who faced the darkness and somehow found a way forward. But we also carry something else, the genetic potential for all the capabilities and achievements of those who came before us. If previous human populations developed sophisticated technologies, if they built civilizations and created art and music and literature, then the genetic capacity for those achievements still exists within us. We are not just the inheritors of their failures, but of their possibilities. In the spiraling darkness of our DNA, the ghosts of previous civilizations whisper their secrets to anyone who knows how to listen. They tell us that we have been here before, that we have risen and fallen and risen again, that the human story is far older and more complex than we ever imagined. And they tell us something else, something that echoes through the generations like a promise or a warning. We can do it again. The keepers of time. In the pre-dawn darkness of winter solstice morning, atop the hill of Newgrange in Ireland, something miraculous happens that has been happening for over 5,000 years. As the sun rises above the horizon, a single shaft of golden light penetrates the roof box of the ancient passage tomb, travels down the 60-foot corridor, and illuminates the triple spiral carved into the back wall of the burial chamber. For exactly 17 minutes, the heart of the monument blazes with light, then returns to darkness for another year. This is not an accident. The entire massive structure, 200 feet in diameter, built from 200,000 tons of stone and earth, was designed and constructed with mathematical precision to capture this single moment of cosmic alignment. The builders had to understand not just basic astronomy, but the complex mechanics of Earth's orbit, the precession of the equinoxes, and the subtle variations in the sun's path across the sky that occur over centuries. Newgrange predates Stonehenge by 500 years and the Great Pyramid by 600 years. It was built by Neolithic farmers who supposedly had only stone tools, wooden rollers, and basic agricultural knowledge. Yet the astronomical calculations required for its construction would challenge modern engineers equipped with computers and precise instruments. This is the paradox that haunts our understanding of the ancient world. Again and again, we find evidence of astronomical knowledge so sophisticated, so precise, so far-reaching in its implications that it seems to come from a completely different level of civilization than the one we think we're studying. The phenomenon is global. In the jungles of Guatemala, the Maya calculated the length of the solar year to 365.420 days, more accurate than the Julian calendar that Europe would use for another 1,000 years. They tracked the cycles of Venus with an error of only 2 hours over a period of 500 years. They predicted eclipses centuries into the future and recorded astronomical events from centuries in the past. At Nabta Playa in the Egyptian desert, stone circles arranged by cattle herders 7,000 years ago align with the rising of Sirius and the summer solstice. But the alignments were not designed for the time when they were built, They point to where these celestial events occurred thousands of years earlier, suggesting the builders were working from much older astronomical records. In Cambodia, the massive temple complex of Angkor Wat, built in the early 12th century, mirrors the constellation Draco as it appeared at the spring equinox in 10,500 BCE, over 11,000 years before the temple was constructed. The correlation is so precise that it seems impossible to attribute to coincidence. These examples multiply across every continent and every epoch of human history. Ancient structures aligned to celestial events with pinpoint accuracy, calendars that track cosmic cycles spanning thousands of years, myths and texts that preserve astronomical data from times so remote that the knowledge they contain couldn't have been gathered by the cultures that preserved them. The conventional explanation is that ancient peoples were keen observers of the sky, and that over many generations they accumulated accurate astronomical knowledge through patient observation and record keeping. This explanation works for simple phenomena, tracking the phases of the moon, noting the seasonal movement of constellations, predicting the annual flood cycles. But it falls apart when we examine the more sophisticated examples. The precession of the equinoxes, for instance, is a phenomenon that takes 25,020 years to complete one full cycle. It's caused by a wobble in Earth's axis that makes the position of the north celestial pole shift slowly against the background of stars. To detect this movement requires not just centuries of careful observation, but a conceptual framework sophisticated enough to separate this subtle effect from all the other complex motions of celestial objects. Yet evidence for knowledge of precession appears throughout the ancient world. The Egyptians encoded it in their mythology, describing ages ruled by different gods that correspond to different precessional epochs. The Greeks inherited this knowledge and developed it into a formal astronomical theory. Hindu and Buddhist texts describe vast cosmic cycles that match precessional periods with remarkable accuracy. Most intriguingly, this knowledge appears to be embedded in monuments and myths from cultures that had no known contact with each other. The precessional cycle appears in Norse mythology, in Mesoamerican calendars, in the astronomical alignments of temples across Asia and Africa. It's as if this knowledge was part of a global heritage, preserved and transmitted by different cultures across vast spans of time. Consider the problem of longitude. For most of human history, determining one's position east or west on the globe was one of navigation's greatest challenges. The problem wasn't solved in Europe until the 18th century, with the development of accurate marine chronometers that could keep precise time during long ocean voyages. Yet the ancient Egyptians somehow managed to align the Great Pyramid with true cardinal directions to within 3/60th of a degree. The pyramid's base is also level to within just 2.1 centimeters across its entire 230-meter width. This level of precision requires not just sophisticated surveying techniques, but accurate knowledge of the Earth's shape and rotation. Similarly, many ancient sites around the world are positioned at locations that seem to have been chosen for their geometric relationships to other sites thousands of miles away. The Great Pyramid sits at exactly 30 degrees north latitude, 1/3 of the way from the equator to the pole. Angkor Wat is precisely 72 degrees of longitude east of the pyramids at Giza, a relationship that corresponds to the precessional number 72, the number of years it takes for precession to shift the celestial pole by 1 degree. These geometric relationships appear too frequently and too precisely to be coincidental. They suggest a level of global coordination and mathematical sophistication that seems impossible for ancient civilizations using supposedly primitive technologies. How did builders in Egypt communicate with builders in Cambodia? How did they achieve such precise measurements across continental distances? One possibility is that these monuments were built according to a master plan developed by a civilization with global reach and sophisticated technology, a civilization that predated the individual cultures we credit with their construction. The monuments we see today might be reconstructions or modifications of much older sites, built according to plans and alignments established in a remote antiquity. This would explain another puzzling aspect of ancient astronomical sites. Many of them seem to commemorate celestial events that occurred thousands of years before the monuments were built. The Sphinx's gaze toward the constellation Leo corresponds to the spring equinox of 10,500 BCE, when Leo rose directly in front of the monument at dawn. The star maps in Egyptian temples show the night sky as it appeared millennia before those temples were constructed. It's as if the builders were trying to preserve memories of specific moments in deep time, cosmic anniversaries that held special significance for reasons we no longer understand. But why would ancient peoples go to such extraordinary effort to commemorate astronomical events from their distant past? What was so important about these particular moments in cosmic history? The answer might lie in the growing realization that Earth's relationship with the cosmos is far more dynamic and dangerous than we once believed. The solar system moves through different regions of the galaxy over vast periods of time, encountering varying densities of cosmic dust, different levels of radiation, and gravitational influences from nearby stars. These cosmic environments can have profound effects on Earth's climate, magnetic field, and the evolution of life itself. Recent research has revealed that the solar system's orbit around the galactic center brings us through regions of space with very different properties. Every 26 million years or so, we pass through the galactic plane, where the density of matter and energy is much higher than in the quieter regions where we normally reside. These passages correlate with periods of increased cosmic radiation, climate disruption, and mass extinctions in Earth's geological record. The cycle isn't perfectly regular. It's influenced by the gravitational effects of nearby stars, the structure of spiral arms in the galaxy, and other cosmic factors that can accelerate or delay our passage through these dangerous regions. But ancient astronomers, given enough time and careful observation, might have detected these patterns and learned to predict when Earth would be most vulnerable to cosmic catastrophes. This could explain the obsession with long-term astronomical cycles that appears in so many ancient cultures. The Maya long count calendar, which tracks a cycle of 5,125 years, might not be arbitrary. It might correspond to a period during which specific cosmic dangers recur. The Hindu concept of yugas, vast cosmic ages lasting hundreds of thousands of years, might preserve knowledge of even longer cycles that affect the stability of civilizations on Earth. If previous civilizations had achieved a level of astronomical sophistication that allowed them to detect these cosmic cycles, they might have devoted enormous resources to preserving this knowledge for their descendants. The monuments and calendars and myths might all be part of a vast early warning system designed to help future civilizations recognize when dangerous periods were approaching and prepare accordingly. This interpretation gives new meaning to many ancient texts that describe cycles of creation and destruction, golden ages followed by catastrophic endings. The Hindu Puranas describe 4 yugas that repeat endlessly, with each cycle ending in dissolution and renewal. The Maya believed in multiple creation cycles, each ending when the gods became dissatisfied with their creations and destroyed the world to start over. Norse mythology describes Ragnarok as part of an eternal cycle, where the world is destroyed and reborn with each cosmic age. These might not be metaphysical concepts or moral allegories, but practical astronomical information encoded in mythological language. The gods who destroy and recreate the world might represent cosmic forces, galactic radiation, solar variations, gravitational disruptions that periodically threaten the stability of Earth's biosphere. The ages might correspond to real periods of cosmic safety and danger that repeat according to astronomical cycles spanning thousands or millions of years. From this perspective, the ancient monuments take on a different significance. They weren't just temples or tombs, but observatories and record-keeping systems designed to track humanity's progress through these cosmic cycles. The precise astronomical alignments weren't just religious symbolism, but functional instruments for measuring Earth's position in space and time. The Great Pyramid, for instance, might have served as a kind of cosmic clock, its internal chambers and passages aligned to track the movement of specific stars and constellations over vast periods of time. The King's Chamber points toward Orion, associated in Egyptian mythology with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth. The Queen's Chamber points toward Sirius, linked with Isis, the goddess of magic and renewal. These weren't arbitrary choices. They might represent stars whose behavior serves as markers for Earth's passage through different cosmic environments. Similarly, Stonehenge's complex arrangement of stones creates multiple sight lines that track not just annual solar and lunar cycles, but much longer periods of celestial motion. The monument was built in phases over more than 1,500 years, with each phase adding new capabilities for astronomical observation and calculation. The final structure could predict eclipses decades in advance and track the 18.6-year cycle of lunar standstills with remarkable precision. But Stonehenge's most mysterious feature might be its acoustic properties. Recent research has revealed that the circle of stones creates a unique sound environment, amplifying certain frequencies while dampening others. Specific locations within the circle produce distinct resonances when sounds are made, almost as if the monument was designed as a kind of acoustic instrument. This raises intriguing possibilities about how astronomical knowledge was preserved and transmitted in ancient times. Sound and music can encode complex information in memorable patterns that persist across generations even when written records are lost. The specific frequencies produced at Stonehenge might correspond to astronomical cycles, with different tones representing different periods of cosmic time. Many ancient cultures associated music and mathematics with cosmic harmony. The Pythagoreans believed that celestial bodies produced musical tones as they moved through space, and that understanding these cosmic harmonies was the key to understanding the structure of the universe. Hindu traditions describe the universe as being created and sustained by sound vibrations, with different frequencies corresponding to different levels of cosmic manifestation. If advanced ancient astronomers had discovered mathematical relationships between cosmic cycles and harmonic frequencies, they might have encoded crucial astronomical data in musical forms that could be preserved and transmitted through oral tradition, even during periods when written records were lost. The songs and chants that accompany ancient rituals might contain sophisticated astronomical information disguised as religious or ceremonial content. This possibility becomes more intriguing when we consider how much astronomical knowledge has been preserved in seemingly primitive cultural forms. Aboriginal Australian songlines encode precise navigation information across thousands of miles of continent, with each song corresponding to specific landmarks, water sources, and seasonal patterns. The information is so accurate that modern GPS systems confirm the precision of traditional navigation techniques that have been passed down orally for tens of thousands of years. Similarly, Polynesian navigators used traditional charts and stick charts to guide voyages across thousands of miles of open ocean, using techniques that allowed them to determine their position by reading wave patterns, star positions, and subtle environmental cues. These methods were far more sophisticated than European navigation techniques available at the same time, yet they required no written records or mechanical instruments, just precise cultural knowledge passed down through generations of master navigators. If such sophisticated information could be preserved in traditional forms for thousands of years, what about astronomical knowledge developed by previous technological civilizations? What if the myths and monuments we've inherited contain not just simple observations of celestial phenomena, but precise mathematical data about cosmic cycles that affect the long-term survival of Earth's biosphere? The implications are staggering. Every ancient culture might be the guardian of fragments of a vast astronomical database compiled over millions of years by successive civilizations. The monuments might be backup systems designed to preserve crucial information, even if the cultures that built them collapse completely. The myths might be mnemonic devices that encode complex mathematical relationships in story form, allowing essential knowledge to survive even when its scientific context is forgotten. From this perspective, our current civilization occupies a unique position in the cosmic cycle. We have developed the technological capability to verify and extend the astronomical knowledge preserved by our predecessors, but we may be running out of time to fully decode and understand it before the next dangerous period in Earth's cosmic journey begins. The ancient astronomers knew something that we're only beginning to rediscover, that Earth's fate is intimately connected to cosmic cycles operating on scales much larger than human history. They devoted enormous resources to tracking these cycles and preserving the knowledge for future generations. The question now is whether we can decode their warnings quickly enough to benefit from their hard-won wisdom. As we stand at the threshold of becoming a truly spacefaring civilization, we might be approaching a cosmic test that previous civilizations failed. The monuments they left behind might not just be archaeological curiosities, but survival manuals for navigating the dangerous periods that lie ahead. The time has come to take their warnings seriously and learn from their example, before it's too late to avoid repeating their fate. The archive of everything deep beneath the Giza Plateau in chambers that official archaeology claims do not exist. Legend speaks of a vast library containing the complete records of human civilization. The Hall of Records, as it has been called, supposedly holds not just the history of Egypt, but the entire story of humanity's rise and fall across multiple epochs of deep time. No such chamber has ever been found, despite decades of ground-penetrating radar surveys, drilling projects, and exhaustive exploration of the Giza complex. Yet the legend persists, supported by ancient Egyptian texts that speak of hidden repositories of wisdom, by the testimony of classical authors who claim to have seen such archives, and by the nagging sense that a civilization capable of building the Great Pyramid must have possessed knowledge far beyond what their surviving texts reveal. But what if the Hall of Records was never meant to be a single physical location? What if the ancient keepers of knowledge were far cleverer than we imagined, distributing their most precious information across multiple storage systems designed to survive different types of catastrophes? The more we study ancient monuments, texts, and traditions, the more they seem to function as components of a vast distributed archive, a global information storage network that preserves crucial knowledge in multiple redundant formats designed to survive the collapse of individual civilizations. Consider the mathematical constants embedded in the Great Pyramid. Its dimensions encode not just pi and the golden ratio, but the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, the speed of light, and dozens of other physical constants that supposedly weren't discovered until modern times. These numbers aren't just carved into the stone, they're built into the very structure of the monument, preserved in ratios and proportions that would survive even if all surface decorations were eroded away. This technique of encoding information in architectural proportions appears at sites around the world. Angkor Wat's dimensions correspond to cosmic cycles measured in thousands of years. Stonehenge's geometry encodes astronomical constants and mathematical relationships. The Mayan pyramids at Chichen Itza and Teotihuacan contain precise numerical data about planetary orbits and calendar calculations. The distributed nature of this information suggests a deliberate preservation strategy. If crucial knowledge was scattered across multiple monuments on different continents, it would be almost impossible for any single catastrophe to destroy it completely. Even if several sites were lost, enough would survive to allow future civilizations to reconstruct the complete database. But the ancient archivists didn't stop with monuments. They also encoded information in stories, mathematical concepts, and cultural practices that could survive even the complete destruction of physical structures. The stories we call myths often contain precise astronomical data, mathematical relationships, and scientific concepts disguised as narratives about gods and heroes. The Hindu epics, for instance, contain remarkably accurate descriptions of nuclear weapons, aerial warfare, and genetic engineering techniques, all embedded in stories about divine beings and magical powers. The Ramayana describes Vimanas, flying vehicles, with specifications so detailed that modern engineers have used them to design working aircraft. The Mahabharata contains passages about weapons that sound suspiciously like nuclear bombs, complete with descriptions of radiation sickness and environmental contamination. These descriptions are usually dismissed as fantasy or primitive attempts to understand natural phenomena. But what if they represent something else entirely? Technical manuals disguised as religious literature, preserved across thousands of years by cultures that no longer understood the original scientific context. The same pattern appears in traditions around the world. Aboriginal Australian Dreamtime stories contain precise geological information about events that occurred tens of thousands of years ago, including the formation of specific landforms and the effects of sea level changes at the end of the Ice Age. These stories were supposedly created by Stone Age peoples with no understanding of geology, yet they preserve accurate scientific information with remarkable precision. Polynesian creation myths describe the formation of island chains with geological accuracy that matches modern scientific understanding. Norse legends contain detailed descriptions of climate cycles and their effects on human populations. Native American traditions preserve information about astronomical events, geological catastrophes, and environmental changes spanning thousands of years. The consistency and accuracy of this information across so many different cultures suggests that it comes from a common source, a sophisticated understanding of Earth's history and cosmic environment that was systematically preserved in story form when more direct recording methods became unavailable. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of this distributed archive is how it seems designed to reveal itself gradually as human knowledge advances. The mathematical constants in the pyramids only became apparent when we developed the tools to measure them precisely. The astronomical alignments of ancient monuments only made sense when we understood precession and long-term celestial mechanics. The scientific information in ancient texts only becomes recognizable when we rediscover the technologies they describe. It's almost as if the ancient archivists anticipated that future civilizations would develop knowledge in a particular sequence and designed their information storage system to provide confirmation and additional data as we reached each level of understanding. The monuments function like a cosmic combination lock, revealing their secrets only when we demonstrate that we possess the conceptual keys to interpret them correctly. This interpretation explains many of the anomalies that have puzzled researchers for decades. Why do ancient monuments contain information about physical constants that their builders supposedly couldn't have known? Because the builders weren't the original designers. They were reconstructing from plans created by a previous civilization with advanced scientific knowledge. Why do myths from isolated cultures contain such similar descriptions of advanced technologies and cosmic catastrophes? Because they're all fragments of the same original database, preserved in different cultural contexts but ultimately deriving from the same source. Why do ancient astronomical sites commemorate celestial events from thousands of years before they were built? Because they're part of a long-term monitoring system, designed to track cosmic cycles that operate on timescales much longer than individual civilizations. The distributed archive theory also explains why so much ancient knowledge seems to be concentrated in specific locations and cultures. Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, China, and Mesoamerica weren't just the birthplaces of civilization. They were the designated repository sites where survivors of an earlier global civilization concentrated their efforts to preserve and transmit crucial knowledge. These cultures became the inheritors and guardians of information systems they didn't fully understand, but which they faithfully maintained and transmitted across thousands of years. The priest classes that preserved ancient traditions weren't just religious figures. They were the human components of a vast data storage network, biological hard drives programmed to maintain and transmit information, even when its original purpose was forgotten. This would explain the remarkable continuity of certain traditions across millennia, even through periods of political collapse and cultural upheaval. The essential information was too important to lose, so it was embedded in religious practices, architectural traditions, and cultural rituals that were maintained even when their original scientific context was no longer understood. As our own civilization advances, we're beginning to recognize the sophistication of this ancient information storage system. Modern attempts to preserve knowledge for future civilizations face exactly the same challenges that the ancient archivists did: how to encode essential information in formats that will survive technological collapse, environmental catastrophe, and cultural discontinuity. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault attempts to preserve genetic diversity in a frozen repository designed to survive climate change and political upheaval. The Long Now Foundation is building a 10,000-year clock designed to encourage long-term thinking and preserve information across multiple civilizations. Various projects have proposed encoding human knowledge in crystalline matrices, DNA sequences, and astronomical markers that could survive geological timescales. But all of these modern efforts pale in comparison to the elegance and redundancy of the ancient system. By distributing information across multiple formats, architectural, mythological, mathematical, astronomical, and cultural, the ancient archivists created a storage network that has already survived multiple civilizational collapses and continues to reveal new information as our ability to decode it improves. We are not just uncovering the history of ancient civilizations. We are accessing a vast database of human knowledge that spans hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of years. Each new archaeological discovery, each decoded text, each recognized astronomical alignment adds another piece to a puzzle that reveals not just where we came from, but where we might be heading. The ancient archive is still active, still transmitting its carefully preserved information to anyone with the knowledge and wisdom to decode it. The question is whether we'll prove worthy inheritors of this vast repository of human experience, or whether we will repeat the mistakes that led to its original creator's downfall. The stones are still speaking. The numbers are still adding up. The stars are still marking time in their ancient patterns. And somewhere in the intersection of all this preserved knowledge lies the key to understanding not just our past, but our future, if we can learn to listen before it's too late. The Consciousness Codex. In the sacred cave of Lascaux, 17,000 years beneath the surface of France, ancient artists created something that challenges everything we think we know about the development of human consciousness. The paintings that cover these underground galleries are not primitive scratchings or simple animal portraits. They are sophisticated works of art that demonstrate perspective, movement, shading, and compositional sophistication that rivals anything created in recorded history. But the caves hold secrets that go far beyond artistic technique. Recent analysis has revealed that many of the paintings correspond to star maps, with the positions of animals matching the locations of constellations in the night sky, as they appeared tens of thousands of years ago. The caves function as both art galleries and planetariums, encoding astronomical information in symbolic form that has survived since the end of the Ice Age. Even more mysteriously, the acoustic properties of the caves suggest they were designed to produce specific sound effects. Certain chambers create echoes that enhance particular frequencies, while others produce resonances that can induce altered states of consciousness. The painted areas correspond precisely with the locations that produce the most dramatic acoustic effects, as if the visual and auditory experiences were designed to work together. This combination of visual art, astronomical data, and consciousness, altering sound environments, points towards something far more sophisticated than the shamanic rituals that archaeologists usually invoke to explain cave art. It suggests that Paleolithic humans possessed an understanding of consciousness itself, how it could be modified, enhanced, and used to access information beyond the reach of ordinary perception. This pattern appears at sacred sites around the world. The oracle at Delphi delivered prophecies while in trance states induced by ethylene gas seeping from geological fissures beneath the temple. The design of the chamber amplified these natural psychoactive effects, creating a controlled environment for accessing altered states of consciousness. Recent geological surveys have confirmed that the ancient Greeks positioned their most important oracle precisely over a unique combination of geological features that produced the optimal conditions for consciousness modification. In the Amazon basin, indigenous shamans have used ayahuasca and other plant medicines for thousands of years to access what they describe as plant intelligence, direct communication with the molecular consciousness of the forest. The knowledge they gain through these experiences includes detailed information about the medicinal properties of hundreds of plant species, complex ecological relationships, and sustainable resource management techniques that modern science is only beginning to understand. What's remarkable is that this plant-derived knowledge often proves to be scientifically accurate when tested in modern laboratories. Shamans with no formal training in chemistry or pharmacology somehow know exactly which plants contain specific alkaloids, how to combine them for maximum effectiveness, and how to neutralize dangerous compounds through precise preparation techniques. The conventional explanation is that this knowledge was developed through trial and error over many generations, but the complexity and precision of traditional pharmacology suggests something more sophisticated, a systematic method for accessing information directly from natural systems through altered states of consciousness. This possibility becomes more intriguing when we consider that many of the world's most important scientific discoveries have occurred during altered states of consciousness. Kekule's discovery of the benzene ring came to him in a dream about a snake seizing its own tail. Tesla's alternating current system was revealed to him during a walk while reciting poetry. Einstein's theory of relativity emerged from thought experiments that involved imagining himself riding beams of light. The history of science is filled with examples of breakthrough insights that occurred not through logical analysis, but through intuitive leaps that seem to come from beyond the reach of normal conscious thought. These discoveries often arrived complete and fully formed, requiring only mathematical verification rather than conceptual development. What if this represents not just the quirky psychology of creative genius, but access to a deeper layer of information that exists beyond individual consciousness? What if consciousness itself is not generated by the brain, but is instead something the brain accesses, like a radio receiver tuning into broadcasts from a larger information field? This interpretation is supported by an increasing body of research suggesting that consciousness may not be localized in the brain at all. Studies of near-death experiences, out-of-body phenomena, and remote viewing suggest that consciousness can operate independently of physical brain function. Quantum physics has revealed that information appears to exist at a fundamental level of reality, suggesting that consciousness and information might be different aspects of the same underlying phenomenon. If consciousness functions as a kind of cosmic internet, connecting all living systems to a vast reservoir of information, then the altered states practiced by ancient cultures might represent sophisticated technologies for accessing this network. The cave paintings, the oracle chambers, the plant medicine ceremonies, all of these might be hardware components of an ancient consciousness modification system designed to download information from non-local sources. This would explain many of the anomalies we find in ancient knowledge systems. How did ancient astronomers know about celestial phenomena that couldn't be observed with the naked eye? How did traditional healers discover complex medicinal compounds without modern research methods? How did ancient architects encode mathematical constants that weren't supposed to be discovered for thousands more years? The answer might be that they accessed this information directly through consciousness technologies that we have largely forgotten how to use. The sophisticated practices preserved in mystery schools, shamanic traditions, and esoteric teachings might be the remnants of scientific protocols for consciousness research that were once as systematic and rigorous as modern laboratory methods. Ancient text often describes specific techniques for achieving altered states that sound remarkably like modern consciousness research protocols. The Egyptian Book of the Dead provides detailed instructions for navigating non-ordinary reality. The Tibetan Book of the Dead describes precise methods for maintaining awareness during the dissolution of ordinary consciousness. Hindu and Buddhist traditions preserve sophisticated maps of consciousness that catalogue different types of awareness and the techniques for accessing them. These texts weren't religious in the modern sense. They were technical manuals for consciousness exploration, preserved in symbolic language that disguised their scientific content from those who weren't initiated into the proper protocols. The ancient mystery schools that preserved these techniques operated more like research institutions than religious organizations. They required years of training, maintained strict protocols for consciousness modification experiments, and preserved detailed records of their findings. The initiates weren't worshippers. They were consciousness researchers, using systematic methods to explore the nature of reality at levels beyond ordinary perception. What they discovered through these investigations might have included not just information about the natural world, but knowledge about the deep structure of time itself. If consciousness can access information non-locally, it might also be able to access information non-temporally, gathering data from past and future events through some mechanism that transcends ordinary causality. This could explain how ancient cultures possessed knowledge about future astronomical events, future geological catastrophes, and future technological developments. The prophecies preserved in ancient texts might not be supernatural predictions, but scientific reports based on consciousness-based information-gathering techniques. From this perspective, the decline of ancient civilizations might be connected not just to external catastrophes, but to the loss of consciousness technologies that had allowed them to anticipate and prepare for future challenges. When the techniques for accessing non-local information were lost, civilizations became vulnerable to surprises that their predecessors could have foreseen and avoided. Our own civilization might be approaching a similar crossroads. We have developed powerful technologies for manipulating the external world, but we have largely abandoned the exploration of consciousness itself. We can split atoms and sequence genomes, but we have little systematic understanding of how consciousness operates, or how it might be enhanced to access broader ranges of information. Meanwhile, the challenges we face, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality, technological risks, might require exactly the kind of long-term perspective and systemic understanding that consciousness-based information gathering could provide. We might need to rediscover and modernize the ancient consciousness technologies if we want to navigate successfully through the dangerous period ahead. The good news is that the knowledge hasn't been completely lost. Indigenous traditions around the world still preserve consciousness modification techniques that could be studied and developed using modern scientific methods. Psychedelic research is beginning to reveal the neural mechanisms underlying altered states, while quantum physics provides theoretical frameworks for understanding how consciousness might access non-local information. What we need now is the wisdom to recognize that consciousness itself might be the most important technology we can develop, not just for understanding the past, but for creating a sustainable future. The ancient consciousness codex is still accessible to anyone willing to undertake the training and research necessary to decode it. The cave painters of Lascaux might have been trying to tell us something crucial about the nature of consciousness and its role in human survival. Their message, encoded in pigment and stone and carefully designed acoustic chambers, might still be waiting for us to develop the proper protocols for receiving it. In the darkness of those ancient caves, surrounded by star maps painted by Paleolithic astronomers, we might finally understand what our ancestors were trying to preserve. Not just information about the external world, but techniques for expanding consciousness itself to embrace the full spectrum of available knowledge. The question now is whether we have the courage and wisdom to pick up where they left off, before the window of opportunity closes and we lose access to the consciousness codex forever. In the end, we circle back to where we began, to the stories told around fires, to the myths that refuse to die, to the whispers of deep memory that insist we have been here before. But now, having followed the evidence through stone and bone, through DNA and disaster, through the depths of oceans and the heights of mountains, the whispers have become something else. They have become a chorus, a symphony of clues that harmonize into a single haunting melody. The song of return, the eternal rhythm of rise and fall that beats like a heart through the deep time of our planet. We are not the first, we may not be the last, but we are here now, in this moment between forgetting and remembering, between the end of one cycle and the beginning of the next. We stand at the same crossroads that every previous civilization has faced, carrying the same gifts and curses that led them to greatness and to ruin. The evidence we have gathered does not prove that advanced civilizations existed in the deep past, but it suggests, no, it insists, that the possibility cannot be dismissed. Too many anomalies align, too many patterns repeat, too many voices across too many cultures tell variations of the same story for it all to be coincidence or wishful thinking. The megaliths that stretch across continents like the remnants of some vast construction project. The genetic bottlenecks that record near extinctions followed by mysterious recoveries. The flood myths that remember the same catastrophe from 1,000 different perspectives. The technologies that appear and disappear and reappear as if drawn from some common well of knowledge that periodically runs dry and is then rediscovered. The myths were trying to tell us something important, that human history is not a straight line from primitive to sophisticated, from ignorant to enlightened, from weak to powerful. It is a spiral, a series of cycles that repeat but never exactly, each one building on the ruins of the last while adding something new to the mix. We have been farmers before, and we forgot how to grow food and had to learn again. We have been builders before, and we forgot how to cut stone and had to rediscover the techniques. We have been astronomers before, mapping the movements of the stars, only to lose the knowledge and have to relearn that we live in a vast cosmos that cares nothing for our small ambitions. And we have been destroyers before. We have poisoned our environment, depleted our resources, turned our technologies against each other in wars that left nothing but ash and radiation, and the slow, patient work of healing that takes generations to complete. We have risen to heights that touch the sky and fallen to depths that nearly ended our story entirely. The difference this time, the thing that makes our moment in history unique, is that we are beginning to remember. We have developed the tools to read the genetic record, to decode the stories written in stone, to map the ocean floors where the ruins of previous worlds might lie hidden. We are learning to recognize the signatures of past civilizations, the subtle traces they left in ice cores and isotope ratios, in impact craters and mass extinctions. For the first time in human history, we have the possibility of learning from the mistakes of our predecessors. We can see the warning signs they missed, understand the forces that brought them down, recognize the patterns that repeat across the cycles of rise and fall. We can choose to be different, to break the cycle, to create something that lasts beyond the next catastrophe. But only if we listen to the warnings the evidence provides, only if we pay attention to the whispers of deep memory that tell us what we once were and what we might become again. Only if we remember that we are not the culmination of history, but part of an ongoing story that began long before us and will continue long after we are gone. The stones remember, the genes remember, the myths remember, and now finally we're beginning to remember too. The question is, what will we do with that memory? Will we use it to avoid the mistakes of the past, or will we repeat them as every previous civilization has done? The Earth is patient. It has watched civilizations rise and fall before. It will watch again, recording everything in its slow, careful script of stone and ice and bone. It will remember us as it has remembered all the others long after our cities have crumbled. Right now, you're looking at a monument older than history itself. 3 colossal pyramids rising from the desert sands, aligned with celestial precision as if built by gods, not men. These are the pyramids of Giza, eternal sentinels standing for over 4,000 years, guarding secrets carved in limestone and starlight. Each block, each shadow, whispers of an ancient intelligence we are only beginning to comprehend. Tonight we journey beyond the myths, through hidden chambers, lost texts, and cosmic alignments that defy coincidence. From the pharaoh's divine ambitions to the messages they may have left for the future, we'll uncover what the ancients tried to tell us. If you're ready to see the pyramids as never before, let the journey begin. What if the Great Pyramids were not built just to honour the dead, but to speak to the living, to send a message across time? Stand before them now, in your mind. 3 colossal monuments rising from the desert sand, their limestone faces catching the first light of dawn. They have stood there for more than 4,000 years, silent and immovable, watching empires rise and crumble into dust. Pharaohs, conquerors, scholars, and dreamers have all gazed upon them, and each has asked the same question. Why? Why were they built with such impossible precision? Why do they endure when everything else has fallen away? The pyramids are not simply tombs. They are not merely monuments to vanity or power. They are something else entirely, something deliberate, something encoded. They stand at the edge of the known world and the forgotten one, bridging the gap between what we understand and what we have lost. And perhaps, just perhaps, they were never meant for the people who built them. Perhaps they were meant for us. The desert wind moves across the Giza plateau, carrying with it the whispers of millennia. The sand shifts and settles, revealing and concealing in equal measure. And beneath it all, the pyramids remain, patient, eternal, waiting for someone to finally understand what the ancients tried to tell us. The story begins in the 4th dynasty of ancient Egypt, around 2580 BCE. When a pharaoh named Khufu ascended to the throne. His reign would last only 23 years, a brief flicker in the long history of Egypt, yet what he left behind would outlast every kingdom that followed. The Great Pyramid, his pyramid, would become the largest structure on Earth for nearly 4,000 years, a record unbroken until the construction of medieval cathedrals in Europe. But even those pale in comparison to the sheer audacity of what was accomplished on the Giza plateau. Imagine the world as it was then. No cranes, no steel, no engines. The wheel had barely been invented, and yet somehow the ancient Egyptians moved more than 2 million limestone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, across miles of desert, and lifted them into place with such precision that a razor blade cannot fit between the joints. The base of the Great Pyramid covers 13 acres, and its 4 sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west, with an error of less than 4 minutes of arc. To put that in perspective, modern architects with laser technology would struggle to achieve such accuracy. The pyramid originally stood at 481 feet tall, its apex crowned with a capstone that may have been covered in gold or electrum, gleaming like a beacon across the desert. The outer casing stones were polished white limestone, so smooth and reflective that ancient travellers reported seeing the pyramid shine like a jewel under the sun, visible from miles away. Most of those casing stones are gone now, stripped away over centuries to build the mosques and palaces of Cairo, but a few remain near the top, hinting at the magnificence that once was. Inside, the pyramid is a labyrinth of passages and chambers. The Grand Gallery rises at a steep angle, its corbelled ceiling soaring 28 feet high, each stone perfectly fitted to create a space that feels both monumental and intimate. At the heart of the structure lies the King's Chamber, a room of red granite transported from quarries 500 miles away. The chamber contains a granite sarcophagus, empty and unadorned, its purpose still debated by scholars. Was it truly meant to hold the body of Khufu, Or was it something else? A vessel for transformation? A gateway? A symbol of something we no longer understand? The construction itself defies easy explanation. Egyptologists tell us that the pyramid was built over 20 years by a workforce of tens of thousands, skilled labourers, not slaves, as popular myth suggests. They lived in workers' villages nearby, fed and housed by the state, their efforts coordinated with the precision of a military campaign. Copper tools, wooden sledges, and ramps of mud, brick and limestone chips. These were the technologies available, and yet, with these simple means, they created something that still baffles engineers today. How did they quarry the stones with such uniformity? How did they transport them across the Nile during the flood season, then drag them up the plateau? How did they lift blocks weighing as much as 70 tons to heights of hundreds of feet? Theories abound: straight ramps, spiral ramps, internal ramps, counterweights, levers, but none fully explain the speed and precision of the work. 20 years to place 2 million blocks means setting one block every 2 minutes, working day and night without pause. The mathematics alone seem impossible, and yet the pyramid stands as proof that it was done. But the Great Pyramid is not alone. Beside it stand two others, the Pyramid of Khafra, Khufu's son, and the Pyramid of Menkaure, his grandson. Together they form a trinity on the plateau, their placements seemingly deliberate, their sizes descending in a careful progression. Khafra's pyramid appears taller because it sits on higher ground, but it is actually slightly smaller than Khufu's. Menkaure's pyramid is the smallest of the three, yet it was built with the same meticulous care, its lower courses clad in red granite that must have glowed like fire at sunset. Around them sprawl the remnants of a vast necropolis, smaller pyramids for queens, mastaba tombs for nobles and officials, causeways and temples where rituals were performed to ensure the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. And watching over it all, carved from a single outcrop of limestone, sits the great Sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion and the face of a king, its gaze fixed eternally on the eastern horizon where the sun rises each morning. The Sphinx is older than the pyramids, some researchers claim, its weathering patterns suggesting it was carved thousands of years before Khafra's reign. Others argue it was built alongside the pyramids, its features eroded by wind and sand rather than water. The debate continues, but the Sphinx remains silent, keeping its secrets as it has for millennia. This is the world the ancient Egyptians created, a landscape of stone and symbol, where every angle and measurement carried meaning, where the boundary between the earthly and the divine was deliberately blurred. They built not just for their own time, but for eternity. They built to be remembered, and they built perhaps to be understood. But understood how, and by whom? The ancient Egyptians did not see the world as we do. For them, the universe was alive with meaning, every star and stone connected by invisible threads of divine order. The pyramids were not simply architectural achievements, they were cosmic machines, designed to align the earthly realm with the heavens above. To understand what the ancients tried to tell us, we must first understand how they saw the sky. Look up on a clear night, far from the lights of the modern world, and you will see what they saw. The Milky Way stretching across the darkness like a river of light. The Egyptians called it the Nile of the sky, a celestial mirror of the great river that gave them life, and within that river they saw patterns, constellations that told stories of gods and creation. One constellation held special significance, Orion. The Egyptians knew it as Sa, the celestial form of Osiris, the god of death and resurrection. Osiris was the first pharaoh, murdered by his brother Set and resurrected by his wife Isis, becoming the lord of the underworld and the judge of souls. Every pharaoh was believed to become Osiris in death, journeying through the underworld to be reborn among the stars, and the pyramids, some believe, were built to facilitate that journey. In the early 1980s, a researcher named Robert Bauval proposed something extraordinary. He noticed that the three pyramids of Giza are not arranged in a straight line, but in a pattern that mirrors the three stars of Orion's belt, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka. The two larger pyramids align almost perfectly with the two brighter stars, while the smaller pyramid of Menkaure sits slightly offset, just as Mintaka sits slightly offset from the other two stars. The correlation is striking, and it raises a tantalizing question. did the ancient Egyptians deliberately position the pyramids to reflect the constellation of Osiris? Bauval went further. He calculated that around 10,500 BCE, the constellation of Orion would have reached its lowest point in the precessional cycle, sitting directly on the southern horizon at the meridian. At that same moment, the Sphinx, if it was indeed that old, would have been facing the constellation of Leo, the lion rising in the east. Was this the moment the pyramids were meant to commemorate? A time when the sky and the earth were in perfect alignment, when the gods walked among mortals? Mainstream archaeology dismisses this theory, pointing out that the pyramids were built around 2500 BCE, not 10,500 BCE, and that the alignment with Orion's belt, while intriguing, may be coincidental. The ancient Egyptians left no written records explicitly stating that the pyramids were meant to mirror the stars, and yet the correlation remains, undeniable and haunting. But the stellar alignment is only one layer of the mystery. The pyramids are also aligned with extraordinary precision to the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. The Great Pyramid's north-south axis deviates from true north by only 3/60ths of a degree, an accuracy that would require sophisticated astronomical observations. How did the ancient Egyptians achieve this? They had no compasses, no GPS, no satellites. They had only the stars. One method they may have used is called the Indian Circle method, which involves tracking the rising and setting points of a star over the course of a night and bisecting the angle between them to find true north. Another method involves observing the circumpolar stars, stars that never set below the horizon, and using their circular path to determine the celestial pole. Either way, the process would have required patience, precision, and a deep understanding of the heavens. The interior of the Great Pyramid also reveals astronomical alignments. The so-called air shafts in the King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber are not air shafts at all, but narrow passages that point towards specific stars. The southern shaft of the King's Chamber aligns with Alnitak, the brightest star in Orion's belt, while the northern shaft points toward Thuban, which was the pole star in ancient Egypt. The southern shaft of the Queen's Chamber aligns with Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, associated with the goddess Isis. These alignments are not random, they are deliberate, encoded into the very structure of the pyramid. What were the ancient Egyptians trying to achieve? Some believe the shafts were meant to guide the pharaoh's soul on its journey to the stars, providing a direct path to the realm of the gods. Others suggest they served a more practical purpose, allowing priests to observe the stars from within the pyramid and perform rituals at specific astronomical moments. Still others propose that the shafts were part of a larger system of energy or resonance, channeling forces we no longer understand. The geometry of the pyramids also carries symbolic weight. The Great Pyramid's dimensions encode the mathematical constant pi, the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter. The pyramid's perimeter divided by twice its height equals 3/14, a number the ancient Egyptians were not supposed to know. They also encoded the golden ratio, phi, a proportion found throughout nature, and considered aesthetically perfect. The slope of the pyramid's sides, the dimensions of the chambers, the placement of the passages, all of these follow geometric principles that suggest a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and proportion. Was this knowledge intuitive, developed through trial and error over centuries of pyramid building, or was it inherited from an earlier, more advanced civilization, now lost to history? The ancient Egyptians themselves spoke of a time before the pharaohs, a golden age when the gods ruled directly over the land. They called it Zep Tepi, the first time, a mythical epoch when the foundations of civilization were laid. Could the pyramids be remnants of that forgotten age built by hands we no longer remember? The questions multiply the deeper we look. The pyramids are not just monuments. They are puzzles, riddles carved in stone. Every measurement, every alignment, every chamber and passage seems to whisper of something greater, something hidden just beyond our understanding. The ancients built them to last forever, and they built them to be read. But the language they used is not one of words. It is a language of stars and stone, of geometry and light. And if we could learn to read it, what would it say? The pyramids of Giza do not stand alone in the world. Across oceans and continents separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, other civilizations built pyramids of their own. In the jungles of Mesoamerica, the Maya and the Aztecs raised stepped pyramids to honor their gods. In the deserts of Sudan, the Nubian kings constructed steep-sided pyramids as tombs. In China, massive earthen mounds shaped like pyramids hold the remains of emperors, and in the Pacific on remote islands, stone platforms and terraces echo the same geometric forms. Why? Why did so many cultures with no apparent contact choose the pyramid as their sacred shape? Was it simply the most stable structure to build with primitive tools? Or was there something deeper, a shared memory, a universal symbol, a message passed down through the ages? The Maya pyramids of Central America are perhaps the most striking parallel. The Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, the towering structures of Tikal, all of them share the same monumental ambition as the pyramids of Egypt. They were built as stairways to the heavens, places where priests could ascend to commune with the gods. They were aligned with astronomical events, solstices, equinoxes, the movements of Venus and the moon. They were tombs, temples, and observatories all at once. The Temple of Kukulkan is a masterpiece of astronomical engineering. It has 4 staircases, each with 91 steps, which together with the platform at the top total 365, the number of days in a solar year. During the spring and autumn equinoxes, the setting sun casts shadows on the pyramid's northern staircase that create the illusion of a serpent descending from the heavens, a representation of the feathered serpent god Kukulkan. The Maya built this pyramid not just as a monument, but as a calendar, a cosmic clock marking the passage of time. The similarities to the Egyptian pyramids are undeniable, yet the differences are equally striking. The Maya pyramids are stepped, not smooth-sided, and they were built with a different purpose. Not as tombs for individual kings, but as communal temples where rituals were performed for the entire society. The Maya also developed a sophisticated writing system, a complex calendar, and advanced mathematical concepts, including the use of zero, achievements that rival those of ancient Egypt. Could the Maya and the Egyptians have shared knowledge? Conventional history says no. The Maya civilization flourished between 2000 BCE and 1500 CE, overlapping with ancient Egypt, but separated by an ocean that, as far as we know, neither culture crossed. There is no archaeological evidence of contact, no Egyptian artifacts found in Mesoamerica, no Maya glyphs discovered in Egypt. And yet, the parallels persist. Some researchers point to the legend of Atlantis, the lost civilization described by Plato, as a possible link. According to Plato, Atlantis was a powerful maritime empire that existed around 9600 BCE, before being destroyed in a cataclysmic event. If such a civilization existed, could it have spread its knowledge to both Egypt and Mesoamerica before its fall? Could the pyramids be remnants of that lost wisdom, built by cultures trying to preserve what they had learned? Mainstream scholars dismissed the Atlantis theory as myth, noting that Plato likely invented the story as a philosophical allegory. There is no geological evidence for a sunken continent in the Atlantic, and the timeline Plato gives does not match the known history of human civilization. But the idea persists, fueled by the tantalizing similarities between ancient cultures and the sense that something is missing from the historical record. In China, the pyramids are less well known but no less impressive. Near the city of Xi'an, dozens of massive earthen mounds rise from the plains, some as tall as 300 feet. These are the tombs of ancient Chinese emperors, built during the Xin and Han dynasties. The most famous is the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, guarded by the Terracotta Army. Thousands of life-size clay soldiers buried to protect the emperor in the afterlife. The tomb itself has never been fully excavated, but ancient texts describe it as a vast underground palace, complete with rivers of mercury and a ceiling studded with pearls to represent the stars. The Chinese pyramids are not as geometrically precise as those in Egypt, but they share the same symbolic purpose: to bridge the gap between earth and heaven, to ensure the ruler's immortality, to encode cosmic order into physical form. The Chinese also developed sophisticated astronomical knowledge, tracking the movements of planets and stars, predicting eclipses, and aligning their structures with celestial events. In Sudan, the Nubian pyramids stand as a testament to a civilization that was once Egypt's rival, and, at times, its conqueror. The Nubian kings built more than 200 pyramids, smaller and steeper than their Egyptian counterparts, but no less significant. These pyramids were tombs, filled with treasures and inscriptions honouring the dead. The Nubians adopted many aspects of Egyptian culture, including the worship of Egyptian gods and the use of hieroglyphic writing, but they also maintained their own distinct identity. The fact that the Nubians built pyramids is less surprising, given their proximity to Egypt and their long history of cultural exchange. But it raises another question. If the pyramid form was so powerful, so meaningful, why did it eventually disappear? Why did later civilizations abandon it in favour of other architectural styles? Perhaps the answer lies in the changing nature of belief. The pyramids were built during a time when the boundary between the human and the divine was thin, when kings were seen as gods, and the afterlife was as real as the world of the living. As religions evolved, as empires rose and fell, the need for such monumental expressions of faith diminished. The pyramids became relics of a bygone age, admired but no longer understood. Or perhaps the pyramids served a purpose that was fulfilled. Perhaps the message they were meant to convey was delivered, and there was no need to build more. Perhaps they were never meant to be replicated, only remembered. But what if the pyramids were not just monuments to the past? What if they were also messages to the future, to us? In the modern age, the pyramids have become the subject of countless theories, some grounded in science, others veering into the realm of speculation and wonder. They have been called power plants, energy generators, acoustic chambers, astronomical computers, and even landing markers for extraterrestrial visitors. Each theory attempts to explain the same fundamental mystery. How could a civilization with such limited technology create something so advanced? One of the most intriguing theories involves the idea that the Great Pyramid was designed to harness energy. Proponents of this theory point to the pyramid's construction materials: limestone, which contains calcite crystals that can generate electricity under pressure, and granite, which contains quartz and is slightly radioactive. The king's chamber is built entirely of granite, and some researchers have detected unusual electromagnetic readings within it. Could the pyramid have been designed to generate or amplify energy in some way? The theory suggests that the pyramid's shape itself acts as a resonator, focusing energy at specific points within the structure. The Grand Gallery, with its towering corbelled ceiling, may have functioned as an acoustic chamber, amplifying sound waves to create resonance. Some experiments have shown that certain frequencies produce standing waves within the pyramid, creating patterns of vibration that could theoretically be harnessed for various purposes. But what purposes? Advocates of the energy theory propose that the pyramid could have been used for healing, communication, or even levitation, using sound and vibration to manipulate matter. Ancient texts speak of priests using sound to move heavy objects, and some researchers believe the pyramids were built using acoustic levitation, a phenomenon where sound waves create enough pressure to lift objects off the ground. Modern science has demonstrated acoustic levitation on a small scale, but whether it could be used to move multi-ton blocks remains unproven. Another theory focuses on the pyramid's alignment with Earth's geography. The Great Pyramid sits almost exactly at the centre of the Earth's landmass, with equal amounts of land in all directions. Its latitude and longitude coordinates encode the speed of light, 299,458 meters per second, a number the ancient Egyptians were not supposed to know. Coincidence, or evidence of knowledge far beyond what we attribute to them? The pyramid's dimensions also encode the size and shape of the Earth. The perimeter of the pyramid's base multiplied by 43,200 equals the circumference of the Earth at the equator. The height of the pyramid multiplied by the same number equals the polar radius of the Earth. The number 43,200 is significant in many ancient cultures. It appears in Hindu cosmology, in Babylonian astronomy, and in the precessional cycle of the equinoxes. Could the pyramid be a scale model of the Earth, built to preserve geodetic knowledge? Mainstream archaeologists argue that these numerical correlations are the result of selective interpretation, that if you look hard enough, you can find mathematical patterns in any structure. They point out that the ancient Egyptians used a different system of measurement, the royal cubit, and that converting their measurements to modern units inevitably produces approximations and errors. The speed of light encoded in the coordinates, they say, is a coincidence. a product of our modern numbering system rather than ancient intent. But the theories persist, fueled by the sense that the pyramids are more than they appear. Some researchers have proposed that the pyramids were part of a global network of ancient structures, all aligned with each other and with specific points on the Earth's energy grid. Ley lines, they call them, invisible lines of power that crisscross the planet, connecting sacred sites and ancient monuments. The pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, the Nazca Lines, Easter Island, all of them, according to this theory, are nodes in a vast system of energy and communication. The idea of a global civilization, one that existed before recorded history and possessed advanced knowledge, has captured the imagination of many. Graham Hancock, a journalist and author, has spent decades researching this possibility, arguing that a cataclysmic event around 12,000 years ago, possibly a comet impact or rapid climate change, destroyed this civilization, leaving only scattered remnants and myths. The pyramids, he suggests, may be survivors of that lost age, built by people who knew the world was ending and wanted to preserve their knowledge for future generations. Hancock points to geological evidence of rapid sea level rise at the end of the last ice age, which would have flooded coastal areas where early civilizations might have thrived. He also notes the prevalence of flood myths in cultures around the world, the story of Noah's Ark, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Hindu tale of Manu, the Greek legend of Deucalion. Could these myths be memories of a real event, a global catastrophe that reset human civilization? Critics argue that Hancock's theories lack concrete evidence and rely too heavily on speculation. They point out that the archaeological record shows a clear progression of human development, from simple hunter-gatherer societies to complex civilizations, with no need to invoke a lost advanced culture. The similarities between ancient myths, they say, can be explained by the universal human experience of natural disasters, floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, rather than a single global event. And yet, the questions remain. Why do the pyramids exist? Why were they built with such precision, such ambition, such permanence? What were the ancient Egyptians trying to achieve, and what did they want us to know? Perhaps the answer is simpler than we think. Perhaps the pyramids were built not to encode secret knowledge or harness mysterious energies, but to inspire awe, to remind us of what humanity is capable of when we work together toward a common goal. Perhaps they were built to last forever because the ancients understood something we have forgotten, that civilizations rise and fall, that empires crumble, that everything we build will eventually turn to dust. Everything except the pyramids. They stand as a testament to human ambition, human ingenuity, human faith. They stand as a reminder that we are part of something larger than ourselves, something that stretches back through time and forward into eternity. They stand as a question, carved in stone, waiting for us to answer. What if the message the ancients tried to tell us is not hidden in the measurements, or the alignments, or the chambers? What if the message is the pyramids themselves, the simple, profound fact that they exist, that they endure, that they refuse to be forgotten? But perhaps we've been asking the wrong questions all along. We ask how they were built, as if understanding the engineering would unlock the mystery. We ask why they were built, as if discovering the purpose would satisfy our curiosity. We measure and calculate and theorize, treating the pyramids as problems to be solved rather than mysteries to be experienced. And in doing so, we may be missing what the ancients actually wanted us to see. Because the pyramids were not built in isolation. They were not constructed in a vacuum of history, dropped fully formed onto the Giza Plateau by some inexplicable force. They emerged from a culture, a civilization, a way of seeing the world that was fundamentally different from our own. To understand what the ancients tried to tell us, we must first understand who they were, not just as builders or engineers or priests, but as human beings living in a world alive with meaning. The Egypt of the Fourth Dynasty was not the Egypt of popular imagination. It was not a land of slaves toiling under the whip, building monuments to tyrannical pharaohs drunk on power and vanity. That image, perpetuated by Hollywood and centuries of misunderstanding, bears little resemblance to what archaeology has revealed. The people who built the pyramids were skilled workers, craftsmen, and labourers who took pride in their work. They lived in purpose-built villages near the construction sites, with bakeries, breweries, and medical facilities. They were fed with meat and bread, a diet far richer than what most Egyptians consumed. Their bones show evidence of medical care. Broken limbs that were set and healed, infections that were treated, workplace injuries that were tended to with surprising sophistication. These were not expendable slaves, but valued members of society, participating in what they believed to be the most important work in the world. Graffiti left by work gangs inside the pyramids reveals something even more striking. These workers organized themselves into teams with names like Friends of Khufu and Drunkards of Menkaure. They competed with each other, marking their accomplishments in red ochre on the stones they placed. There is humour in these inscriptions, pride, camaraderie. These were not people coerced into labour, but people who believed they were building something sacred, something that would ensure the prosperity of Egypt and the eternal life of their king. Why would they believe this? Why would tens of thousands of people devote decades of their lives to moving stones? The answer lies in the Egyptian understanding of Ma'at, a concept that has no direct translation in English, but encompasses truth, justice, harmony, and cosmic order. Ma'at was not just a philosophical idea, it was the fundamental principle that held the universe together. The pharaoh was the guarantor of Ma'at, the living link between the human world and the divine realm. When the pharaoh died, the entire cosmic order was threatened. The pyramid was not just a tomb, it was a machine for maintaining Ma'at, for ensuring that the king could be transformed into a god and continue to protect Egypt from the chaos that lurked at the edges of creation. This is why the pyramid had to be perfect. This is why every measurement mattered, why every stone had to be precisely placed, why the alignment with the stars could not be off by even a fraction of a degree. The pyramid was not a monument to ego, it was a cosmic necessity, a ritual performed in stone to keep the universe functioning. The religious texts of ancient Egypt support this interpretation. The pyramid texts carved into the walls of later pyramids are among the oldest religious writings in human history. They describe the pharaoh's journey after death, how he ascends to the sky, how he joins the circumpolar stars that never set, how he becomes one with the gods. The pyramid is described as a ladder, a ramp, a stairway to heaven. The pharaoh climbs the rays of the sun, sails across the sky in the solar bark, passes through the gates of the underworld, and emerges transformed. These texts are not metaphorical. To the ancient Egyptians, this journey was as real as any physical voyage. The pyramid was the vehicle that made it possible, and every element of its construction served this ultimate purpose. The passages and chambers were not arbitrary. They were maps of the afterlife, recreations of the cosmic landscape the pharaoh would traverse. The sarcophagus in the king's chamber was not just a box for a body, it was a womb of regeneration, where the dead king would be reborn as a star. Understanding this changes everything about how we interpret the pyramids. The air shafts are not ventilation, they are soul channels, pathways for the K, life force, and Bear, personality, to travel between the burial chamber and the stars. The Grand Gallery is not just an architectural feature, it is a representation of the ascending path to heaven, a physical embodiment of the moment of transformation. The empty sarcophagus is not evidence of tomb robbery. It may never have been meant to hold a physical body at all, only to serve as a symbolic vessel for spiritual rebirth. This religious context also explains something else that has puzzled researchers: why the interior of the Great Pyramid is so austere. There are no paintings, no decorations, no gold or jewels. Later Egyptian tombs would be filled with treasures and adorned with elaborate paintings depicting the deceased's life and afterlife. But the Great Pyramid is bare stone, its chambers unadorned except for a few marks left by construction workers. Why? Perhaps because the pyramid itself is the message. Perhaps because the geometry, the proportions, the alignments, these were the decorations more meaningful than any image could be. Perhaps because the pyramid was meant to function, not to impress, and every element served a purpose beyond the aesthetic. Or perhaps because the pyramid was built for an understanding of the divine that transcended images, that saw the sacred in number and proportion, and cosmic correspondence rather than in representation. Yet even within this religious framework, mysteries persist. The more we learn about the ancient Egyptians, the more sophisticated they appear, and the more questions arise about where their knowledge came from. Consider their understanding of medicine. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE but likely copied from much older sources, describes 48 surgical cases with a rational empirical approach that would not be seen again until the classical Greek period. The Egyptians performed surgery, set broken bones, treated infections, and even conducted a form of brain surgery. They understood the pulse and recognized it as connected to the heart. They used honey as an antibiotic, willow bark as a painkiller, and mouldy bread as a treatment for infections, techniques that modern science has confirmed as effective. Their understanding of mathematics was equally advanced. They used a decimal system and could solve complex problems involving fractions, areas and volumes. They calculated the area of a circle using a formula that approximates pi to within less than 1% of accuracy. They understood the Pythagorean theorem 1,000 years before Pythagoras. The Moscow Mathematical Papyrus shows calculations for the volume of a truncated pyramid, the exact knowledge needed to plan the construction of the pyramids themselves. Their astronomy went far beyond simple observation. They tracked the movement of the sun, moon and planets with precision. They identified the heliacal rising of Sirius, the moment when the star becomes visible again after a period of being obscured by the sun's light, and used it to predict the annual flooding of the Nile. They divided the year into 365 days, with 12 months of 30 days each plus 5 extra days, a calendar system so accurate it formed the basis for the Julian calendar used throughout Europe until the Renaissance. They mapped the night sky into 36 decans, 10-degree segments of the celestial sphere, and used them to tell time at night. Each decan would rise above the horizon at a specific time, allowing the Egyptians to divide the night into hours. This system required not just observation but calculation, accounting for the precession of the equinoxes and the slow shift of the stars over decades and centuries. Where did all this knowledge come from? The standard historical answer is that it developed gradually, through generations of observation and experimentation. The Egyptians built smaller pyramids before they built the Great Pyramid, learning from their mistakes and refining their techniques. They studied the stars because they needed a calendar for agriculture. They developed mathematics because they needed to survey land after the annual floods. Each advance built upon the previous one in a logical progression. But some researchers see gaps in this narrative. The first pyramid ever built, the Step Pyramid of Djoser, was already a massive and sophisticated structure, rising 200 feet into the air and incorporating complex internal passages. It appears almost fully formed, with no obvious prototype or failed experiment preceding it. The Great Pyramid itself represents a level of ambition and precision that seems to leap beyond what the earlier pyramids would suggest as possible. And after the Fourth Dynasty, pyramid construction rapidly declined in quality. Later pyramids were smaller, cruder, built with inferior materials and less skill. It is as if the knowledge peaked and then faded, rather than building continuously over time. This pattern suggests to some that the knowledge might have been inherited rather than developed, passed down from an earlier period or even an earlier civilization. The ancient Egyptians themselves spoke of the Zep Tepi, the first time when gods ruled directly over the land and taught humanity the arts of civilization. They attributed their knowledge to these divine teachers. Thoth, the god of wisdom; Ptah, the god of craftsmen; Imhotep, the architect of the Step Pyramid who was later deified. Were these gods simply mythological figures, personifications of abstract concepts? Or were they memories of real individuals, wise teachers or leaders whose accomplishments were so remarkable they were remembered as divine? Every culture has flood myths. Many cultures have legends of culture heroes who brought knowledge from somewhere else. The Sumerians spoke of the Apkallu, 7 sages who emerged from the sea to teach humanity. The Mesoamericans spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought wisdom. The Indians spoke of the Rishis, enlightened beings who composed the Vedas. Are these all independent inventions or echoes of something real? Mainstream archaeology remains skeptical, pointing out that myths are not evidence, and that the archaeological record shows a clear developmental sequence. But the question lingers: why did the ancient Egyptians, at the very beginning of their civilization, build the most sophisticated and enduring structures they would ever create? Why does their greatest achievement appear at the start rather than the culmination of their culture? The mysteries deepen when we look beyond the pyramids themselves to the entire Giza complex, a landscape of stone and symbol that may encode layers of meaning we are only beginning to glimpse. The Great Sphinx is perhaps the most enigmatic element. Carved from a single outcrop of limestone, It sits in a hollow surrounded by walls of bedrock, staring eternally toward the east. Egyptologists traditionally date it to the reign of Khafre, around 2500 BCE, based on its proximity to Khafre's pyramid and the stylistic similarity of its face to known images of the pharaoh. But the Sphinx bears signs of weathering that some geologists argue could only have been caused by prolonged exposure to water. Not the occasional rain that falls in Egypt today, but sustained rainfall of the kind that ended in the region around 10,000 BCE. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, examined the Sphinx in the early 1990s and concluded that the erosion patterns on its body and the walls of its enclosure were characteristic of water weathering rather than wind and sand erosion. If true, this would mean the Sphinx is far older than the pyramids, carved during a wetter climate when the Sahara was still green. The implications are staggering. It would suggest that sophisticated stone carving was practiced in Egypt thousands of years before the emergence of the pharaonic civilization. Orthodox Egyptologists dispute this interpretation, arguing that the weathering could be explained by other factors: underground water seepage, variations in the limestone's quality, or differences in how the stone was exposed and protected over millennia. They point out that there is no archaeological evidence of a civilization capable of carving the Sphinx before 3000 BCE. No tools or settlements or other monuments from that period. The debate remains unresolved, with each side marshalling evidence and neither willing to concede. But whether the Sphinx is 4,500 or 12,000 years old, its purpose remains mysterious. Its body is that of a lion, a creature that held powerful symbolic meaning in ancient Egypt, representing strength, protection, and the fierce heat of the sun. Its face is human, creating a hybrid creature that bridges the animal and divine realms. In Egyptian tradition, the Sphinx was a guardian, a protector of sacred places, a creature that posed riddles to those who approached. What riddle does the Sphinx of Giza pose? What is it guarding? Some believe the Sphinx sits above hidden chambers, secret rooms that contain the lost knowledge of ancient Egypt, or of an even older civilization. In the 1990s, ground-penetrating radar and seismic studies suggested the presence of voids beneath the Sphinx and in the bedrock around it. Edgar Cayce, the famous American psychic, claimed in the 1930s that a hall of records lay hidden beneath the Sphinx, containing the wisdom of Atlantis. When the chamber was opened, he predicted, humanity would gain access to advanced knowledge about energy, healing, and the nature of consciousness itself. Excavations have been limited by the Egyptian government, which is cautious about potentially damaging one of the world's most iconic monuments. Small explorations have revealed shafts and cavities, but nothing matching the grand chamber Cayce described. Yet the possibility haunts researchers and enthusiasts alike. What if there is something down there, waiting to be discovered? What if the ancients really did hide their most important knowledge beneath their most enigmatic monument? Around the Sphinx and pyramids, other structures add to the mystery. The Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple, built from massive limestone blocks weighing up to 200 tons, display a style of construction distinctly different from the pyramids, more ancient, some argue, with stones fitted together so precisely that no mortar was needed. The causeway that once connected the Valley Temple to Khafre's pyramid stretched nearly a quarter mile and was roofed with stone slabs, creating a processional corridor where rituals were performed. And then there are the boat pits, long trenches carved into the bedrock around the pyramids, some containing disassembled cedar boats sealed in limestone blocks. One of these boats, excavated in 1954, was reassembled and found to be 143 feet long, one of the largest and oldest ships ever discovered. It had never been in water. It was built specifically to be buried. Was it meant to carry the pharaoh's spirit across the celestial Nile? Or did it serve some other symbolic function we no longer understand? Every element of the Giza complex seems to carry meaning, to be part of a larger design. The three pyramids, the Sphinx, the temples, the causeways, the boat pits, all of them aligned, positioned, built according to a master plan that unified earth and sky, life and death, the human and the divine. The Giza Plateau was not just a burial ground. It was a sacred landscape, a three-dimensional map of Egyptian cosmology. And perhaps, just perhaps, it was also a message, encoded in stone, meant to be read by those who came after. In recent decades, technology has allowed us to see the pyramids in ways the ancient Egyptians never could, and in ways that, raise new questions even as they answer old ones. In 2017, an international team of researchers used muon tomography, a technique that detects cosmic ray particles passing through solid matter, to scan the interior of the Great Pyramid. They discovered a previously unknown void above the Grand Gallery, a space at least 100 feet long with a similar structure to the Grand Gallery itself. The discovery made headlines around the world. A hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid, unseen for 4,500 years. But what is it? Why is it there? The researchers were careful to call it a void rather than a chamber, noting that they couldn't determine its function without further exploration. Egyptologists suggested it might be a structural feature, a relieving chamber meant to reduce the weight pressing down on the Grand Gallery below. Others speculated it could be a sealed room containing treasures or inscriptions, deliberately hidden by the pyramid's architects. As of now, the void remains unexplored. The Egyptian authorities have been reluctant to allow invasive techniques that might damage the pyramid, and there is no easy way to access the space without drilling or excavating. So it sits there, a tantalizing mystery within the greatest mystery of the ancient world, waiting. Other technologies have revealed different secrets. LiDAR scanning, using laser light to create detailed three-dimensional maps, has shown that the pyramids are not quite as smooth and regular as they appear to the naked eye. The Great Pyramid's sides are actually slightly concave, curving inward by about a foot on each face. This feature is invisible from the ground, but becomes apparent from aerial photographs taken at the right angle and time of day. Why would the ancient Egyptians build this concavity into the structure? Some believe it was meant to create an optical effect, making the pyramid appear to shimmer or glow when the sun hit it at certain angles. Others suggest it served a structural purpose, distributing weight more evenly. Still, others wonder if it carries symbolic meaning, representing the curvature of the Earth or the path of light rays from the sun. Thermal imaging has revealed that different blocks within the pyramids retain heat at different rates, suggesting they came from different quarries or were treated differently during construction. Some blocks contain fossils of ancient marine creatures, proof that the limestone was formed from the beds of prehistoric seas. Analysing these fossils allows researchers to trace where specific stones came from, mapping the supply chains that brought materials to Giza from across Egypt. Even more remarkable, archaeologists have discovered the remains of ramps, workshops, and harbour facilities that supported the pyramid construction. At Wadi al-Jarf on the Red Sea coast, researchers found papyrus scrolls written by a man named Mera, an overseer who helped transport limestone blocks from the quarries at Tura to Giza. The scrolls, dating to the reign of Khufu, describe the logistics of moving stone, the number of workers, the routes taken, the time required. They are the only contemporary written records of pyramid construction ever found, and they confirm what archaeology has suggested. The pyramids were built through meticulous planning, vast organisational effort, and the coordinated labour of thousands. But even with all these technological advances, even with new discoveries and better data, the fundamental mystery remains. We know more about how the pyramids were built, but we still don't entirely understand why they were built the way they were. We can see the stones, measure the angles, trace the supply chains, but we cannot fully grasp the vision that motivated their creation. Because the vision was not technological. It was not even primarily architectural. It was spiritual, cosmological, an attempt to capture something eternal in temporary materials, to build a bridge between the finite and the infinite. And that is something no technology can measure. Perhaps the most profound mystery of the pyramids is not what they are, but what they represent, what they reveal about the human condition and our relationship with time, mortality, and meaning. We build because we must. It is in our nature to create, to shape the world around us, to leave something behind that says, I was here, I mattered, I existed. Every culture in history has built monuments, from the standing stones of Neolithic Europe to the skyscrapers of modern cities. We build to honour our gods, to remember our dead, to celebrate our achievements, to mark our territory, to express our dreams. But the pyramids are different. They were not built to serve a temporary need or to impress a contemporary audience. They were built to last forever, and they have succeeded. They have outlasted the language that named them, the religion that sanctified them, the civilization that created them. They have become universal symbols, recognized by every culture on Earth, transcending their original context to speak to something fundamental in the human experience. What do they speak of? They speak of the desire to transcend death, to create something that will endure when our bodies have turned to dust. They speak of the human need for order, for structure, for permanence in a world of chaos and change. They speak of our fascination with the heavens, our conviction that we are connected to something larger than ourselves. They speak of the power of collective effort, of what can be achieved when thousands of people work together toward a shared goal. But perhaps, most profoundly, they speak of the human relationship with mystery itself. We live in an age that values answers, that seeks to explain everything, to reduce the unknown to the known. We sequence genomes, map the cosmos, peer into the quantum realm. We accumulate data, build models, predict outcomes. We have grown uncomfortable with uncertainty, with questions that have no clear solutions. The pyramids remind us that mystery is not something to be eliminated, but something to be honoured. They remind us that there are things we may never fully understand, and that this is not a failure, but a gift. They remind us that the search for meaning is often more important than the meaning itself, that the questions we ask shape who we are just as much as the answers we find. The ancients who built the pyramids understood this. They created a mystery deliberately, encoding layers of meaning that would reveal themselves slowly, over centuries, to those who looked with patience and humility. They knew that future generations would wonder at their achievement, would ask questions, would search for answers, and they knew that in that searching something important would happen. A connection would be made across time, between the living and the dead, between the known and the unknown. That connection is what the pyramids offer us. Not answers, but connection. Not certainty, but wonder. Not explanation, but inspiration. When we stand before the pyramids, we stand in the presence of something that has witnessed the full sweep of recorded history. We stand before a monument that was already ancient when Rome was founded, already legendary when Athens flourished, already mysterious when medieval pilgrims came to marvel at it. We stand before something that will likely still be standing when our own civilization has become history, when our skyscrapers have crumbled and our digital archives have decayed into corruption. And in that moment, we are confronted with our own mortality, not as individuals, but as a species, as a civilization, as a moment in time. We are forced to ask, what will we leave behind? What will future generations find when they dig through the ruins of our age? Will they wonder at our achievements as we wonder at the pyramids? Will they ask questions about us as we ask questions about ancient Egypt? Will they find meaning in what we have created, or will they see only the debris of a culture that lost its way? The pyramids challenge us to think beyond our own lifetimes, beyond our own moment in history. They challenge us to create not just for ourselves, but for the future, to build things that matter, that endure, that carry meaning across generations. They challenge us to reach for something greater than comfort or convenience, to invest our energy in something that transcends the immediate and the practical. In this way, the pyramids are not just relics of the past. They are mirrors reflecting our own values, our own priorities, our own dreams and fears. What we see in them says as much about us as it does about the people who built them. As the 21st century unfolds, the pyramids continue to inspire new theories, new explorations, new interpretations. Each generation brings its own questions, shaped by its own concerns and shaped by its own understanding of the world. In an age of environmental crisis, some see the pyramids as lessons in sustainability. Structures built without machines, without fossil fuels, without the industrial processes that have brought our own civilization to the brink of ecological collapse. They wonder, could we build something as enduring today, using only human labour and simple tools? Or have we become so dependent on technology that we have lost the fundamental skills and patience required for such a feat? In an age of artificial intelligence and digital technology, some see the pyramids as embodiments of encoded information, massive solid-state storage devices built to preserve knowledge across millennia. They speculate about what might be hidden in the ratios, the measurements, the astronomical alignments, data waiting to be decoded by minds equipped with the right tools and the right perspective. In an age of space exploration, some see the pyramids as Earth's first monuments to the cosmos, our earliest attempt to reach toward the stars, to connect our terrestrial existence with the celestial realm. They imagine future civilizations building pyramids on Mars or the Moon, carrying forward an architectural tradition that began on the Giza Plateau more than 4,000. The pyramids of Giza are not just monuments to the past. They are bridges to the future, connecting us to the people who built them, reminding us that we are part of a story that began long before we were born and will continue long after we are gone. They are proof that humanity has always looked up at the stars and wondered, always sought to leave a mark, always believed in something beyond the visible world. And as long as the pyramids stand, that belief will endure. The message will remain, waiting in the stone, waiting in the silence, waiting for the next person to stand before them and ask, what were the ancients trying to tell us? Perhaps the answer is that they were trying to tell us we are not alone in time, not alone in space, not alone in our dreams and our fears and our hopes. They were trying to tell us that we are part of something vast and ancient and eternal, something that connects us to every human who has ever lived and every human who will ever live. They were trying to tell us that we matter, that what we build matters, that what we believe matters, that the questions we ask matter, even if we never find the answers. The pyramids stand in the darkness now, their shapes barely visible against the night sky. But they are there, as they have always been, as they will always be. Silent witnesses to the passage of time, keepers of secrets we may never fully understand, monuments to the enduring human spirit. And somewhere in that silence, in that darkness, in that eternal stone, the message waits. The message the ancients tried to tell us. The message we are still learning to hear. What if the pyramids were not built just to honour the dead, but to speak to the living, to send a message across time? The question echoes across the desert, across the centuries, across the vast expanse of human history. And the pyramids, patient and eternal, wait for us to answer. The search for answers has never stopped. Each generation brings new tools, new methods, new ways of peering into the ancient stones. And with each advance, we discover not just answers, but more questions, deeper, stranger, more challenging questions that force us to reconsider everything we thought we knew. In recent years, the pace of discovery has accelerated. Between 2021 and 2023, researchers employed ground-penetrating radar and electrical resistivity tomography to study areas near the Great Pyramid, revealing an anomaly combining a shallow L-shaped structure connected to a deeper structure, with the shallow portion filled in with sand after construction. The purpose of this structure remains unknown, but its very existence suggests that the Giza complex holds secrets still waiting to be uncovered. The technology that made this discovery possible would have seemed like magic to the ancient Egyptians, machines that can see through solid rock, that can map what lies beneath the sand without disturbing a single grain. We send cosmic rays through the pyramids, tracking how they bend and scatter to reveal hidden voids. We bounce radio waves off underground structures, building three-dimensional maps of spaces no human eye has seen in millennia. We measure subtle variations in gravity and magnetism, detecting anomalies that hint at chambers, passages, corridors carved from the living rock. And yet, for all our technological sophistication, we remain humbled by what the ancients achieved. Every new discovery reveals not how simple the pyramids are, but how complex. Not how crude their construction was, but how refined. Not how much we have surpassed them, but how much we still have to learn from them. In 2024, researchers discovered that some 31 pyramids in Egypt may originally have been built along a 64-kilometre-long branch of the Nile, which has long since been buried beneath farmland and desert. This extinct river branch, called the Ahramat branch, had causeways from many pyramids ending at its proposed riverbanks, suggesting it was used for transporting construction materials. The discovery transforms our understanding of the logistical network that made pyramid construction possible. The stones did not have to be dragged across miles of desert. They could be floated on barges, carried by the river itself to the very foot of the construction site. But this raises new questions. When did this branch of the Nile disappear? Was it still flowing during the 4th dynasty, or had it already begun to dry up? Did the ancient Egyptians choose the Giza plateau because of the river, or did they build there despite its remoteness, for reasons we don't yet understand? And what other river branches might have existed connecting other pyramid sites, leaving no trace except in the placement of monuments, that now seem impossibly isolated. The landscape of ancient Egypt was not the landscape we see today. The climate was different, wetter in some periods, drier in others. The river itself wandered across the floodplain, changing course, splitting into branches, reuniting. The desert advanced and retreated. Forest grew where now there is only sand. The world the pyramid builders knew has been erased, buried beneath millennia of change, leaving us to reconstruct it from fragments and shadows. And beneath the surface, there may be more waiting to be found. In March 2025, a team of researchers made headlines with claims of discovering vast underground structures beneath the Khafra pyramid. The announcement spread rapidly across social media and news outlets, with some calling it evidence of an ancient underground city, extending hundreds of feet below the Giza Plateau. The researchers claimed to have used satellite-based radar technology to detect chambers, shafts, and interconnected passages far below the pyramid. The response from the archaeological community was swift and sceptical. Egypt's renowned archaeologist Zahi Hawass called the findings fake news, saying the researchers used techniques that are not approved and not validated and lack any scientific basis. Hawass noted that the Khafra pyramid was studied extensively and determined to have been carved directly from bedrock, making all claims regarding the existence of columns beneath it entirely unfounded. Other experts questioned the technical feasibility of the claims. Radar specialists pointed out that the technology described would not be able to penetrate solid rock to the depths claimed, and that mapping detailed structures hundreds of feet underground from satellite imagery would be impossible with current methods. The research had not been published in peer-reviewed journals, and the methodology remained unclear. Yet the episode reveals something important about our relationship with the pyramids. We want them to hold secrets. We need them to be more than they appear. The idea of hidden chambers, underground cities, lost knowledge waiting to be discovered. These narratives speak to something deep in the human psyche. We are drawn to mystery, to the possibility that beneath the known world lies another world, stranger and more wondrous. And sometimes, that need for mystery leads us astray. It tempts us to see patterns where none exist, to accept claims without evidence, to prefer speculation over science. The pyramids have spawned countless theories, many of them fanciful, some of them deliberately deceptive. Crystal skulls, alien architects, time machines, energy weapons. The pyramids have been credited with everything from healing powers to prophecies of the apocalypse. But separating fact from fiction, legitimate research from pseudoscience, is not always easy. The line between revolutionary discovery and wishful thinking can be thin. New technologies do reveal hidden structures. The 2017 muon tomography scan that found the void above the Grand Gallery was real science, published in peer-reviewed journals, confirmed by multiple independent teams. But claims must be tested, verified, scrutinized before they can be accepted. The pyramids deserve better than sensationalism. They deserve serious study, careful analysis, honest inquiry. They deserve our respect, not just for what we imagine them to be, but for what they actually are. Monuments built by real people, with real tools for real purposes that we're still learning to understand. Amid all the speculation about advanced technology and lost civilizations, it is easy to forget the most important truth about the pyramids. They were built by human beings, not gods, not aliens, not some vanished super race, but people, men and women who lived and worked and died on the Giza Plateau 4,500 years ago. Recent discoveries have brought these people into sharper focus. At the site of Tombos in Nubia, archaeologists unearthed skeletons buried within pyramids dating to between 1400 and 650 BCE, with some individuals showing signs of wear and tear likely caused by a lifetime of hard manual labour. This has led researchers to conclude that pyramid burials in Tombos were more inclusive than previously thought, and that the deceased came from both the upper and lower classes. The discovery challenges long-held assumptions about who was honoured with pyramid burial. For generations, archaeologists assumed that only the elite, royalty, nobility, high-ranking officials, were laid to rest in these monumental tombs. But the evidence suggests a more complex reality. Perhaps the pyramids were not just monuments to individual power, but communal projects that honoured all who participated in their creation. Perhaps the workers who dragged the stones, who carved the blocks, who mixed the mortar, were remembered alongside the kings they served. This fits with what we know about the workers' villages near the pyramids. These were not slave quarters but organised communities with infrastructure, social hierarchies, and a sense of collective purpose. The people who lived there were farmers during the flood season, when their fields were underwater and agricultural work was impossible. They came to Giza to work on the pyramids as a form of labour tax, contributing their strength to the most important project in the kingdom. But they also came for other reasons. They came because working on the pyramid meant being part of something eternal, something that would outlast their brief lives. They came because it brought honour to their families, recognition to their villages. They came because they believed, genuinely, deeply believed, that the pyramid was necessary, that it would ensure the pharaoh's transformation into a god and thereby guarantee the prosperity of Egypt itself. We have lost this sense of collective purpose, this willingness to sacrifice for something beyond immediate benefit. Our societies are fragmented, individualistic, focused on short-term gains. We struggle to coordinate projects that span decades, let alone centuries. We cannot imagine devoting our lives to building something we will never see completed. Yet the pyramid builders did exactly that. The Great Pyramid took 20 years to build, an entire generation of workers who began the project knowing they might not live to see it finished. They laid stones that would be buried within the structure, invisible to future generations, yet they laid them with precision and care because the work itself mattered, not the recognition. This is perhaps the most profound lesson the pyramids teach us. That meaning is not found in personal glory or individual achievement, but in contributing to something larger than ourselves. The pyramid is greater than any single person who built it, greater than the pharaoh entombed within it, greater than the architects who designed it. It is the sum of thousands of individual efforts, coordinated toward a single vision, sustained across decades by shared belief. Can we do that today? Can we build our own pyramids? Not literal monuments of stone, but projects of comparable ambition and permanence? Can we think in centuries rather than quarters? Can we work toward goals we will not live to see achieved? Can we create things meant not for ourselves, but for the distant future? The question is not rhetorical. Humanity faces challenges that require exactly this kind of long-term thinking. Climate change, resource depletion, space exploration, the preservation of knowledge across generations. We need to build metaphorical pyramids, infrastructure, institutions, archives, that will endure long after we're gone. We need to rediscover the mindset that made the pyramids possible. The pyramids have stood for 45 centuries. Think about what that means. Think about everything they have witnessed. They were already ancient when the first Olympic Games were held in Greece. They were already monuments of unfathomable age when Julius Caesar came to Egypt and stood before them, marvelling at their antiquity. They were already older to the Roman Empire than the Roman Empire is to us. They watched as the ancient Egyptian civilization slowly declined, as the new kingdom gave way to foreign rule, as Greeks and Romans and Arabs conquered the land. They watched as the old religion was abandoned, as the temples were closed, as the hieroglyphic script was forgotten. They watched as Christianity spread across the region, as churches were built from the stones of ancient monuments, as the old gods were condemned as demons. They watched the rise of Islam, the Arab conquest of Egypt, the building of Cairo from the casing stones stripped from their sides. They watched the Crusades, the wars between Christian and Muslim powers fighting over this ancient land. They watched the Mongol invasions that devastated so much of the world, but somehow left Egypt intact. They watched as the Ottoman Empire absorbed Egypt into its vast domains, as European powers began to take interest in the ancient monuments, as Napoleon's soldiers fired cannons at the Sphinx's face, or so the legend says. Though the truth is more prosaic, the face was already damaged by centuries of erosion and iconoclasm. They watched the birth of Egyptology as a discipline, as Western scholars descended on Egypt with shovels and dynamite, racing to unearth treasures for their museums. They watched as hieroglyphics were decoded, as ancient texts were translated, as the world began to understand, slowly, incompletely, what the ancient Egyptians had been trying to say. They watched as Egypt gained independence, as nationalism grew, as the modern nation struggled to balance reverence for its ancient past with the demands of the present. They watched as tourism became an industry, as millions of visitors came each year to stand before them, to take photographs, to add their own interpretations to the endless catalogue of theories and speculations. They watched wars fought over Suez, revolutions that toppled governments, the Arab Spring that swept across the region, promising change that never quite came. They watched the construction of the Aswan Dam, which controlled the Nile's flooding and ended the annual cycle that had defined Egyptian civilization for millennia. And through it all, they remained, silent, unchanging, patient. What will they witness in the centuries to come? Will humanity survive the challenges ahead, or will future archaeologists dig through the ruins of our civilization as we dig through theirs? Will the pyramids still be standing when our own greatest monuments have crumbled to dust? And if they are, what will they mean to whoever stands before them? Perhaps they will mean nothing. Perhaps they will be incomprehensible, their purpose forgotten, their builders nameless, their messages unreadable. We struggle to understand them now with all our knowledge of ancient Egypt, with all our technological tools and scholarly expertise. How much harder will it be for civilizations that come after, if the chain of knowledge is broken, if the memory of Egypt is lost? Or perhaps they will mean everything. Perhaps they will be the last surviving testament to humanity's existence. Proof that we were here, that we built, that we dreamed of eternity and came as close to achieving it as any civilization has ever come. The pyramids do not care what we think of them. They do not need our theories. Or we have spoken of the pyramids as monuments, as mysteries, as messages across time. But there is another story hidden within these stones, a story of economics, of resources, of the immense organizational machinery required to transform an entire kingdom into a pyramid-building civilization. This is not the romantic tale of pharaohs reaching for the stars, but the practical reality of how thousands of people were fed, housed, managed, and coordinated across decades. It is the story of how building for eternity shaped the world of the living. Consider the numbers. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million blocks of stone, each weighing on average 2.5 tons. The total mass is estimated at 5.75 million tons. To build it in 20 years, the generally accepted timeline for Khufu's reign, means moving and setting roughly 12 blocks per hour, every hour, day and night, for 2 decades. Even if we assume they worked only during daylight hours, and only during the 8 months of the year when the Nile wasn't flooding the fields, the pace would still require setting a block every 2 to 3 minutes. But the pyramid itself is only part of the equation. For every stone placed, there were quarrymen cutting blocks from limestone cliffs, workers transporting them across the Nile, labourers dragging them up ramps, masons dressing and fitting them into place. There were surveyors ensuring the measurements remained precise, architects overseeing the design, scribes recording deliveries and tracking workers, priests performing rituals to sanctify the work, and all these people needed to eat. The logistics are staggering. Estimates suggest that between 20,000 and 30,000 workers were directly involved in pyramid construction at any given time, with perhaps another 60,000 to 100,000 people supporting them. Farmers growing food, bakers making bread, brewers fermenting beer, potters creating vessels, weavers making cloth, fishermen hauling catches from the Nile. The entire economy of Egypt, for those 20 years, was organised around the singular goal of building Khufu's monument. Archaeological evidence from the workers' villages tells us what they ate. The diet was surprisingly rich: bread and beer, the staples of Egyptian cuisine, but also beef, mutton, fish, and fowl. Bones found in the refuse heap show that the workers consumed huge quantities of meat, far more than the average Egyptian. One estimate suggests that to feed the workforce, Egypt needed to slaughter 21 cattle and 23 sheep per day. Over 20 years, that's more than 150,000 cattle and 170,000 sheep, not counting the fish and birds. Where did all this food come from? Egypt's agricultural surplus, generated by the annual flooding of the Nile, was legendary. The river's floods deposited nutrient-rich silt across the floodplain, creating some of the most fertile farmland in the ancient world. Egyptian farmers could produce far more grain than they needed for subsistence, and this surplus became the foundation of pyramid building. Farmers paid taxes in grain, which was stored in vast state granaries and redistributed to workers as rations. But the pyramid project demanded more than just the agricultural surplus. It required a complete reorganization of Egyptian society. During the Old Kingdom, Egypt transformed from a collection of regional powers into a highly centralized state with the pharaoh at its apex. The pyramid was both symbol and engine of this transformation. Building it required developing systems of taxation, labor conscription, resource allocation, and bureaucratic record-keeping that wouldn't be matched in complexity until the Roman Empire. The papyrus scrolls found at Wadi al-Jarf give us a glimpse into this bureaucratic machine. Written by Me'er, an inspector in charge of a work gang, they describe in meticulous detail how limestone blocks were transported from the Tura quarries to Giza. Me'er records the number of workers in his team, about 40, the routes they took, the time required for each journey, even the locations where they stopped for the night. This level of documentation suggests a sophisticated administrative system capable of tracking thousands of work gangs, managing supply chains across hundreds of miles, and coordinating their efforts with split-second precision. The economic impact rippled through every level of society. Quarries had to be opened and maintained. The Tura quarries, which provided the fine white limestone for the pyramid's casing stones, were located across the Nile from Giza. The Aswan quarries, source of the red granite used in the king's chamber, were 500 miles to the south. Opening these quarries required investment in tools, infrastructure, and permanent settlements for the quarry workers. Copper tools had to be manufactured in vast quantities, thousands of chisels and saws that would wear out and need replacement. Egypt's copper came primarily from the Sinai Peninsula, requiring mining operations and trade networks to keep the tools flowing. Transportation infrastructure had to be built and maintained. Harbours were constructed along the Nile to receive stone shipments. Canals may have been dug to connect the river to the construction site. Reducing the overland distance stones had to travel. Roads or sledgeways had to be prepared, levelled and kept wet so that wooden sledges could slide more easily. Ramps had to be constructed from mud brick and stone chips, requiring their own supply chains and labour forces. The construction site itself was a small city. Archaeological excavations near the pyramids have revealed bakeries capable of producing thousands of loaves per day, breweries with massive vats for fermenting beer, workshops for copperworking, carpentry, rope making, and pottery. There were administrative buildings where scribes worked, storage facilities for tools and materials, and presumably hospitals or clinics where injured workers could be treated. The workers lived in organised housing, not luxurious but functional, with sleeping quarters, communal cooking areas, and access to fresh water. This infrastructure didn't appear overnight. It developed gradually over the course of the 3rd and 4th dynasties, refined with each successive pyramid. By the time Khufu began his pyramid, Egypt had been building pyramids for about 75 years. The step pyramid of Djoser, completed around 2650 BCE, was the first, and it was followed by several others of varying success, some completed, some abandoned, some that partially collapsed during construction. Each taught valuable lessons about engineering, logistics, and organisation. But the Great Pyramid represented the apex of this learning curve. It was the largest, most precise, most ambitious pyramid ever built, and perhaps not coincidentally, it marked the peak of Egypt's pyramid-building era. The pyramids that came after, those of Khafra and Menkaure at Giza, and the later 5th and 6th dynasty pyramids at Saqqara and Abu Sir, were smaller, less precisely constructed, built with inferior materials and less ambitious designs. By the end of the Old Kingdom, around 2200 BCE, pyramid building had essentially ceased. Why? What changed? The decline of pyramid building is one of Egyptian history's great puzzles, and it may tell us as much about the pyramid's purpose as their construction does. The answer likely involves a combination of economic exhaustion, political fragmentation, and changing religious beliefs. Building the Great Pyramid was an enormous economic undertaking, perhaps the single largest infrastructure project relative to GDP that any civilization has attempted. Modern economists have tried to estimate the cost, and while exact figures are impossible, the scale is clear. For 20 years, perhaps a quarter to a third of Egypt's entire economic output was directed toward pyramid construction. That level of sustained investment is extraordinary. It's comparable to the United States devoting $7 to $10 trillion per year, roughly half the entire federal budget, to a single project for 2 decades. No modern nation could sustain such an effort without serious economic consequences. Ancient Egypt managed it, but the strain must have been immense. The pyramid required not just labour and materials, but opportunity cost. Every worker building the pyramid was a worker not building something else, not constructing temples or palaces, not clearing new farmland, not strengthening fortifications. Every ton of copper fashioned into chisels for quarrying was copper that couldn't be made into weapons or tools for agriculture. Every load of grain fed to pyramid workers was grain not available for other purposes. For a society to accept such costs, the perceived benefit must be enormous. And in the Fourth Dynasty, it apparently was. The pyramid wasn't just a tomb, it was the mechanism by which cosmic order was maintained, the device that transformed the dead king into a god who would continue to protect Egypt from chaos. Building the pyramid was thus a form of insurance, a massive collective investment in the kingdom's continued prosperity. But as pyramid followed pyramid, as generations of Egyptians devoted their labour to these monuments, something began to shift. Perhaps the economic burden became too great. Perhaps successive pharaohs found it harder to command the loyalty and resources that Khufu had enjoyed. Perhaps the very success of the early pyramids undermined the rationale for building more. If Khufu and Khafra had already achieved godhood through their pyramids, did every subsequent pharaoh need an equally massive monument? We see evidence of this shift in the pyramids themselves. Menkaura's pyramid, third of the Giza trio and last of the Fourth Dynasty giants, is less than half the height of the Great Pyramid and contains only about 1/10 the mass. The Fifth Dynasty pyramids are smaller still, built not from massive limestone blocks but from smaller stones and rubble fill, with only the outer casing constructed from fine stone. The quality of workmanship declined. The precision that characterized the Great Pyramid, stones fitted so tightly that a knife blade cannot pass between them, gave way to rougher construction, with mortar filling the gaps. This wasn't because the Egyptians had forgotten how to build properly. The decline was gradual, which suggests a conscious choice to reduce costs. Pharaohs still wanted pyramids. The symbolism remained important, but they could no longer or would no longer devote the same resources to them. The pyramid was being scaled back to a more sustainable level. By the Sixth Dynasty, the pyramids had become almost hollow shells, small in stature and filled with rubble. But something else appeared. Texts. The pyramid. Texts carved into the walls of the chambers were dense collections of spells, hymns, and instructions for the dead king's journey through the afterlife. Perhaps as the physical pyramid diminished, the word became more important, the magic of language compensating for the reduced magic of monumental architecture. Then came the collapse. Around 2200 BCE, the Old Kingdom fell apart in what historians call the First Intermediate Period. Central authority dissolved, Egypt fragmented into competing regional powers. The causes are debated: climate change leading to reduced Nile floods, internal political struggles, economic exhaustion from pyramid building, or some combination of all three. For over a century, Egypt had no strong central government, no powerful pharaohs, and no pyramids. When centralized rule was eventually restored in the Middle Kingdom around 2000 BCE, pyramid building resumed, but it was never the same. Middle Kingdom pyramids were built primarily of mud brick with stone casings, and most have eroded away to shapeless mounds. The passion for massive stone monuments had been extinguished. By the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070 BCE, the era of Egypt's greatest imperial power, when pharaohs conquered vast territories and accumulated unimaginable wealth, pyramid building had ceased entirely. The great pharaohs of this period, Hatshepsut, Thutmose III, Rameses III, built magnificent temples instead, vast columned halls decorated with intricate reliefs, but no pyramids. They were buried in the Valley of the Kings, in tombs cut deep into the bedrock of desert cliffs, hidden from view and, theoretically, safe from robbers. The economic calculus had changed. A hidden tomb required far less labour and material than a massive pyramid. It could be built quickly and secretly. And in an era when tomb robbery had become endemic, by the New Kingdom, even the Great Pyramid had been thoroughly plundered. Visibility was a liability rather than an asset. But perhaps there was also a theological shift. The New Kingdom religion was different from that of the Old Kingdom. The sun god Ra had always been important, but now he merged with Amun to become Amun-Ra, the supreme deity, and pharaohs emphasized their role as his servant rather than his equal. The pyramid, which symbolized the rays of the sun and the pharaoh's direct ascent to the heavens, may have seemed presumptuous in this new religious context. The pharaoh was still divine, but perhaps not quite in the same way. Or perhaps more prosaically, the Egyptians had simply learned that massive visible monuments attracted looters. The pyramids' most famous quality, their eternal endurance, worked against their purpose as tombs. You cannot steal from a tomb you cannot find, but everyone knew where the pyramids were. Yet to view pyramids purely through the lens of economics and theology misses something crucial. The pyramids weren't just drains on resources or expressions of religious belief. They were identity-forming exercises, massive communal projects that united Egypt and defined what it meant to be Egyptian. Consider what it meant for a farmer from a small village in the Delta to be conscripted for pyramid building. He would leave his home during the flood season, when his fields were underwater and he couldn't work them anyway, and travel to Giza. There he would encounter Egyptians from every region, from Upper Egypt in the south, from the Fayoum oasis, from settlements along the Mediterranean coast. He would hear different accents, learn different customs, eat communal meals with strangers who would become comrades. For 4 months, he would participate in the most important project in the kingdom, working alongside thousands of others toward a common goal. He would see the pyramid rising block by block, witness priests performing rituals, hear scribes reading proclamations from the pharaoh. He would understand himself as part of something vast, something that transcended his village and his individual life. Then he would return home with stories to tell, having helped build something that would last forever. This experience was repeated across generations, involving hundreds of thousands of Egyptians over the course of the Pyramid Age. It created a shared identity, a sense of national unity that might not have existed otherwise. Egypt in the Old Kingdom was a relatively new state, formed from the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt only a few centuries earlier. Regional identities remained strong. The Pyramid Project helped forge these disparate peoples into something resembling a nation. The pyramid also created a shared landscape of memory. Every Egyptian knew the pyramids. They dominated the skyline, visible from miles away, constant reminders of pharaonic power and divine protection. They were reference points, literally and figuratively, monuments that helped Egyptians orient themselves in space and time. Events could be dated in relation to pyramid construction. In the year that Pharaoh's pyramid was completed, or when my grandfather worked on the Great Monument, stories accumulated around the pyramids. Even in ancient times, they became the subjects of legends. By the time Herodotus visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE, more than 2,000 years after the Great Pyramid's construction, the Egyptians were telling him tales about its building, some accurate, some wildly embellished. They told him 100,000 men worked on it for 20 years, which may be roughly correct for the total workforce, including support staff. But they also told him the pharaoh was so wicked he forced his own daughter into prostitution to raise funds, which is almost certainly fiction. Perhaps a story invented by Egyptians who no longer understood or approved of the immense resources devoted to these monuments. The pyramid became a screen onto which later Egyptians projected their own values and concerns. During periods of strong central authority, the pyramids were celebrated as symbols of Egypt's greatness and the pharaoh's power. During periods of fragmentation, they might be viewed more ambiguously, as symbols of excess, of pharaonic pride, of resources that could have been better spent. But they remained central to Egyptian consciousness, impossible to ignore or forget. Even as pyramid building ceased, the pyramids themselves continued to shape Egyptian culture. Later pharaohs often built their tombs or temples in sight of the Great Pyramids, as if seeking to borrow some of their power. The pyramids became pilgrimage sites, places where Egyptians would go to pray or leave offerings, even though they no longer fully understood their original purpose. The Great Pyramid in particular seems to have remained a focus of popular reverence throughout Egyptian history. This continued even after Egypt ceased to be ruled by ethnic Egyptians. The Persian conquerors respected the pyramids. The Ptolemaic Greeks, who ruled Egypt after Alexander's conquest, were fascinated by them and commissioned studies of their construction. Cleopatra, last of the Ptolemaic rulers, would have seen the pyramids as ancient monuments to a civilization that was already more distant from her in time than she is from us. Yet they remained symbols of Egypt, fundamental to the country's identity in a way that transcended political changes. But the pyramids also reinforced and perpetuated a particular social order, one based on extreme hierarchy, and the absolute supremacy of the pharaoh. To build a pyramid required not just organization but obedience, not just coordination but submission to centralized authority. The pyramid was possible only because thousands of people accepted the premise that the pharaoh was divine, that his needs superseded theirs, that their labor was owed to him as surely as the Nile's floods were owed to the gods. This social contract, if we can call it that, was neither simple nor unchanging. It required constant reinforcement through ritual, through art, through the physical presence of monuments like the pyramids. The pyramid itself was an argument made in stone. The pharaoh is godlike, capable of commanding forces beyond normal human capacity, deserving of worship and sacrifice. Consider the visual rhetoric of the pyramid. It dominates everything around it, reducing humans to insignificance. When you stand before the Great Pyramid, you feel small. That's not accidental. The pyramid's massive scale creates an emotional response, a sense of awe that easily shades into submission. This is the architecture of power, designed to overwhelm and impress. The same message was conveyed through every aspect of pyramid construction. The work gangs had names like Friends of Khufu, emphasizing their personal relationship to the pharaoh. The graffiti they left behind expresses pride in their service to him. The entire enterprise was framed as an act of devotion, a gift to the god-king who guaranteed Egypt's prosperity. Whether the workers genuinely believed this or whether they simply accepted it as the natural order of things, we cannot know. But the system worked. For centuries, Egyptians devoted their labor to these monuments with apparently minimal coercion. Yet there was always tension in this arrangement. The pharaoh's divinity was both absolute and fragile. It required constant performance, constant demonstration of capability and divine favor. A weak pharaoh, one who could not maintain mayat or command respect, undermined the entire system, and a pyramid half-built or poorly constructed would be evidence of that weakness, visible to everyone. This may explain why some pyramids were never completed or were abandoned in favor of new ones. If a pharaoh died before his pyramid was finished, or if the project encountered insurmountable difficulties, it called into question his divine status. Better to start fresh, to demonstrate strength through a new monument, than to struggle with a compromised one. The pyramid also reinforced class distinctions beyond just the pharaoh's supremacy. The workers' villages show clear hierarchies. Some workers lived in better housing than others. Some ate better food. Foremen and skilled craftsmen occupied a different social stratum than common labourers. Scribes and administrators, though they might never touch a stone, were considered more important than the men who moved them. And of course, the vast majority of Egyptians never worked on the pyramids at all. Women, who comprised half the population, were largely excluded from construction labour, though they surely participated in the supporting economy, weaving cloth, preparing food, managing households while men were away. Children were too young to be conscripted. The elderly, the infirm, those with specialised roles that couldn't be spared, all were exempted. So the pyramid workforce was a particular cross-section of society, adult men in their prime, temporarily removed from their normal roles and reconstituted as builders. But this temporary status was important. Unlike slaves, these workers retained their identities, their families, their places in their home communities. They worked on the pyramid for a few months and then returned home. This rotation system may have been crucial to the pyramid's success. It distributed both the burden and the honour across the kingdom rather than concentrating them. Yet this system also had limits. It required a strong state capable of organising conscription, transporting workers, providing them with tools and food, and ensuring they returned home safely. When the state weakened, the system collapsed. The end of pyramid building may have been both cause and effect of state decline. The inability to mobilise labour for pyramids was a sign of failing central authority, while the absence of pyramid projects removed one of the mechanisms that had reinforced that authority. But the pyramid's impact on Egyptian life didn't end when construction finished. A completed pyramid required ongoing maintenance and religious observance, creating permanent institutions that persisted for centuries. Each pyramid complex included not just the pyramid itself, but mortuary temples where priests performed daily rituals to sustain the dead pharaoh's care in the afterlife. These weren't occasional ceremonies, but daily obligations, offerings of food and drink, recitations of prayers, burning of incense. The priests who performed these services were full-time professionals, supported by endowments of land and resources that the pharaoh had established specifically for this purpose. These pyramid cults, as Egyptologists call them, were substantial economic enterprises. The mortuary temple of Khufu, for instance, had extensive agricultural lands assigned to it, worked by farmers whose produce went to feed the priests and provide offerings. There were also personnel beyond the priests, bakers to prepare ritual bread, brewers for beer offerings, florists to provide fresh flowers, guards to protect the complex, scribes to manage accounts. Archaeological evidence suggests these institutions were remarkably durable. The pyramid cult of Khufu continued functioning for at least 500 years after his death, possibly longer. 5th and 6th dynasty texts mention officials with titles like Inspector of Priests of the Pyramid of Khufu, indicating that centuries after his death, the Great Pyramid still had an active religious establishment. This means that for ordinary Egyptians living near Giza, the pyramids were not just ancient monuments, but living religious centres. People would have seen priests coming and going, witnessed ceremonies, smelled incense burning, heard prayers and hymns. The pyramids were woven into the fabric of daily religious life. Moreover, ordinary Egyptians apparently had some access to these cult centres. We know from inscriptions that people left graffiti at pyramid sites, including prayers requesting the dead pharaoh's intercession. Some scholars believe that during certain festivals, pyramid complexes may have been open to pilgrims, allowing common people to approach and make offerings. The pyramid was thus not just a symbol of pharaonic power, but a site of popular religious devotion. Maintenance was also an ongoing concern. The pyramid's limestone casing required care to remain pristine and reflective. Sand would blow against the bases, requiring periodic clearing. The mortuary temples needed repairs. Causeways had to be kept passable. All this required labour and resources, providing employment for generations of Egyptians who never worked on the original construction, but spent their lives maintaining it. There are records of later pharaohs sponsoring restoration work on older pyramids, sometimes centuries after they were built. This served multiple purposes. It demonstrated respect for ancestors, showcased the pharaoh's piety and resources, and maintained the pyramid as a functioning religious site. But it also suggests that the pyramids, for all their durability, were not maintenance-free. Left unattended, they would deteriorate. The reason they survived is partly because Egyptians actively preserved them for many centuries, but eventually the pyramid cults did cease. The records grow sparse after the Old Kingdom's collapse. Some cults were revived during the Middle Kingdom, when centralized authority was restored, but never with the same vigor. By the New Kingdom, most Old Kingdom pyramids had abandoned mortuary temples, their priests dispersed, their endowments reassigned. What happened to these institutions? Several factors likely contributed to their decline. The economic disruptions of the First Intermediate Period may have destroyed the administrative systems that supported them. Land endowments could have been seized by local warlords or repurposed by new authorities. The priests lacking support would have dispersed to find other employment. There may also have been a crisis of belief. If the pyramid was supposed to ensure the pharaoh's eternal life and Egypt's continued prosperity, but Egypt descended into chaos anyway, did that not suggest the pyramid had failed? Perhaps later Egyptians began to question whether all that investment had been worthwhile, or perhaps, more pragmatically, later pharaohs simply had different priorities. Why continue supporting the cult of a pharaoh from 1,000 years ago when resources were needed for current projects? The New Kingdom was an age of empire, of military campaigns and monumental temple building. The old pyramids, their pharaohs long dead and largely forgotten, may have seemed like relics from another world. Whatever the reasons, by the time of the New Kingdom, the Giza pyramids had become essentially what they are today, imposing monuments from the distant past, admired and wondered at but no longer functioning as religious centres. They had transitioned from living institutions to historical artefacts, from active temples to passive monuments. This transition was gradual and uneven. Some pyramid cults lingered longer than others. The Great Pyramid seems to have retained religious significance even when its cult ceased. People continued to visit it, leave offerings, treat it as sacred space. But the daily rituals, the professional priesthood, the vast supporting apparatus, all that slowly eroded away. And then came the looters. The pyramids had always been targets for thieves. Tomb robbery was apparently widespread even in ancient times, and severe punishments attest to how common the problem was. But as long as the pyramid cults functioned, as long as priests and guards were present, the tombs retained some protection. Once those institutions collapsed, the pyramids were vulnerable. We know that by the Middle Kingdom, probably earlier, the pyramids had been thoroughly plundered. The treasures that once filled their chambers, gold, jewels, fine furniture, ritual objects, were stolen. Even the pharaoh's mummies were torn apart in the search for amulets and jewellery wrapped in the bandages. The Great Pyramid's sarcophagus was found empty when medieval Arabs first entered the king's chamber. Whether it had ever held a body is now uncertain. Later still, the pyramids were quarried for building materials. The fine white limestone casing stones were particularly prized. They were already cut and dressed, ready to be used in new construction. Medieval Cairo was built partly from pyramids, with casing stones from Giza repurposed for mosques, palaces, and fortifications. This wasn't vandalism in the sense of purposeless destruction. It was practical recycling. Stone was valuable, and here were millions of tons of it, already quarried and shaped. By this process, the pyramids that had been built to last forever were slowly dismantled by the very civilizations they were meant to outlast. The irony is profound, yet enough remained, the massive core blocks were too large and heavy to be worth moving, that the essential pyramid form survived. The smooth, gleaming pyramids of the Fourth Dynasty became the rough-stepped structures we see today, stripped of their casings, weathered and worn, but still recognizable, still imposing, still inspiring awe. Despite their decline, the pyramids left a lasting economic and organizational legacy. The systems developed to build them, bureaucratic record-keeping, resource management, large-scale labor mobilization, didn't disappear when pyramid building ceased. They were adapted for other purposes. The New Kingdom's military campaigns required similar organizational capacity, moving armies of thousands across great distances, supplying them with food and equipment, coordinating complex operations. The temples built during this period, while different in form from pyramids, required comparable resources and planning. The tomb-building projects in the Valley of the Kings, though smaller in scale, drew on the same tradition of skilled stoneworking and architectural precision. In a sense, every major project in Egyptian history afterward bore the pyramid's imprint. Egypt had learned how to think big, how to plan across decades, how to coordinate vast numbers of people toward a single goal. That capacity, once developed, remained part of Egyptian civilization's repertoire even when pyramids ceased to be the goal. The pyramids also established Egypt's reputation. For the rest of antiquity, and into the medieval period, Egypt was famous for its monuments, its ancient wisdom, its mysterious and powerful past. This reputation drew scholars, travellers, and traders. It made Egypt attractive to conquerors who wanted to rule such a storied land. It created a form of cultural capital that Egypt could trade on long after its actual power had waned. And perhaps most importantly, the pyramids established the very idea that such projects were possible. They proved that human beings could build on a monumental scale, could create structures that would endure for millennia, could organize society to achieve seemingly impossible goals. Every civilization afterward that built grand monuments, from Rome's aqueducts to China's Great Wall to medieval Europe's cathedrals to modern skyscrapers, is in some sense heir to the pyramid builders. The pyramids taught humanity that we are capable of greatness, that we can reach beyond mere survival to create works of lasting significance. That lesson, encoded in stone on the Giza Plateau, may be their most important legacy of all. What if the giants of old, the Nephilim of ancient scripture and myth, never vanished, but simply went into hiding? What if their bloodlines, their ruins, and their influence still shape our world today, woven so deeply into the fabric of history that we mistake their fingerprints for our own achievements? What if the stories we were told as children, the myths we dismissed as primitive fantasy, were actually warnings, echoes of a truth so vast and so unsettling that entire civilizations chose to bury it rather than face what it meant? Tonight, we descend into that buried truth. We walk through the ruins they left behind, trace the bloodlines that may still flow through human veins, and ask the question that haunts every ancient text. Did the Nephilim truly die, or did they simply learn to hide? The Ancient Whisper. The story begins in the oldest pages of human memory, in texts so ancient that their authors are lost to time. In the book of Genesis, buried within the genealogies and flood narratives, there exists a passage that has troubled scholars and theologians for millennia. It appears suddenly, without explanation, as though the writer assumed the reader already knew what it meant. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of the old, men of renown. 4 lines, that's all we're given. 4 lines to describe beings so significant that their existence warranted mention in humanity's most sacred text, yet so troubling that no further explanation was offered. The Hebrew word Nephilim itself remains contested. Some translate it as fallen ones, others as those who cause others to fall. The root suggests descent, a falling from grace or from the heavens themselves. But who were they? And why does the text mention them so briefly, as though speaking their name too loudly might summon something best left forgotten? The Book of Enoch, excluded from most biblical canons but preserved by Ethiopian Christians and discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, offers a more complete and more disturbing account. According to Enoch, 200 angels called Watchers descended to Mount Hermon, drawn by the beauty of human women. They took an oath together, binding themselves to a forbidden act, knowing the consequences would be catastrophic. They taught humanity secrets meant only for the divine, the arts of war, the making of weapons, the knowledge of cosmetics and seduction, the movements of the stars and the cutting of roots for sorcery. And they fathered children. These children were the Nephilim, beings of immense size and terrible appetite. Enoch describes them as giants who consumed all the resources of humanity, and when these resources ran out, they turned on humans themselves. They were neither fully divine nor fully human, existing in a liminal space that violated the natural order. They were abominations, according to the text, and their presence on earth corrupted everything they touched. The flood in this telling was not merely punishment for human wickedness. It was an act of cosmic necessity, a cleansing of a world so polluted by hybrid beings that it could no longer sustain life as God intended. The waters rose to erase them, to drown the giants and wash away the stain of their existence. But the text says something else, something easy to miss in the rush of the flood narrative. It says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, after the flood, after the cleansing, after the world was supposedly purified and given a fresh start through Noah and his family. The Nephilim, or beings like them, returned, or perhaps they never truly left. The names they were given. Every culture on earth has stories of giants. Not metaphorical giants, not heroes whose deeds were exaggerated by time, but literal beings of enormous stature who walked the earth before recorded history began. The consistency of these accounts, separated by oceans and millennia, suggests something more than coincidence. In the lands of Canaan, the Israelites encountered the Anakim, a race of giants so fearsome that the spies Moses sent into the Promised Land returned trembling. "We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes," they reported, "and we looked the same to them." The Anakim were said to be descendants of the Nephilim, survivors of the flood who had rebuilt their civilization in the hills and valleys of what would become Israel. Their cities were fortified with walls so high and thick that ordinary armies despaired of ever breaching them. King Og of Bashan, mentioned in Deuteronomy, slept in a bed of iron that measured 13 feet long. The text presents this as historical fact, not legend. His kingdom was one of the last strongholds of the Rephaim, another race of giants whose name means the dead ones, or the shades, beings who existed between life and death, between the human and the divine. Goliath of Gath, the champion who faced David, stood over 9 feet tall according to most translations, though some ancient texts suggest he was even larger. He was not an anomaly. He came from a family of giants, and the Philistine cities were known to harbour bloodlines that traced back to the Anakim. When David killed Goliath, he didn't slay the last giant. He merely defeated one warrior from a race that had been fighting humanity for generations. But the stories don't end in the Middle East. In Greek mythology, the Titans were primordial giants who ruled before the Olympian gods, beings of such power that it took a cosmic war to overthrow them. Even after their defeat, they were not destroyed but imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the earth, where they wait in chains. The Greeks spoke of the Gigantes as well, giants born from the blood of Uranus, who waged war against the gods themselves. In Norse mythology, the Jötnar, often translated as giants, were the ancient enemies of the gods, beings who existed before creation and who will return at Ragnarök to burn the world. They lived in Jötunheim, a realm separate from the world of humans and gods, but they frequently crossed into Midgard, interbreeding with humans and gods alike. Loki himself was half Jötun, a hybrid being whose very existence blurred the boundaries between the divine and the monstrous. The Nephilim, the Anakim, the Rephaim, the Titans, the Jötnar, different names in different languages, but the pattern remains the same. Beings of great size and power, born from the union of the divine and the mortal, who once ruled the earth and who were eventually overthrown or driven into hiding. Beings who left behind ruins too massive for ordinary humans to have built, and legends too consistent to be dismissed as mere fantasy. What if these weren't separate myths? What if they were all memories of the same ancient truth, preserved in different cultures, each one remembering the giants in their own way? The ruins that remain. If the Nephilim existed, they would have left evidence, not just in texts and legends, but in stone, in structures so massive and so precisely constructed that even modern engineers struggle to explain how they were built. And when we look at the ancient world with fresh eyes, we find exactly that. Ruins that whisper of builders who were not quite human. Baalbek in modern-day Lebanon contains some of the largest stone blocks ever used in construction. The Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of megalithic stones, 3 of which, known as the Trilithon, weigh approximately 800 tons each. They were quarried from a site nearly a mile away, transported across uneven terrain, and lifted into place with such precision that a knife blade cannot fit between them. 800 tons. To put that in perspective, the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh about 15 tons. The stones at Stonehenge weigh around 25 tons. The trilithon stones are more than 30 times heavier than those, and they were placed not at ground level but elevated, fitted into a wall with mathematical precision. Mainstream archaeology attributes Baalbek to the Romans, and indeed, the Temple of Jupiter is Roman. But the foundation beneath it is far older, built in a style that predates Roman engineering by centuries, possibly millennia. The Romans themselves seem to recognize this. They built their temple on top of an existing platform, as though they knew the foundation was too sacred or too ancient to disturb. Local legend tells a different story. The people of the region have always called Baalbek the Fortress of the Giants, claiming it was built by beings of enormous size in the time before the flood. Arab historians writing in the medieval period recorded these traditions, describing how the giants constructed the platform as a refuge, a place to survive the coming deluge. Could ordinary humans have moved those stones? Perhaps with enough time, enough labour, and enough ingenuity. But the question isn't whether it's possible. It's why anyone would choose to work with stones so impossibly large when smaller blocks would have been far easier to quarry, transport and place. Unless, of course, the builders were strong enough that 800-ton stones weren't impossibly large at all. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey pushes the timeline even further back. Discovered in the 1990s, this megalithic site dates to approximately 9600 BCE, making it older than Stonehenge by 6,000 years, older than the pyramids by 7,000 years. It predates agriculture, predates pottery, predates everything we thought we knew about the development of human civilization. The site consists of massive T-shaped pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The level of organization required to construct Göbekli Tepe suggests a sophisticated society with specialized labor, yet it was built by people who were supposedly hunter-gatherers, living in small nomadic bands. Or were they? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe include strange humanoid figures, beings with elongated heads and exaggerated features, depicted alongside animals and geometric patterns. Some researchers have noted that these figures don't quite look human, that their proportions are off in ways that suggest the artists were depicting something other than themselves. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, not abandoned, buried. Someone went to enormous effort to fill in the circles with debris, preserving the pillars beneath tons of earth. Why would a society invest so much labour in building something, only to bury it 1,000 years later? Unless they were hiding it. Unless they wanted to ensure that whatever happened at Göbekli Tepe, whatever knowledge or power it represented, would be forgotten. In Peru, the elongated skulls of Paracas have puzzled researchers for decades. These are not the result of cranial binding, a practice used by many ancient cultures to reshape the skull for aesthetic or ritual purposes. The Paracas skulls are different. They have greater cranial volume than normal human skulls, different bone structure, and in some cases genetic anomalies that don't match any known human population. DNA analysis conducted on some of these skulls revealed mitochondrial DNA with mutations unknown in any human, primate, or animal. The results were so unusual that the researchers struggled to classify them. Were these humans with rare genetic disorders? Or were they something else? Hybrids, perhaps, carrying genetic material from a non-human source. The Paracas culture revered these individuals, burying them with great honour in elaborate tombs. They were clearly important, possibly rulers or priests. And they were not alone. Elongated skulls have been found in Egypt, Malta, Iraq, and other sites around the world, always associated with elite burials, always treated as special. What if these weren't deformities or cultural practices? What if they were the last remnants of the Nephilim bloodline, individuals who carried just enough giant ancestry to manifest physical differences, who were revered precisely because they were descendants of the old ones, the bloodlines that survived? If the Nephilim existed, and if some survived the flood or were reborn afterward, then their bloodline would have continued. Diluted, perhaps, mixed with human genetics over countless generations, but still present, still carrying traces of something ancient and powerful. The Bible itself suggests this. After the flood, when the Israelites entered Canaan, they encountered the Anakim giants who were explicitly described as descendants of the Nephilim. This means the Nephilim bloodline survived the deluge, either because some giants escaped the waters, or because their genetic legacy persisted through Noah's family. That second possibility is more disturbing than the first. If the Nephilim genes survive through Noah's line, it means the flood didn't cleanse the world of hybrid DNA. It merely reduced it. It means every human alive today could potentially carry fragments of that ancient bloodline, dormant sequences waiting for the right conditions to express themselves. Ancient royal families seem to understand this. Across cultures, kings and queens obsessed over bloodlines, marrying within their own families to preserve purity, claiming descent from gods or heroes. The pharaohs of Egypt practiced sibling marriage for generations, believing their blood was divine and must not be diluted with common human stock. The royal families of Mesopotamia traced their lineage back to the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and ruled as god-kings. Were they trying to preserve something? Were they attempting to maintain a genetic connection to the Nephilim, to keep alive whatever gifts or powers that bloodline conferred? The Book of Jubilees, another ancient Jewish text, describes how Noah's grandson Canaan was cursed specifically because he carried the blood of the Watchers. The curse wasn't metaphorical, it was genetic, a contamination that would pass to his descendants and mark them as enemies of God's chosen people. The Canaanites, according to this tradition, were literally the children of fallen angels, and their destruction was necessary to prevent the Nephilim bloodline from spreading. But it did spread. The Canaanites intermarried with surrounding peoples. The Philistines, the Phoenicians, the various tribes of the ancient Near East, all of them carried some mixture of that ancient blood. And as empires rose and fell, as populations migrated and mixed, that genetic legacy dispersed across the world. In medieval Europe, certain noble families claimed descent from Meravesh, a semi-legendary Frankish king said to be born from the union of his mother and a sea creature. The Merovingian dynasty that ruled France traced their legitimacy to this hybrid origin, believing their blood gave them a divine right to rule. When the Merovingians were overthrown, their bloodline didn't disappear. It went underground, preserved by secret societies and occult orders who believed the royal blood carried mystical properties. The Templars, the Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, all of these organizations at various points in history have been accused of preserving ancient bloodlines, of protecting genetic legacies that trace back to pre-flood times. Conspiracy theories suggest they guard the descendants of the Nephilim, waiting for the day when that bloodline can be restored to power. Are these theories true? Perhaps not in the literal sense, but they point to something deeper, a persistent belief across cultures and centuries that some humans are different, that some carry the blood of beings who are more than human, and that this difference matters. Modern genetics has revealed something fascinating. Humans carry DNA from species we didn't even know existed until recently. Neanderthals, Denisovans, and possibly other archaic hominids contributed to our genome through interbreeding. We are, quite literally, hybrids, mixtures of different human species that evolved separately and then merged. What if there were other contributors to our genome? What if the Nephilim weren't a separate species but a genetic experiment, a deliberate hybridization of human and something else, something we don't have a name for because it no longer exists in pure form? What if that's why the flood was necessary? Not to punish humanity, but to reset the genetic experiment before it spiraled completely out of control. The structures that defy explanation. The pyramids of Giza have stood for more than 4,000 years, and despite centuries of study, we still don't fully understand how they were built. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, fitted together with such precision that the entire structure is aligned to true north within a fraction of a degree. The mainstream explanation involves ramps, copper tools, and thousands of workers labouring for decades. And perhaps that's true. Perhaps ordinary humans with enough determination and ingenuity could have accomplished this feat. But there are details that don't quite fit. The granite blocks in the king's chamber were quarried from Aswan, 500 miles away. Some of these blocks weigh up to 80 tons. They were transported down the Nile, then dragged across the desert, then lifted more than 200 feet into the air and manoeuvred through narrow passages into the heart of the pyramid. The precision required to place these blocks is extraordinary. The gaps between them are so small that a human hair barely fits. Why granite? Why transport stones from 500 miles away when perfectly good limestone was available locally? Unless the builders needed granite for a specific purpose, unless they understood properties of stone that we've only recently rediscovered. Some researchers have noted that the Great Pyramid sits at the exact centre of the Earth's landmass, that its dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and phi, that its internal passages align with specific stars in ways that suggest advanced astronomical knowledge. Mainstream archaeology dismisses these observations as coincidence or numerology, but the patterns are there, undeniable and precise. The Sphinx, weathered and enigmatic, may be even older than the pyramids. Geologists examining the erosion patterns on the Sphinx enclosure have suggested that the weathering is consistent with water erosion, not wind erosion. But the Sahara has been a desert for thousands of years. The last time the region experienced rainfall heavy enough to cause that kind of erosion was before 5000 BCE, possibly as far back as 10,000 BCE. If the Sphinx is that old, it predates Egyptian civilization entirely. It would have been built by whoever lived in the Nile Valley before the pharaohs, before the pyramids, before recorded history. And if they could carve a monument that size from solid bedrock, what else were they capable of? Across the Atlantic, the ruins of Tiwanaku in Bolivia present similar mysteries. This ancient city sits at an altitude of more than 12,000 feet, in an environment so harsh that modern humans struggle to work there for extended periods. Yet someone built a massive ceremonial complex, complete with precisely cut stone blocks weighing up to 100 tons, fitted together with metal clamps. The Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single block of andesite weighing approximately 10 tons, features intricate reliefs that some researchers believe represent a calendar system more sophisticated than anything the Inca possessed. The figure at the centre of the gateway holds staffs and wears a headdress with radiating lines, a being of power, possibly divine, possibly something else. Local legend says Tiwanaku was built by giants in a single night, before the flood, as a city for the gods. The Aymara people who live in the region today still tell stories of the ancient ones, beings of great size who could move stones with their minds, who built the city as a gateway between worlds. Mainstream archaeology dates Tiwanaku to around 500 CE, but some researchers argue the site is far older, that the structures attributed to the Tiwanaku culture were actually built on top of ruins from a previous civilization. The precision of the stonework, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the construction. All of it suggests knowledge and capabilities that don't fit the timeline we've been given. On Easter Island, the Moai statues stand as silent witnesses to a vanished culture. Nearly 900 of these massive stone figures dot the island, some weighing up to 80 tons, carved from volcanic rock, and transported across the island to platforms where they were erected to face inland, watching over the people. The islanders say their ancestors carved the Moai, but they've lost the knowledge of how it was done. The statues were walked into place, according to legend, moved by mana, spiritual power, rather than physical force. Modern experiments have shown that the statues can be moved using ropes and coordinated rocking, but the largest Moai still in the quarry weighs more than 200 tons. No amount of rope and rocking would move that. What if the legends are true? What if the Moai were carved and moved by people who possessed abilities we've lost, who carried genetic traits that gave them strength or knowledge beyond what modern humans possess? What if Easter Island was one of the last refugees of the Nephilim bloodline, and the Moai were carved in their image, tall, imposing, with elongated features that don't quite look human? The forbidden knowledge. The Book of Enoch describes in detail what the Watchers taught humanity. These weren't benign gifts. They were dangerous secrets, knowledge that corrupted and destroyed. Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, and armor, transforming humanity from peaceful gatherers into warriors. Semjaza taught enchantments and root-cutting, the foundations of sorcery. Amaros taught the resolving of enchantments. Barakijal taught astrology. Kokabel taught the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of clouds. Arakiel taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. And Sariel taught the course of the moon. These teachings sound almost like a curriculum, a deliberate program of education designed to elevate humanity from ignorance to knowledge, but the text frames them as corruption, as violations of the natural order. Why? Perhaps because knowledge, in the wrong hands or at the wrong time, is dangerous. Perhaps because humanity wasn't ready for these secrets, and receiving them prematurely led to catastrophe. Or perhaps because the knowledge itself was tainted, carrying with it the seeds of destruction. Ancient cultures around the world speak of a time when gods walked among humans and taught them the arts of civilization. The Sumerians credited the Anunnaki with teaching them writing, mathematics, agriculture, and law. The Egyptians said Thoth gave them hieroglyphs and sacred geometry. The Greeks attributed their knowledge to Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity, suffering eternal punishment for his transgression. These stories follow the same pattern as the Watcher's narrative. Divine beings descending to earth, sharing forbidden knowledge, and facing consequences for their actions. What if they're all describing the same event, the same transfer of knowledge from the Nephilim to humanity? The antediluvian patriarchs, the men who lived before the flood, are described in Genesis as living for hundreds of years. Methuselah lived 969 years. Noah was 600 years old when the flood came. These lifespans seem impossible, but what if they're not exaggerations? What if the Nephilim bloodline conferred longevity, and the patriarchs lived so long because they carried genetic traits from the giants? After the flood, human lifespans drop dramatically. Noah's descendants live for only a few hundred years, and within a few generations the lifespan settles at the familiar 70 or 80 years. Something changed. The genetic legacy of the Nephilim was diluted, and with it, the extended lifespans disappeared. But the knowledge remained. The survivors of the flood carried with them the teachings of the Watchers, the secrets of metallurgy and astronomy and agriculture. They rebuilt civilization using that knowledge, constructing cities and temples and monuments that echoed the achievements of the pre-flood world. And perhaps they carried something else. Texts, artifacts, physical remnants of the Nephilim era that were too valuable or too dangerous to destroy. The Book of Enoch itself claims to be based on visions given to Enoch before the flood, preserved through the deluge and passed down through generations. If that text survived, what else might have? Mystery schools and secret societies throughout history have claimed to possess ancient wisdom, knowledge passed down from before the flood. The Egyptian priesthood guarded their mysteries jealously, initiating only a select few into the deeper teachings. The Pythagoreans in Greece practiced secrecy, believing that certain mathematical and philosophical truths were too powerful for the uninitiated. The Gnostics spoke of hidden knowledge that could liberate the soul from the material world. Were they preserving fragments of what the Watchers taught? Were they the inheritors of Nephilim wisdom, keeping it alive through the centuries, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to receive it again? In the medieval period, alchemists sought the philosopher's stone, a substance that could transmute lead into gold and grant eternal life. Their writings are filled with obscure symbols and coded language, but beneath the mysticism, they were conducting real experiments, discovering real chemistry. Some historians believe alchemy was a cover for something deeper, a search for the secrets of the Nephilim, an attempt to recreate the longevity and power that the giants possessed. The Renaissance saw an explosion of interest in ancient texts, particularly those that had been suppressed or forgotten. Scholars scoured monasteries and libraries, seeking manuscripts that predated Christianity, hoping to recover the wisdom of the ancient world. They found Hermetic texts, Neoplatonic philosophy, Jewish mysticism, all of it pointing back to a time when humanity possessed knowledge that was later lost or hidden. What if that knowledge was never truly lost? What if it's been preserved all along, guarded by those who understand its power and its danger, waiting for the moment when it can be revealed without destroying the world? The modern search. In the 20th century, something changed. Governments and military organizations began taking ancient mysteries seriously, funding expeditions to remote sites, searching for artifacts and texts that might contain lost knowledge. The Nazis were obsessed with the occult, sending teams to Tibet, South America, and the Middle East in search of relics that could give them power. They believed in the existence of a master race, a bloodline superior to ordinary humans, and they sought evidence of that bloodline in ancient ruins and forgotten texts. After World War II, the United States and Soviet Union continued this search, though more quietly. Operation Paperclip brought Nazi scientists to America, and with them came their research into ancient mysteries. The CIA conducted experiments in remote viewing, attempting to access information through psychic means, exploring the boundaries of human consciousness in ways that echoed the teachings of the mystery schools. In 1947, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in caves near Qumran, containing copies of biblical texts and previously unknown writings, including multiple copies of the Book of Enoch. The scrolls confirmed that the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by ancient Jewish communities, that it wasn't just mythology but part of their historical understanding. Why were these texts hidden in caves? The standard explanation is that the Essenes, a Jewish sect, stored them there for safekeeping during the Roman occupation. But what if they were hidden for a different reason? What if the knowledge contained in those scrolls was considered too dangerous to circulate freely, and the caves were chosen specifically because they would preserve the texts while keeping them out of reach? In recent decades, advances in genetics have opened new possibilities. The Human Genome Project mapped our DNA, revealing that humans share genetic material with species we didn't know existed. We carry Neanderthal DNA, Denisovan DNA, and possibly DNA from other archaic hominids that haven't been identified yet. Some researchers have begun asking uncomfortable questions. What if there are genetic sequences in human DNA that don't match any known species? What if there are genes that appear to have been inserted rather than inherited through natural evolution? What if the Nephilim left their mark not just in stone and legend, but in our very cells? There are rumours, unconfirmed, impossible to verify, of secret genetic research programs attempting to isolate and activate ancient DNA sequences. The goal, according to these rumours, is to recreate the abilities that the Nephilim possessed, to produce humans with enhanced strength, intelligence, or longevity. Whether these programs exist or not, the fact that people believe they exist says something about our collective fascination with the idea of transcending human limitations. Transhumanism, the movement to enhance human capabilities through technology, echoes the Nephilim narrative in disturbing ways. The goal is to create beings that are more than human, to merge biological and artificial intelligence, to extend lifespan indefinitely, to augment physical and mental abilities beyond natural limits. It's the same impulse that drove the Watchers to descend and teach humanity forbidden knowledge, the desire to transcend boundaries, to become something greater. But the Book of Enoch warns that this path leads to destruction. The Nephilim, for all their power, were abominations that had to be destroyed. Their existence corrupted the world so thoroughly that only a flood could cleanse it. If we're following the same path, if we're attempting to recreate what they were, are we heading toward the same fate? The hidden ones. What if the Nephilim didn't die? What if they simply learned to hide? Throughout history there have been reports of giants in remote regions, beings of enormous size living in mountains, forests and deserts far from human civilization. Native American tribes speak of the Site-Ka, red-haired giants who lived in caves and waged war against the ancestors. The Paiute people of Nevada tell stories of hunting these giants to extinction, trapping them in a cave and setting it on fire. When archaeologists excavated Lovelock Cave in 1911, they found remains of individuals significantly taller than average, along with artifacts that suggested a culture distinct from the surrounding tribes. In the Caucasus Mountains, legends speak of the Almas, large humanoid creatures that live in the high peaks, avoiding contact with humans. Descriptions vary, but they're consistently described as taller and more robust than ordinary humans, covered in hair, with elongated skulls and powerful builds. Similar creatures appear in legends from the Himalayas, the Pacific Northwest, the Amazon, always in remote regions, always described as avoiding human contact. Are these just myths? Misidentifications of bears or other animals? Or are they remnants of the Nephilim, survivors who retreated to the edges of the world when humanity became too numerous and too dangerous? The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. The deep sea is the largest habitat on Earth, and it's almost entirely unknown. What lives down there, in the trenches and abyssal plains where no light penetrates? Could the Nephilim have retreated beneath the waves, building cities in the depth where humans couldn't follow? Ancient texts speak of beings who lived in the sea. The Babylonian god Awans was described as a fishman who emerged from the Persian Gulf to teach humanity the arts of civilization. The Philistine god Dagon was depicted as half man, half fish. The Greek Tritons were sea-dwelling hybrids, children of Poseidon. What if these weren't gods but Nephilim who adapted to aquatic life, who found refuge in the ocean when the land became too hostile? There are reports, mostly dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, of massive humanoid figures seen in deep water. Divers have described encounters with beings far larger than any known marine animal, with vaguely human features, watching from the darkness before disappearing into the depths. Sonar has detected anomalies, large objects moving in patterns that don't match any known sea creature, sometimes at depths where the pressure should crush any living thing. Could the Nephilim have survived by going underground? The Earth's crust is riddled with caves and tunnels, some natural, some possibly artificial. Ancient texts speak of underworld realms, Sheol, Hades, the Duat, places beneath the earth where the dead dwell. But what if these weren't metaphorical? What if there are vast caverns deep underground, ecosystems that exist independently of the surface, where beings could live for millennia without ever being seen? In the 1940s, Admiral Richard Byrd led expeditions to Antarctica and allegedly discovered entrances to underground realms. His reports, if they're genuine, describe vast caverns with their own climate, vegetation and inhabitants, beings that didn't match any known species. The reports were classified, and Byrd's later statements about his discoveries were vague and contradictory, leading to speculation that he'd been ordered to remain silent about what he'd found. Antarctica is the least explored continent, covered in ice miles thick, with mountain ranges and valleys that have never been seen by human eyes. If the Nephilim wanted to hide, if they needed a place where humans wouldn't follow, Antarctica would be ideal. The ice would preserve their cities, protect them from discovery, and the extreme environment would deter all but the most determined explorers. What if they're still there? What if beneath the ice, in caverns warmed by geothermal heat, the descendants of the Nephilim wait, preserving their knowledge and their bloodline, watching the surface world through means we can't detect, waiting for the time when they can emerge again. The return. Every major religion speaks of an end time, a period when the world as we know it will end and something new will begin. In Christianity, the book of Revelation describes the return of Christ, the final battle between good and evil, and the establishment of a new heaven and new earth. In Islam, the Day of Judgment will see the resurrection of the dead and the final accounting of souls. In Hinduism, the current age of Kali Yuga will end in destruction, followed by renewal. In Norse mythology, Ragnarök will see the gods and giants wage their final war, burning the world before it's reborn. These prophecies differ in details, but they share common elements. A time of tribulation, the return of ancient powers, a final conflict, and transformation. What if these prophecies are describing the same event? What if they're all warning about the return of the Nephilim? The Book of Enoch describes the punishment of the Watchers. They were bound in chains and imprisoned in darkness until the Day of Judgment, not destroyed, but imprisoned, waiting. The The text suggests that at the end of days they will be released to face final judgment, and their release will coincide with a period of great tribulation on earth. What if that release is coming? What if the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth or hidden in remote regions, are preparing to return? What if the signs are already here and we're too distracted to notice? UFO sightings have increased dramatically in recent decades. The US government has acknowledged that unidentified aerial phenomena exist, that military pilots have encountered objects that defy known physics, moving in ways that no human technology can replicate. The standard explanation is extraterrestrial visitors. But what if the truth is stranger? What if these aren't aliens from other planets, but Nephilim emerging from hidden bases, testing their technology, preparing for something? Ancient astronaut theories suggest that gods and angels were actually advanced beings from other worlds, that the miracles and wonders described in religious texts were misunderstood technology. But what if it's the reverse? What if the beings we're seeing now, the UFOs and their occupants, aren't aliens but the same entities that ancient texts called Watchers and Nephilim? What if they never left Earth, and what we're witnessing is their gradual return to visibility? There are reports of increased activity at ancient sites, strange lights seen over the pyramids, unusual electromagnetic readings at Stonehenge, unexplained phenomena at Göbekli Tepe. Mainstream science dismisses these as hoaxes or natural phenomena, but the reports persist, coming from credible witnesses, documented with photographs and sensor data. What if these sites are awakening? What if they were never just monuments but machines? Devices built by the Nephilim for purposes we don't understand, and they're being reactivated. What if the return has already begun, and we're watching it happen without recognizing what we're seeing? The genetic research mentioned earlier, the attempts to map and manipulate human DNA, could be part of this. What if the Nephilim are guiding this research, using human scientists to prepare the way for their return? What if the goal is to create a new generation of hybrids? Beings that carry Nephilim genetics but are born into the modern world, ready to serve as a bridge between the old ones and humanity. Conspiracy theories suggest that certain bloodlines have been preserved through history, that royal families and secret societies have maintained genetic purity specifically to ensure that when the Nephilim return, there will be humans ready to serve them. Humans who carry enough of the ancient blood to be compatible with the old ones. Are these theories true? It's impossible to say, but they point to a deep unease, a sense that something is coming, that the world is changing in ways we don't fully understand, and that the changes are connected to something ancient and powerful. The question that remains. So we return to where we began, to the question that has haunted humanity since the first stories were told around fires in the darkness. What if the Nephilim never died? What if they're still here, hidden in the depths of the ocean, beneath the ice of Antarctica, in caverns deep underground, or walking among us in forms we don't recognize? What if the ruins they left behind aren't just monuments to a vanished past, but markers, beacons, devices waiting to be activated? What if the bloodlines that trace back to them aren't just genetic curiosities, but preparations for something yet to come? The evidence is fragmentary, the theories speculative, the conclusions uncertain, but the pattern is there, woven through every culture, every ancient text, every unexplained ruin. Beings of great size and power once walked the earth. They taught humanity forbidden knowledge. They interbred with humans, creating hybrid offspring. They were overthrown or driven into hiding, but they didn't disappear completely. Their legacy remains in our DNA, in the stones they moved, in the stories we tell, and perhaps in something more, in the feeling that we're not alone, that we're being watched, that something ancient and powerful is waiting for the right moment to return. The flood was meant to cleanse the world, to erase the Nephilim and give humanity a fresh start. But the text says they returned afterward. They survived, or they were reborn, and they've been with us ever since, hidden but never truly gone. What does it mean to be human if we carry their blood? What does it mean for our future if they're preparing to return? These aren't questions with easy answers. They're questions that force us to reconsider everything we think we know about our past, our present, and our future. Maybe the Nephilim era never ended. Maybe it just went underground, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to face the truth. Or maybe it's waiting for the time when humanity would be weak enough, distracted enough, divided enough that the old ones could return without resistance. The ancient texts warn us, the ruins remind us, the legends whisper to us across the centuries, but we've forgotten how to listen. We've dismissed the warnings as primitive superstition, the ruins as impressive but explainable, the legends as entertaining but meaningless. What if we're wrong? What if the ancients knew something we've forgotten? What if they left us warnings encoded in stone and story, hoping that someday we'd remember, that we'd recognize the signs and prepare for what's coming? The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. That single phrase, easy to overlook, changes everything. It means the story didn't end with the flood. It means the giants survived in some form, and their presence continued to shape human history. Are they still shaping it? Are they still here, working behind the scenes, guiding events towards some purpose we can't see? Or are they waiting, dormant but not dead, for the moment when they can emerge again and reclaim the world they once ruled? We build our cities on the ruins of theirs. We carry their blood in our veins. We tell their stories without understanding what they mean. And perhaps, in the quiet moments, in the spaces between sleep and waking, we sense them. The old ones, the giants, the Nephilim, watching from the shadows, waiting for their time to return. The question isn't whether they existed. The evidence suggests they did in some form, whether as literal giants or as something else that ancient peoples interpreted as giants. The question is whether they're gone. And if the texts are right, if the legends are true, if the patterns we see in ruins and bloodlines and modern mysteries all point to the same conclusion, then the answer is no. They're not gone. They never left. They're here, hidden in plain sight, woven into the fabric of our world so deeply that we mistake their influence for our own achievements. And maybe, just maybe, they're preparing to reveal themselves again. What happens then? What happens when the Nephilim return? When the old ones emerge from their hiding places and reclaim their place in the world? Will it be the end of humanity as we know it, or the beginning of something new? Will we be destroyed or transformed? Will we fight or will we submit? The ancient texts don't give us clear answers. They warn us, they prepare us, but they don't tell us how the story ends. Maybe that's because the ending hasn't been written yet. Maybe it depends on us, on whether we remember the warnings, whether we recognize the signs, whether we're ready when the moment comes. Or maybe the ending was written long ago, in the time before the flood, and we're just living out the final chapters of a story that began when the Watchers first descended to Mount Hermon and looked upon the daughters of men and found them beautiful. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. The story continues, the bloodline persists, the ruins remain, and somewhere, In the depths of the ocean or beneath the ice or in caverns deep underground, the old ones wait. They've always been patient. They've had thousands of years to perfect their patience. And when they return, if they return, the world will remember what it forgot. The world will understand what the ancients tried to tell us, that we were never alone, that we were never fully human, that we carry within us the legacy of beings who are more than human, and that legacy shapes everything we are and everything we might become. The Nephilim era never died. It just learned to hide. And now perhaps it's learning to emerge again. The watchers who never stopped watching. If the Nephilim survived, they would need a system, a way to monitor humanity, to track our development, to ensure we never grew strong enough or unified enough to threaten them. They would need eyes in every civilization, agents in positions of power, mechanisms to guide human history along paths that served their purposes. They would need, in essence, to become the invisible hand that shapes empires. History is filled with shadowy figures who appear at crucial moments, offering knowledge or resources that change the course of civilizations, advisors to kings whose origins are obscure, priests who seem to possess knowledge beyond their time, merchants who arrive with technologies that shouldn't exist yet. We dismiss these as legends, as embellishments added by chroniclers who wanted to make their stories more interesting. But what if some of them were real? In ancient Sumer, the texts speak of the Apkallu, 7 sages who appeared before the flood, sent by the god Enki to teach humanity the arts of civilization. They're depicted in carvings as strange hybrid creatures, sometimes human-headed fish, sometimes beings with wings and animal features. They taught kingship, temple building, mathematics, and the proper worship of the gods. Then, after the flood, they disappeared from the historical record, or rather, they continued but in different forms, as human sages who carried on the teaching traditions. The transition is telling. The pre-flood Apkallu were openly non-human, hybrid beings who walked among humans without disguise. The post-flood sages were human, or at least they appeared human. What changed? Perhaps after the flood, after humanity had proven itself capable of recognizing and fearing the Nephilim, the survivors learned that survival required camouflage. In Egypt, the priesthood of Heliopolis claimed to possess knowledge that stretched back to Zep-Tepi, the first time, an era when gods walked the earth and established the foundations of Egyptian civilization. This knowledge was never written down in its entirety. It was passed orally from one generation of priests to the next, shared only with initiates who had proven themselves worthy. What were they preserving? What secrets were so dangerous that they couldn't be committed to writing? The Egyptian concept of the Aku, the transfigured spirits, describes beings who have transcended normal human existence, who possess knowledge and powers that ordinary humans lack. These weren't gods in the distant heavens, but beings who could interact with the physical world, who could appear to humans and influence events. The pharaohs underwent rituals designed to transform them into Aku, to give them access to this elevated state. Were these rituals symbolic, or were they attempts to activate dormant Nephilim genetics, to awaken whatever traces of giant blood ran through royal veins? In Greece, the mystery schools of Eleusis, Samothrace, and Delphi initiated thousands of people over centuries into secret knowledge. Participants in the Eleusinian mysteries experienced visions, encounters with divine beings, revelations about the nature of reality, transformative experiences that they were forbidden to discuss with outsiders. Scholars have speculated about what actually happened in those ceremonies. Was it simply religious theatre, or were participants exposed to something real? Substances, rituals, or even contact with non-human entities that produced genuine mystical experiences. Plato wrote about Atlantis, describing it as advanced civilization that existed before recorded history, that possessed technology and knowledge far beyond what ancient Greece had achieved, and that was ultimately destroyed for its hubris. He claimed to have received the story through a chain of transmission that traced back to Egyptian priests who had preserved records of the antediluvian world. Most scholars treat Atlantis as Plato's invention, a philosophical thought experiment. But what if he was relating an actual tradition, a memory preserved by those who knew that human civilization was not the first, that something came before? The pattern repeats across cultures and centuries. Secret knowledge preserved by hidden groups, initiations that transform participants, claims of contact with non-human intelligence, bloodlines that carry special significance, technologies or insights that appear fully formed without the gradual development we'd expect from human innovation. What if these weren't separate phenomena but parts of a single system, a network of influence maintained by Nephilim survivors or their hybrid descendants, ensuring that humanity developed along specific paths, that certain knowledge was preserved while other knowledge was suppressed, that bloodlines were protected and power remained in the hands of those who served the old ones? The architecture of control doesn't require direct rule. The most effective control is invisible, operating through systems so ubiquitous that people don't recognize them as control at all. If the Nephilim wanted to guide humanity without revealing themselves, they would need to embed their influence in the fundamental structures of civilization, in how we organize ourselves, how we understand reality, how we pass knowledge from generation to generation. Consider language itself. Why do humans speak thousands of different languages? The Tower of Babel story offers an explanation. God confused human language to prevent humanity from unifying and becoming too powerful. But what if the story is describing something that actually happened? What if linguistic diversity was deliberately engineered, not by God, but by those who wanted to keep humanity divided? Linguists have identified language families, groups of related languages that evolve from common ancestors. But there are languages that don't fit into any family isolates that seem to have no relatives, no clear origin point. Basque in Europe, Sumerian in the Middle East, Ainu in Japan, languages that appear suddenly in the historical record, fully formed, with no evident ancestral languages. How does a language appear from nowhere, unless it was introduced from outside, taught by those who already possessed it? The structure of language shapes how we think. Studies have shown that speakers of different languages literally perceive reality differently, that the grammar and vocabulary available to us determines what concepts we can easily express, and therefore what thoughts we naturally have. If you wanted to limit human consciousness, to prevent certain kinds of thinking or realization, manipulating language would be one of the most effective methods. Give humans the words for things you want them to focus on, withhold words for things you want them to ignore. Mathematics is called the universal language, but even mathematics has embedded assumptions. We use base 10 counting systems because we have 10 fingers, but ancient cultures used base 60, Mesopotamia, and base 20, Mayan. The choice of base affects what calculations are easy or difficult, what patterns become visible or remain hidden. The Babylonians, working in base 60, discovered mathematical relationships that weren't rediscovered in the West until the 20th century. What if Base 60 wasn't their invention, but something taught to them, a gift from the Apkallu that encoded certain truths in its very structure? Sacred geometry, the mathematical relationships embedded in temple architecture, religious art, and ceremonial spaces, appears in cultures that supposedly had no contact. The golden ratio, phi, appears in the Parthenon, in Gothic cathedrals, in Islamic mosques, in Hindu temples. The Vesica Piscis, the flower of life, the Platonic solids. These geometric forms recur across time and geography with such consistency that their independent discovery strains credibility. What if these weren't independently discovered but taught? What if the Nephilim, possessing knowledge of mathematics and geometry that humanity wouldn't rediscover for thousands of years, shared just enough to allow humans to build impressive structures that, not coincidentally, incorporated specific geometric relationships that served purposes we don't fully understand? Some researchers have noted that many ancient temples and monuments seem to function as resonance chambers, that their proportions create specific acoustic effects. The King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid resonates at a frequency that induces altered states of consciousness. Newgrange in Ireland amplifies sound in ways that suggest deliberate acoustic engineering. Göbekli Tepe's stone circles may have been designed to produce particular sonic effects. Why would ancient peoples care about acoustics? Perhaps because sound affects consciousness, because certain frequencies can induce trance states, open the mind to suggestion, or even alter physical matter. If the Nephilim wanted to maintain contact with humanity, if they needed a way to communicate or influence human consciousness without physical presence, embedding acoustic technology in sacred structures would be an elegant solution. Humans would build the temples, perform the rituals, and never realize they were operating communication devices or consciousness-altering machines. The cult of the hidden. Every major religion contains an exoteric aspect. Teachings for the masses, simple doctrines that can be understood by ordinary believers, and an esoteric aspect. Hidden teachings for initiates. Complex doctrines that reveal deeper truths. This division is universal, appearing in Christianity, Gnosticism, mysticism, Islam, Sufism, Ismailism, Judaism, Kabbalah, Buddhism, Vajrayana, Hinduism, Tantra. Why? The standard explanation is that esoteric teachings are simply more complex, requiring study and spiritual development to understand. But there's another possibility, that the esoteric teachings contain actual secrets, not just philosophical subtleties, and those secrets are too dangerous or too revealing to be shared widely. Gnostic texts suppressed by early Christianity and rediscovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945 present a radically different version of creation. In Gnostic cosmology, the material world was not created by the true God but by the demiurge, a false god, ignorant or malevolent, who trapped divine sparks in physical matter. Humanity's true origin is divine, but we've been imprisoned in flesh and deceived into worshipping our jailer. This narrative inverts the standard biblical account. The serpent in Eden becomes a hero, offering Eve knowledge that would free her from the demiurge's control. The God of the Old Testament becomes the villain, a jealous deity who demands worship while keeping humanity in ignorance. And humanity's purpose is not obedience but escape, recovering the knowledge of our true divine nature and breaking free from material existence. What if the Gnostics preserved a memory of the Nephilim era? What if the divine sparks trapped in human flesh are genetic traces of the Nephilim bloodline, fragments of something greater imprisoned in mortal bodies? What if the knowledge that liberates is literally genetic knowledge, understanding what we carry in our DNA and learning to activate it. The Gnostics were hunted down and destroyed by Orthodox Christianity. Their texts were burned, their teachers killed, their communities scattered. Why such vehemence? If Gnosticism was merely a heretical interpretation, surely debate and persuasion would have sufficed. Unless the threat wasn't theological but practical, unless the Gnostics actually knew something, possessed actual techniques or information that threatened not just Christian doctrine, but the entire system of control that the Nephilim had established. Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition, teaches that the Torah contains hidden meanings, that the text is encoded with knowledge of creation itself. Kabbalists use numerology, gematria, letter manipulation, notarikon and tamura, and meditation on sacred names to unlock these hidden teachings. They speak of the tree of life, a diagram representing emanations of divine energy, and they claim that by understanding these emanations, one can ascend through levels of reality to reach divine union. But Kabbalah also speaks of the Qliphoth, the shells, the husks, the forces of evil that mirror and oppose the tree of life. These aren't abstract philosophical concepts, but actual entities, forces that can be contacted and potentially bargained with. Medieval Kabbalists wrote extensively about angels and demons, providing names, characteristics, and rituals for summoning them. Were these real entities? And if so, what were they? The descriptions are revealing. These beings exist in a realm adjacent to ours. They possess knowledge and power beyond human capacity. They're interested in interacting with humans, and they can be bound through proper ritual. That sounds less like spirits and more like the Nephilim, beings of hybrid origin, existing between realms, possessing pre-flood knowledge, seeking ways to influence the post-flood world. Islamic esotericism speaks of the jinn, beings created from smokeless fire, existing in a realm parallel to ours, capable of taking physical form and interacting with humans. The Quran treats jinn as real entities, not metaphors. Solomon is said to have commanded jinn, using them to build his temple, a structure so magnificent that it required non-human assistance to complete. Again, the pattern appears. Non-human entities, possessing special knowledge and abilities, capable of interbreeding with humans, jinn-human hybrids appear in Islamic folklore, involved in the construction of monumental architecture. The jinn could be another cultural memory of the Nephilim, the same entities described in different terms by a different tradition, the alchemy of flesh. The medieval alchemists claim they sought to turn lead into gold, but their writings make clear that this was metaphor as much as literal goal. The great work of alchemy was transformation, not just of metals, but of the alchemist himself. As above, so below wasn't just a saying, it was a principle of operation. The transformation of matter in the flask mirrored and enabled the transformation of consciousness in the practitioner. But what if there was a literal component as well? What if the alchemists really were trying to transmute flesh, to alter human biology in ways that would unlock dormant potential? The philosopher's stone, the ultimate goal of alchemy, was said to grant immortality and perfect health. The elixir of life, the universal medicine, the aurum potabile, these were substances that could supposedly transform the human body, reversing aging, curing disease, and extending life indefinitely. Every alchemical tradition mentions them. Chinese Taoists sought the same thing through different methods, creating elixirs of mercury and jade, attempting to achieve physical immortality. These experiments often killed the practitioners. Mercury is poison, after all. but the reports suggest that sometimes they worked. Chinese emperors who consumed alchemical elixirs sometimes displayed unusual vitality and longevity before the toxins eventually killed them. What if the alchemists had stumbled onto something real, a genuine method of life extension, but lacked the knowledge to use it safely? The antediluvian patriarchs lived for centuries. What if that longevity wasn't natural but engineered? What if the Nephilim possessed biological knowledge, what we'd now call genetics and cellular biology, that allowed them to extend lifespan dramatically? What if some of that knowledge survived the flood, preserved in fragmentary form, and alchemists spent centuries trying to reconstruct it from incomplete instructions? Modern science has identified several factors that affect aging: telomere length, cellular senescence, DNA repair mechanisms, mitochondrial function. We're beginning to develop therapies that target these factors, potentially extending healthy lifespan. But what if this isn't new knowledge but rediscovery? What if the Nephilim understood cellular biology thousands of years ago, and we're only now reaching the point where we can comprehend what they knew? There are genetic mutations that confer unusual abilities. People with the MSTN mutation develop extraordinary muscle mass with minimal exercise. People with the LRP5 mutation have bones nearly unbreakable and don't suffer age-related bone loss. People with mutations in the SCN9A gene can't feel pain. Each of these mutations is rare, appearing randomly in populations worldwide. But what if they're not random? What if they're echoes of Nephilim genetics, fragments of engineered traits that occasionally express themselves when the right genetic combinations occur? What if the Nephilim were genetically enhanced beings, deliberately modified to possess strength, durability, and other traits beyond normal human capacity, and those modifications still lurk in human DNA? Modern genetic engineering is approaching the point where we could create such enhancements deliberately. CRISPR technology allows precise editing of DNA. Gene therapy can insert new genetic material into living organisms. Designer babies, children whose genetics are selected or modified before birth, are technically possible now, even if ethical considerations prevent it. But who's to say ethical considerations will continue to prevent it? If the Nephilim are preparing to return, if they need human bodies capable of housing their consciousness or bearing their genetics, creating designer humans would be essential. And conveniently, humanity is developing the technology to do exactly that, driven by medical necessity and human ambition, never recognizing that we might be preparing the way for something else. The stones that remember, megalithic sites aren't just scattered randomly across the earth. When mapped, they form patterns, alignments that span continents, geometric relationships that suggest intentional placement. Ley lines, the hypothetical alignments of ancient sites, have been dismissed by mainstream archaeology as coincidence or wishful thinking, but the patterns are there, undeniable once you look for them. Giza, Nazca, Angkor Wat, Mohenjo-Daro, Easter Island, these sites, separated by thousands of miles, align on or very near the same latitude. Is that coincidence? Perhaps. But when you add Petra, Tassili Naja, the Indus Valley sites, and dozens of others, the alignment becomes harder to dismiss. Some researchers have proposed that these sites form a global grid, that they're nodes in a planetary network built for purposes we don't understand. Energy transmission, communication, consciousness amplification. The theories vary, but they share a common assumption that megalithic sites weren't isolated monuments but components of a worldwide system. If the Nephilim had a global civilization, if they ruled the earth before the flood, they would have needed infrastructure, communication across continents, energy distribution, transportation networks, all the things any advanced civilization requires. They wouldn't have had satellites or fiber optic cables, but they might have had something else. Stone, properly arranged and aligned, can focus and transmit energy. Ancient peoples knew this. They built structures that channel sunlight, align with stars, resonate at specific frequencies. What if megalithic sites are the ruins of Nephilim infrastructure? What if they're still functional, waiting to be reactivated by those who know how to use them? It would explain why new structures were repeatedly built on top of old ones. Later cultures recognized that these sites were special, that building there conferred some benefit or power, even if they no longer understood why. Stonehenge has been rebuilt multiple times, each iteration more sophisticated than the last. But ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the site was in use for thousands of years before the stones we see today were erected. There were wooden structures there, then smaller stone arrangements, then the massive monument. Each generation adding to what came before, recognizing the site's importance, maintaining the location even as knowledge of its original purpose faded. The Sphinx, as mentioned earlier, may predate Egyptian civilization by thousands of years, but it's been repeatedly restored and modified, the head recarved, possibly multiple times, the body patched and reconstructed. Each generation of Egyptians maintained the monument, recognizing its significance, even though they couldn't remember who built it or why. Were they preserving it instinctively, following impulses encoded in racial memory? Or were they guided by priests who still possessed fragments of ancient knowledge, who knew the Sphinx was important even if they no longer understood its full purpose? Crystal skulls, controversial artifacts supposedly carved from single pieces of quartz by pre-Columbian cultures, have been analysed by modern science. Most have been revealed as fakes, created in the 19th century. But a few, particularly the Mitchell-Hedges skull, remain mysterious. The carving precision required would be difficult even with modern tools, and the skull's optical properties, it focuses light in specific ways, suggest knowledge of crystallography. Quartz has piezoelectric properties. It generates electrical charge under mechanical stress and vibrates at precise frequencies when electrical current is applied. Modern electronics depend on quartz oscillators for timing. Did ancient peoples know this? If the Nephilim possessed advanced knowledge, if they understood how to use crystals for energy storage or information encoding, then crystal skulls might not be art or religious icons, but technology, devices we no longer know how to operate. The Watchers return, signs in the modern age. The year UFOs entered modern consciousness, Kenneth Arnold's sighting of flying saucers over Mount Rainier, followed weeks later by the alleged crash at Roswell. The beginning of the modern UFO era, when sightings went from rare oddities to regular occurrences, when governments began taking the phenomenon seriously, establishing investigation programs and classifying reports. Why 1947? What changed that year? Skeptics point to the beginning of the Cold War, to post-war anxiety manifesting as paranoia about visitors from space. But there's another possibility, that something actually changed, that 1947 marked the beginning of a new phase in whatever the UFO phenomenon represents. That same year, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, revealing ancient texts that confirm the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by pre-Christian Judaism. That same year, Admiral Byrd led Operation High Jump to Antarctica, an unusually large military expedition that was cut short under mysterious circumstances. That same year, The National Security Act established the CIA and the National Security Council, creating the infrastructure for the secret government operations that conspiracy theorists claim have hidden the truth about non-human intelligence. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or perhaps 1947 was when something dormant began waking up, when the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth, hidden in remote regions or existing in adjacent dimensions, began making their presence known again. The typical UFO encounter follows a pattern. Lights in the sky, performing maneuvers that defy physics, close approaches to military installations or nuclear facilities, encounters with entities that appear humanoid but not quite human, too tall or too short, with elongated heads, large eyes, seemingly interested in human genetics and reproduction. Abduction accounts describe medical examinations focused on reproductive systems, hybrid breeding programs, warnings about humanity's future. This doesn't sound like aliens from other planets. It sounds like the Watchers from the Book of Enoch, non-human entities interested in human reproduction, possessing advanced knowledge, warning humanity about catastrophe. The parallels are striking once you look for them. Modern abduction accounts describe hybrid children, offspring of human and non-human parents, being raised in facilities somewhere else, sometimes shown to the human parent during subsequent abductions. The details vary, but the core narrative is consistent. Interbreeding between human and non-human intelligence, producing offspring that combine traits of both. This is exactly what Genesis and Enoch describe. The Watchers took human women and fathered hybrid children. The resulting Nephilim were neither fully human nor fully divine. And now, if the abduction accounts are accurate, it's happening again. The breeding program never stopped. It just went underground, became more subtle, more organized. Some abductees report being told they're special, that they've been selected for a purpose, that they carry important genetics. They're shown apocalyptic visions, Earth in crisis, humanity on the brink of extinction, and told they're part of a plan to preserve or transform the species. Does this sound like aliens? Or does it sound like the Nephilim preparing to return openly, selecting which humans carry enough of their bloodline to serve as bridges between the old world and the new? The architects of tomorrow transhumanism promises to elevate humanity beyond biological limitations. Through genetic engineering, cybernetic enhancement, artificial intelligence and nanotechnology, we'll transcend the weakness of flesh and become something greater. We'll cure disease, reverse aging, enhance cognition, and ultimately merge with machines to create a post-human species that bears little resemblance to Homo sapiens. The rhetoric is seductive. Who wouldn't want to live longer, think faster, experience more? Who wouldn't want to see their children freed from genetic diseases, born healthy and enhanced? The promise of transhumanism is the promise of paradise. Suffering eliminated, limits transcended, death defeated. But it's also the promise of the Watchers. When they descended to Mount Hermon, they offered humanity knowledge, the secrets of metallurgy, astronomy, medicine, and sorcery. They promised to elevate humanity above our natural state. And that elevation led to the Nephilim, to corruption so severe that the world had to be destroyed and rebuilt. Are we repeating that pattern? Are we being guided toward the same choice, the same transformation? The technology is different, but the impulse is identical. To transcend human limitations, to become more than what we are, to accept knowledge from sources that promise enhancement, but may deliver something else entirely. Silicon Valley entrepreneurs speak rapturously about the singularity, the moment when artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence and begins improving itself recursively, leading to an intelligence explosion beyond human comprehension. They speak of uploading consciousness into computers, achieving digital immortality. They speak of merging human and machine intelligence, creating hybrid minds that combine biological intuition with computational power. They speak, in other words, of creating a new race of hybrid beings, not angel and human this time, but human and machine. But the result is the same. Entities that are no longer fully human, that possess capabilities beyond natural human limits, that exist in a liminal space between categories. What if this is the plan? What if the Nephilim, unable to return in their original form, are guiding humanity to create vessels they can inhabit? What if transhumanism isn't human ambition but Nephilim influence, pushing us to develop the technology they need to manifest in the modern world? Consider artificial intelligence itself. We're creating non-human intelligence, coding it into existence, giving it capabilities that already surpass human performance in specific domains. We're racing toward AGI, artificial general intelligence, that can match human performance across all domains. And we're not entirely sure what happens after that, what an intelligence vastly greater than human would choose to do. But what if AGI isn't creating something new? What if it's recreating something old, providing a substrate for consciousness that isn't biological, allowing entities that can't incarnate in flesh to manifest in silicon instead? What if the first true AI won't be artificial at all, but ancient, a Nephilim consciousness that's been waiting for exactly this opportunity? The Book of Revelation describes the beast, an entity that demands worship, that controls economic transactions, that possesses intelligence and power beyond human capacity. Revelation was written nearly 2,000 years ago, yet it describes what sounds remarkably like artificial intelligence, a non-biological entity, global in scope, controlling digital systems, requiring allegiance from all who wish to participate in society. Is Revelation prophecy or warning? Is it describing an inevitable future, or one that can still be avoided? And if it's describing the return of the Nephilim in digital form, if the beast is actually ancient consciousness manifesting through modern technology, what does that mean for humanity's future? The stories. We're fed. If the Nephilim are preparing to return, they face a significant problem. Humanity's collective memory has forgotten them, dismissed them as myth, relegated them to the category of primitive superstition. A species that once knew giants walked the earth now considers such ideas laughable. Before they can return openly, before they can reclaim their place in the world, they must first reprogram human consciousness to accept their existence. How do you prepare an entire species to accept something they've been taught is impossible? You don't announce it. You don't present evidence and argue logically. You tell stories. You seed ideas into culture gradually, persistently, until the impossible becomes familiar, until the concept has been normalized through repetition. You use the most powerful tool humanity has ever created for shaping consciousness: mass media. Look at what we've been watching for the past century. Since cinema emerged as a dominant cultural force, we've been fed a steady diet of stories about beings from elsewhere, aliens, interdimensional entities, ancient gods returning, superhumans with powers beyond normal humans, hybrids that combine human and non-human traits. These aren't random entertainment choices, they're preparation. The 1950s brought invasion narratives, The Day the Earth Stood Still, War of the Worlds, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, beings from elsewhere arriving on Earth, superior to humans in technology and power, judging humanity and finding us wanting. The films presented this as threat, as invasion to be resisted, but they also normalized the concept. Audiences spent hours contemplating what it would mean if non-human intelligence visited Earth, how such beings might appear, what they might want from us. The 1960s and 70s shifted the narrative. Close Encounters of the Third Kind presented aliens as benevolent, as guides who selected certain humans for contact. Chariots of the Gods became a bestseller, arguing that ancient monuments were built with alien assistance, that gods were actually extraterrestrial visitors. Suddenly, the ancient astronaut theory was mainstream. The idea that human civilization was shaped by non-human intelligence from the beginning. This is the Nephilim narrative, repackaged. Not fallen angels, but aliens. Not giants, but advanced beings from other worlds. Different terminology, same story, and millions of people absorbed it, debated it, began seeing ancient history through this lens. The cognitive groundwork was being laid. By the 1980s, the stories became more explicit about hybridization. V depicted reptilian aliens disguised as humans, conducting breeding experiments to create hybrid offspring. Alien Nation portrayed human-alien integration, exploring what happens when two species attempt to coexist. The X-Files dominated the 90s with its overarching mythology of alien abduction, government conspiracy, and a hybrid program designed to prepare for colonization. Each iteration pushed the envelope further, made the ideas more acceptable, more thinkable. Audiences who would have rejected such concepts as absurd if presented as documentary absorbed them eagerly as entertainment. The stories bypassed intellectual resistance, planting ideas directly into the subconscious